to support the First World War would focus on multi-seat aircraft that could be used for training, observation, bombing, and in the case of the DH-4 was kind of a multi-role aircraft at that point in time. And the British, the de Havilland DH-4, we would improve by repowering it with the Liberty engine, which we'll talk about in a couple minutes. So 3 American companies really produced aircraft, Dayton Wright, Fisher Body, Standard Aircraft. The Fisher Body right here in Detroit is the one that we're going to kind of focus on. 1,213 of the de Havilland DH-4s were shipped to Europe. It's the only American-built aircraft to see any kind of action. It's interesting is I'm actually working on a paper, another paper, and I was reading about this the other night, and apparently the DH-4s that went to Europe were only the observation models. We had a tremendous problem with the bomb release mechanism. The American-made bomb release mechanisms didn't work, and we never mounted guns on them. So we used them primarily as observation aircraft. So they were never used in an actual offensive role, and so it's an interesting, one of those interesting things. And there's a huge post-war investigation into all the shortcomings of the American aviation community during the First World War. That actually went on until like 1955. There were still congressional hearings about it in 1955, talking about it. So, but it's interesting is that we made 4,846 de Havilland DH-4s here in the United States in an 18-month period of time. The British, in the entire course of the war, only made 1,449 of them. So mass production does work. And again, if anybody's familiar with the Willow Run story, it takes time to work all the bugs out of these things. I mean, we went from 0 to 100. So the fact that the bomb release mechanisms didn't work after 18 months of production is, it's really, yeah, okay, we're trying to figure this stuff out still. So there's your DH-4. These photographs we're going to look at right now are all from the Fisher Body plant here in Detroit. So that's there's your DH-4 coming down the line. This is also Fisher Body plant. I'm assuming this is a training aircraft because normally you would not have the gun mounted in it without having any of the skin on it. So this is probably one that they had there for familiarization. I love this picture because there they are making all the wings. And 25 years later, so we learned something. Fisher Body, one of the things that we also see in World War I is a large influx of women workers into the industry. I like to say that if World War I had lasted into 1919 and the 1919 offensive had gone on like that was planned, instead of Rosie the Riveter, we might be talking about Sally the Seamstress. But this has got to be a posed picture because they're all too uniform, and but it's still an awesome picture. Oop. I'd like to talk a little briefly about the Grand Rapids Airplane Company. I think this is kind of a cool story. So what Grand Rapids is known for is furniture, right? So in Grand Rapids, 15 different furniture companies got together and they decided they were going to build the Handley Page 0400 bomber. Everything on an aircraft at that point in time was really wood and fabric, which is furniture, and they were good at that. So with the exception of the engines, the entire aircraft was built in Grand Rapids. And some of the aircraft, they were crated up and they were shipped over to England, but none of them were assembled before the armistice. And it is such a stupid looking plane. I mean, this is definitely an American one because it's got the American markings on it. But that was your state-of-the-art long-range bomber in 1917, 1918. That's your B-24 of the day.
How do they hold the bombs?
You know, I think this did have a bomb bay on it, and it had and then you had the engines up on the riggers. You had a guy up in the nose with a machine gun. You know, how that thing flew, I will not understand. But we built them here in Michigan. And there's some of the propellers. The propellers were a huge part of it, and a lot of the Grand Rapids companies, went from making furniture, tables, and chairs to making propellers. And I absolutely love his balancing jig there. It's just so, he's balancing that prop on this little teeter-totter thing. So one place where we really did make a contribution and maybe not so much to World War I, because a lot of these did not arrive in time, but just to aviation in general, was in the world of aviation engines. So the Europeans were well ahead of us on aircraft design, but nobody had a really good engine. And everybody was kind of dabbling. I mean, you think about it, the British had 37 different engines, the French had 46 engines, the Germans had 8 different engines. You imagine being like a supply guy at one of these airdromes trying to order spark plugs or whatever and trying to figure out what I need to keep on the shelf to keep my airplanes flying, when I got 46 different kinds of engines. So one of the things, this is also a place where the Europeans came to the United States prior to the American entry into the war and said, hey, can you make engines for us? And we were like, sure, why not? But the problem is that the Europeans built everything by hand, one at a time, lovingly, handcrafted. And so the Americans like, oh, you want us to build this, send us over some drawings and some specifications. So they sent out stuff over, and the stuff that came from France was in this metric system. What is that? And there's one of the things I read is I believe it was on the Livonia engine, there was a material call out for this, I believe it was the cylinder head. And the engineer's like, if we make the cylinder head out of this alloy, it's going to melt. So whoever did the drawing was apparently, they weren't spending a whole lot of time. So the Americans are like, fine, you know what, just send us a couple engines and we'll reverse engineer them. But that takes time. So, I mean, it took 13 months to reverse engineer the Hispano-Suiza. It took 8 months to get the Livonia up and functioning. So, I mean, this is a time-consuming process. So the Americans, in one of the rare instances of the government doing something that made sense, said, you know what, we have some really good engine people in this country. Let's see if we can figure out a way to make this better. So they're like, let's make one engine and standardize it, make it modular, and build a whole ton of them, and make it interchangeable. So they went out and they picked a couple of guys, and anybody here who's familiar with Packard and the automotive industry probably knows Jesse Vincent. Jesse Vincent was an automotive engineer and designer for Packard. He should be a household name because a lot of the things he invented are still standard on your car. E.J. Hall, if you're into vintage boats, you're probably familiar with him. He was from the Hall Scott engine, which was the standard of marine engines at that time. They were on the west coast of the country. So they take Hall and Vincent, and they get a suite at the Willard Hotel, and they throw them in there with a couple of French aviation engineers and Colonel E.A. Deeds, who is a fascinating. If you ever want to read a fascinating character, he was actually one of the founders of the Dayton Electronics, Delco, Dayton Electronics Company. He was close friends with Kettering. He's part of the mammoth investigation of the American aviation effort after the war, because they believe that he used his position to funnel aviation contracts to all of his buddies in Dayton, Ohio. So he's either, depending on your point of view, he's either a hero or he's crooked as a dog's hind leg. But he's a fascinating character, and he was definitely an opportunist. So they decide that they're going to develop a family of engines that could be built as either 4, 6, 8, or 12 cylinder, and along a common design with interchangeable components. And one of the really kind of cool things is that they're given the keys to the Bureau of Patents and Standards, and they're like, everything is on the table. You go in there, and if you see something you think will work, use it. So, and that included some enemy stuff. The only real direction they were given was, do not use anything experimental. We want you to use all proven designs, which ends up not really being the case, because one of the things that Colonel Deeds did was convince them to, up until that point, all aviation engines used magnetos, and he convinced them to put a regular distributor on it, because that meant that Delco would get the contract. And he was on the board of Delco. So that was one of the things he was investigated for. So they go in there, and they come up with a design, and let's see, did I have the dates here? So on May 17th, or May 1917, they go into the hotel. They come out, and they come here to Detroit, and they borrow a bunch of draftsmen from the major auto companies at that time, and they say, here, and they make official drawings. July 4th, 1917, so from May, June, July, from May you started with a blank sheet of paper. On July 4th, 1917, the first engine is built. And it's one of the 8-cylinder, and it's delivered to the government for testing. So we go back to that Hispano-Suiza and the Lerone that took 13 months, 8 months just to come up with drawings. We went from nothing to a working prototype May, June, July. So we kind of centered the production of the Liberty engine here in the Detroit area with the auto industry, and then obviously a lot of it got funneled down into Dayton as well, thanks to Mr. Deeds. But everybody was involved, and there was a lot of cross-population of design. Like at that point in time, Ford had come up with a new Babbitt bearing, and they opted to share that technology with the other auto industries. And they improved the bearing system on the engine dramatically with this new technology that they had developed. So it was very similar to what you saw again in World War II, where what normally would be competing companies were sharing technology for the greater good and for the war effort. So Liberty engine, 4-cylinder, how many we build? We built 2. 6-cylinder, 52, no big deal. 15 of the 8 cylinders, 20,478 12 cylinders. And again, most of these did not make it over to France for the war effort. But this engine revolutionized engines. It really changed engine design. And a lot of the engines that you saw post-war, I mean, like the Merlins, the Allisons, they all can draw some inspiration back to this engine. The Russians got a hold of these and copied them, and the diesel engine that was in the T-34 tank the block design is based on the Liberty engine. So it was a game changer, and they were used extensively post-war. A lot of the Miss America race boats that Garwood campaigned out there on the St. Clair River were powered by them. A lot of the race aircraft of the 20s and the 30s were powered by them. Christie built the tank that the Americans did not adopt, but the Soviets kind of copied. He used surplus Liberty engines in his tank. And so there's the father of the Air Force at that point in time, Major Hap Arnold, with the granddaddy of the aviation engines. So anybody know World War I became a stalemate in trench warfare? Does anybody here know why? What caused everybody to dig in and seek shelter underground? How many people think it was the machine gun? How many people think it was that? Artillery. World War I was an artillery war. And why was World War I an artillery war? The French, 75. In 1898, the French came up with this thing called the recuperator. And it was basically a giant shock absorber that you put on the gun. Now you've all seen, the old pirate movies or the Civil War movies where they fire the cannon and the cannonball goes that way and the cannon goes that way, and then they got to figure out, put it all back together again and load the next round. Well, with the recuperator, you fire the round, that cannon stays where it was. So you can increase the rate of fire, you can increase the accuracy of fire. The recuperator allowed for non-line of sight artillery. You all seen the movies where the guy's up on the hill going, left 200, right, drop 200, fire for effect. That's why. Because with the recuperator, when you fired the round, the gun stayed put. The round went out. You fired the next round, it would follow the same trajectory, theoretically, with minor adjustment. So these recuperators are obviously very important to the war effort. So they come to the United States and they're like, hey, can you build us recuperators? And the Dodge brothers, who if I could go back in time, I would hang out with them. I bet you they were fun. Those two guys seemed like the kind of people you could hang out and go to the bar with. But they're like, what's a recuperator? I'm like, yeah, what the hell, I'll make it. So it was very similar. The recuperator was just like everything else. The French made them lovingly, one by one, hand-fitted. So the Dodge brothers were like, okay, we'll do it. So they built the $11 million factory in Detroit specifically to build the recuperators. It was somewhere on Lynch Road, if anybody wants to know. Lynch Road and Mount Elliott, for those of you who want Useless Trivia 101. And they set out on manufacturing the recuperators. It's actually what they did, and this is actually the name of a chapter in the lovely brown book up here, it's referred to as a remarkable performance. Because they took, and this is kind of an eye chart, but for those of you that are machinists, you'll appreciate that these items, they got these steel billets from Carnegie Steel, and they came in weighing 7,800 pounds, and then they machined them down to this finely honed, and I mean, you can see how much down here, you can see how much they machined off of these things. And they did a mammoth amount of work, and they were producing them 17 per day by the time the war ended. And the French were making, if they were making one a week, you were lucky. The Dodge brothers were doing 17 per day. So it's one of those cases where mass production definitely worked, and and again, a lot of the stuff never made it over. At the end of the war, this was also another one of those early. It was a GOCO, a government-owned contractor operated. The government paid for the plant, the government paid for the machining, and Dodge operated it. When the war was over, the government kept the plant for a brief period of time, and then they realized they didn't need it anymore. They took all the equipment out of it, shipped it down to the Rock Island Arsenal, and they tore the plant down and gave the land back to Dodge. So, well, again, Willow Run, when the war was over, they auctioned it off. Ford didn't want it. So gun tubes, another place. We talked about a little bit about the arsenal system. The government had 4 arsenals capable of manufacturing gun tubes, and we expanded that to 19. And one of them was here in Detroit, Chalkus Manufacturing Company. It was another government-owned contractor-operated facility. And then after the war, they went back to the arsenal system, which I think is funny because actually gun tubes are one of the few things that are still built under the arsenal system today. They're not actually farmed out to private manufacturers. They're done in an arsenal. Rock Island is one of the primary manufacturers to this day. So one of the things that's very important, everybody knows the song? Any Army guys here want to sing? So we talked about the recuperator, we talked about the increased rate of fire, the increased accuracy. Caissons are what carried the ammunition. So caissons become a very important thing. And this is actually one of the places where the auto industry is like, well, These things, they're a box and an axle, and this is very similar to car parts. So it was a very natural transition. Why caissons mattered, said artillery consumption. So here's one of those here's useless trivia 101 again. Previously, each gun had one caisson and shared a second one. Once you introduced the recuperator and rapid firing artillery, each gun required 3 caissons. So now every gun had 4 vehicles and plus a horse team or a tractor to pull them. So you can think your artillery train starts getting longer and longer, and your logistics tail gets longer and longer. The French actually reduced the size of their core artillery because they realized that you could do the same amount of fire or more with fewer guns. So typical German corps had 144 guns. The French had 92 guns per corps, but they still were able to produce a higher rate and more accurate fire. One of the major manufacturers of caissons and limbers is the American Car and Foundry Company here in Detroit. You can see there they all are, all lined up waiting to be delivered. Most of them never left the country. Here again you can see women war workers. I always like to point out that the camouflage. This is right from the American Car and Foundry propaganda booklet they did after the war. Those are the actual colors, and you can see the paint jobs are very consistent. So this was not just some kind of helter-skelter kind of thing. They're very consistent. And at one point in time, the American Car and Foundry storage lot was actually the largest artillery park in the United States. There was more artillery caissons and equipment sitting in the American Car and Foundry property in Detroit than there was on a military installations in the country. Because again, transportation backlog was a huge factor. So some of the automotive companies that produce stuff, the American Car and Foundry Company, they made the 75mm caissons. Dodge Brothers of Detroit made the shot trucks and rammer trucks, howitzer windlasses, all the things you need to load big guns. Ford Motor Company made 4.7-inch gun caissons. There's actually a picture of one of the Ford-built 4.7 caissons at the Henry Ford Museum, and I have a suspicion it was one of the things they auctioned off in the early 80s when they got rid of Jeep number 1, because it's not there anymore. Maxwell Motors made 155 limbers. The Studebaker, which was primarily from South Bend, Indiana, but at that time still had a Detroit facility, also made the 4.7 gun carriages. They made 3 per day for 380 total. We also made a lot of projectiles. You have to remember that the automotive industry, to support it, you had a lot of casting capability, you had a lot of machining capability. So you had a lot of companies here that had the ability to cast iron, to do final machining on it. I know that like GM made some rounds, and if anybody's familiar with an artillery round, you've got a cast iron body and it's got the bronze driving bands that seal it to the gun tube and bite into the rifling and make it spin. I know that the General Motors or United Motors at that time had tremendous problems with getting the bronze driving bands to fit properly, and so there was a tremendous learning curve. Most of the rounds were not filled with explosive here; they were just raw. There was a Center Powder Company was actually making explosives in Michigan, but most of the rounds left the state as just empty casings would be filled later. I think it was Edgewood Arsenal was over in the East Coast is where most of the rounds were filled before they went overseas. So this is like a laundry list of lost car companies. Haroon Motor Car Company, Ireland Matthews, Jackson Munitions Company, Page, which later became Graham Page, Maxwell Motor, Michigan Stamping, Muller Motor, Sparks and Whittington. Sparks and Whittington made a ton of stuff. And they made a ton of stuff in the Second World War as well. Studebaker, U.S. Radiator, Wilson Foundry. So I mean, we made a ton of ammunition in all different kinds. The total production of ammunition in this country was about 3.5 million rounds. So one of the places where we were definitely ahead of the curve was in the automotive world. And I was told this poem actually originated with ambulance drivers, but I don't know. It pops up quite frequently. So definitely one of the places where Ford really shined was the production of ambulances. King Motors made ambulances, Buick made ambulances, Packard made ambulances, Cadillac made ambulances, but the one that most people remember is the Ford. Walt Disney drove one when he was in the American Ambulance Volunteers. Hemingway drove one. So we were definitely ahead of the curve in motor vehicles. We dabbled. The first real inquiry into motor vehicles for the military came around 1904, and there was some people at West Point did a study. 1914, the Society of Automotive Engineers sat down with the government and started talking about coming up with standardization for military vehicles. And then, the punitive expedition in Mexico, Pershing had the Cadillac that he really liked, and was chasing Pancho Villa around in the desert, and some Cadillacs and some Dodges. So they proved that there was a functionality. 1904 was really the first documented official study, but then it wasn't really until 1912 that they really started looking at it. So one of the things that and this predates the American entry into the war, is the Liberty truck. The Society of Automotive Engineers is created, we're at 1911, I believe. Howard Coffin, who was vice president of Hudson Motor Car Company, was a huge driver behind the SAE, and he was a huge proponent of standardization across the board. He believed it would be easier for the car companies to survive if they settled on common sizes. I believe the early car companies had like 800 different kinds of lock washer, and so they're like, that's kind of silly. But the SAE and the Army really began sitting down and talking about military vehicles seriously around 1914. And one of the things that they wanted to avoid was having the government go out and buy a Cadillac or buy a Chevrolet or buy a Buick. They wanted them to buy an Army truck. And they were still thinking in the lines of the depot and arsenal system. So they're like, okay, we design a truck that has the same axle, same engine, same frame, same body, and we can go out to and bid to the automotive world and say, we need 200 axles. And they would build the axles, they would deliver them to the depot, and then the depot would take all the parts and build a truck. It sounded like a good idea, but it didn't work as well as it. But they came up with two designs, Standard A and Standard B. They were good trucks. They actually did what they were supposed to do. It was some early four-wheel drive. The Standard B, these actually did make it over into the theater of operations. But 3 to 5 ton, and they built 9,500 by 15 different manufacturers. 7,500 actually made it overseas. I love the Liberty 4-speed transmission with 52 horsepower with a 15 mile per hour top speed. It's a rocket, and it looks kind of like a Conestoga wagon, but they worked. And the Army was using these up until the 30s. They were rebuilding them and upgrading them, and you still see it. You still saw them. In fact, there's pictures of the 1936 maneuvers here in Allegan County in Michigan, and you can see some Liberty trucks in the background. So Michigan companies that were involved in the production of the Standard A and Standard Bs, Republic, Denby, Thomas & Thomas, Packard, Timken Axle making axles, Russell Axle, Hinckley Motors, Continental Motor Division made the engines. There was recently a Liberty up for sale, had a Continental in it. Were you trying to buy that one?
No, but we'd like to find out about it.
I know. It was,
Said it's down in Michigan.
I wanted to buy it. You know.
We need one in Michigan.
The boss said no. McCord Manufacturing, you know, Covert Gear. So there's a ton of them. But meanwhile, in the real world, you know, everybody's wondering, like, this is really a cool concept. We're going to make these standardized vehicles. You know, they're running around trying to come up with this great idea and solve all the world's problems. But then we go back to the original problem. You have all these different procurement entities out there running around trying to buy stuff for the war effort. And it was a mess. So by the end of the first year of Operation France, the U.S. Army had over 200 makes of vehicles in service, both domestic and foreign, captured enemy vehicles, whatever you could get your hands on, which it really isn't much different. You know, I know from personal experience that you leave something unattended for 10 minutes in a war zone, and somebody's able to come along and take it. So I spent 6 months chasing missing Humvees around. So it still goes on. So the United States goes to the war in 1917. We had 3,039 trucks, 437 automobiles, 670 motorcycles, 12 tractors. 18 months later, we had 85,000 trucks alone. That's not even counting all the other stuff. And civilian production never stopped. In fact, this was the War Industries Board, and they fought with the auto industry. And the auto industry was like, no, people are still buying cars. All these war workers that are making all this money, they want cars. We're going to make cars because we're selling them. And you know, the War Industries Board kept trying to shut off the steel supply to them and ration it. And then the auto companies just hoarded it and hid it from them. And then they tried to shut off the railroads so they couldn't get the stuff delivered. And yeah. You know, everybody says, oh, everybody works together in time of war. No. You know, World War II, World War II, Japan attacks on December 7th and December 8th, you know, tanks are rolling out the back end of the factories, and now there was strikes, there was black market, there was profiteering, there was all kinds of crazy stuff going on. You just don't talk about it. But there was a lot of craziness that went on here. So the United States was involved in World War I for just about 18 months. We really never switched to full war production. And we didn't really start any war production until war was actually declared. And most of the products either arrived too late or never arrived in theater. There's a lot of people that talk about, you know, the war profiteers or war hogs or merchants of death, and all of the, you know, how corrupt everybody was. And one of the things you really have to remember is that most of this stuff was intended to arrive in theater for the spring offensive in 1919. We were sending troops over and putting them into combat with French and British equipment, and the big push was going to be in the spring of 1919. Summer of 1918, the Germans launched a major offensive. They were winning. I mean, there was no sign that the Germans were going to, but then there's the mammoth economic collapse in Germany and what's commonly referred to as the October Revolution. And the German economy collapses and the German government collapses. And again, that whole nother lecture, this is why, you know, the German army is in the field, is winning. And that's the whole stab in the back theory comes out of all this stuff. But that's the reason why most of this stuff never made it, because the Germans collapsed from within unexpectedly. We were not expecting it. And the war ends and the contracts are terminated and everybody comes back home. So that's really kind of what happened. We got time for one more short one, right? Yeah. Okay, so anybody here know the Austin Motor Car Company? You know this story? It's a cool story. I like this story. So Herbert Austin creates the Austin Motor Car Company in England in 1905. You know Austin Mini, those cute little cars from the 60s. So the Austin Motor Car Company is created in 1905. In 1914, the company had 2,500 employees, but by 1918, it had 22,000 employees, many of which were women. And their factory had a dormitory, and you can't put women and men in a dormitory together. That would be just disgraceful. So they needed some place for all these employees to live. But the Austin Motor Car Company, it was out in the middle of nowhere. There was no town nearby. You have to picture England in 1918. You're at war, 1917, 1960. You're at war. You've been at war for 2, 3, 4 years. Raw materials are at a premium. Fuel is at a premium. They're running on fumes. I mean, the British and the French were both on the verge of collapse. So you had limited transportation. So they needed something that was close to the plant. So on 16 November 1916, they bought 120 acres of farmland, and they decided they were going to build temporary housing. But all the wood in England has been appropriated for the war. What do you got nothing. So they came here to Bay City, Michigan. Anybody familiar with the Aladdin Manufactured Home Company? You used to be able to buy them out of the Sears catalog. Remember Sears?
Remember catalogs?
Yeah, catalogs, exactly. I bet you probably get one on Amazon now. But total cost of the was $115,000, and they ordered an entire town. And they were shipped across. There was actually 2 shipments from the history I read. One of them was sunk, so there's down at the bottom of the ocean somewhere in the North Atlantic, there's an entire town in the hold of a ship. But the one made it across. And in November 1917, the houses had been erected and were occupied by the Austin workers. So that's the floor plan. This was the house they bought. It's not big, not by any standard, but actually, by European standards, this is pretty good. This is a pretty good house. Nothing fancy. And there's the Austin Village. There's a picture of it. That was the layout of it. See the railhead and then the town, 4 little squares. That's what the houses looked like. And they're still there. So in the middle of the English countryside, there's a town that was built here in Bay City, Michigan. And it's still there. I believe the entire town is still, I believe I read that one house burned down somewhere in the last 100 years. But it's a historic, they're very proud of their little town. They have a really cool book that they wrote about it. And I'm in the process of writing my master's paper on this topic. So after October, this presentation will probably change based on the outcome of that paper. All right.
The celebration of America's 250th birthday continues right here at Rotary Park. Hello, Livonia. This is Mayor Maureen Miller-Brosnan, and after joining us at Livonia City Hall on July 8th at 5:30 p.m. for our community celebration, we invite you to keep the party going. And then on Saturday, July the 11th, from 5 to 9, head on over to Rotary Park for the Livonia Parks and Recreation America's 250th birthday party. This is a pre-event, and it is filled with family fun, live entertainment. You're going to find food trucks and activities for all ages. Kids can enjoy face painting, bounce houses, and a special performance by Beverly, the music lady, from 5 to 6:30 p.m. And then from 7 to 9 p.m., Cast Iron Cornbread is going to provide live music before the evening concludes with a free outdoor showing of the classic film 1776. It is a great opportunity to come together with friends and family and neighbors as we celebrate our nation's history and the community that makes Livonia special. You can see details for both the July 8th celebration and at City Hall and the July 11th event here at Rotary Park on Facebook or by visiting our community calendar. We really hope to see you at both of these celebrations as Livonia joins communities all across our country in honoring America's 250th birthday.
Mrs. So what are you doing?
I'm working on programming. Summer reading is just around the corner, and I'm going to be ready. Oh, that's probably fine. That is not fine.
Penelope Rex, said Mrs. Noodleman, we don't eat our classmates. Please spit them out at once.
I have made a Jurassic mistake. If you want another fun adventure, sign up for the Summer Reading Challenge. Unearth a story this summer at the library. Use your summer reading log to keep track of all your reading. Earn a reading badge for each hour you read or listen. Earn an activity badge for completing activities like attending a library event. We have a lot of fun events. Doing the scavenger hunt or telling the librarians a joke. Earn a free choice sticker for either reading, listening, or doing another activity. Collect 6 stickers by July 31st and you'll earn a free book, a certificate, and an entry into our grand prize raffle. Don't forget to register, it's super easy. Register online beginning June 1st. And if you have any questions, we can help you sign up at the library. Remember, no dinosaurs or librarians were harmed in the making of this video.
What to expect when you're expecting a teenager.
Hey guys, today we're talking about how to wake up your teen, and this works literally every time.
Give kisses. Give kisses. Look. Give kisses. Give kisses. You heard how loud that was.
I know,
sleep through that.
I heard. It wasn't you.
Yeah.
It was the...
Is that bacon?
You don't have to know it all to be a perfect parent. thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same.
Bacon.
You have to have gloves on. You have to have the clothes on. You got to have a face mask on and a headpiece. It's an unsafe process. You're reaching into heat that's 2,000 degrees. The smoke will just kill you. I mean, it's just barreling out black. It's dangerous. It's very, very hazardous. It's worse than smoking. I'd say it's worse than smoking. It's a dance. It's the Ratu dance. It's almost like a primitive, exciting thing. We just keep going back, you know. I raku just about every Sunday faithfully. It's my, it's my, I better not say that, it's my religion. My name is Barb Gibson, and I work in ceramics. We're on 6 Mile in Livonia. This is my home, and this is where my studio is, in the basement. And I have loved Livonia all these years. I do. an amazing material because it responds to your touch. For me, I'm a process person, and I love a lot of process, and this gives it to me. Painting, for me, was too cerebral, so I didn't like painting. It's just a brush. I don't mean just a brush, but you have to know what to do with the brush. But it wasn't enough activity for me. So clay did that for me. It's constantly in a state of flux. It's wet, it's dry, it's bisqued, it's hard, it's an amazing material. These are different glazes. These are speckle glazes, and so I can go in there and later on when I want to use these, I can put them in and I can paint and go, oh, I don't like that color with that. When it comes out green, I go, oh man, I hate this glaze. It's not that I hate the color. It's usually that I don't like it on clay for some reason, or it keeps coming out of the raku kiln green even if I put red on it, and I go, what is this? So it shows lack of control in what I'm doing with this particular glaze. I make what I call fine art, funky art, just different things that I'm interested in because I get tired of making the same dishes and pots. It's not as fun as designing and saying, oh, this will fit in this and this. The last couple of years I've been working in bones, and everybody, a lot of times freaks out about that, but I laugh and say that's my contribution to recycling. Bones are beautiful. For me, it's like seeing, I love a building before they put the skin on it. I love the skeleton structure of the building before they cover it all up, It's beautiful, and you can see it all. And that's the same thing with a lot of pieces that I work in. Having art as a part of my life has been probably the best therapy I could ever ask for. When I was first married and we lived in Dearborn Heights, I had a neighbor who was in hobby ceramics, and that's what drew me to clay in the end. But in the beginning, I worked in hobby ceramics, and I have to say, I loved it. I pursued it at an incredible rate. And then I went to work for the companies. I went to work for Mako, and I flew around and taught teachers techniques that I developed and worked in underglazes and glazes. And hobby ceramics was gigantic, and so was the industry, the glaze industry. But these are different glazes. These are speckle glazes, and so I can go in there and go, oh yeah, that's the one I want. And then I need a pink underglaze or a deeper one to go with this, just for decision making. After a while, clay became I became so obsessed with it, and I thought, oh, I don't want to do hobby ceramics anymore. I want to learn how to throw. I want to learn how to throw on a wheel. The rhythm of throwing satisfied me because it was like centering yourself. Because you would sit over that wheel, and as you felt the forms grow, it was like coming right out of your fingertips. I loved throwing. It was exciting. But after a while, I found that it didn't satisfy me anymore. And so I thought, oh, I think I'm going to go to school and learn, really get a degree in clay. And the chemistry of the glazes I didn't know. I knew how to mix the stuff, but I didn't know what they were and what they were about. So I said, I'm just going to go get the degree. But easier said than done. I had to, before I could get into University of Michigan, I had to have a high grade point average. And so I went to Schoolcraft College, which I loved, and I spent 3 years there. You don't go to Michigan and just learn clay. You have to know fine arts, and so my degree is in fine arts. The temperature is hotter and the numbers aren't negative anymore. They're just cone 4 is lower than a 5. Well, if you want it to be slip, you just add more water. Okay. So I have a bachelor's in fine arts from U of M and a master's in fine arts from U of M. So that was 7 years, and I loved it. I learned how to do many things in clay and firings. I couldn't do raku here at my house. I could, but it would require a tremendous amount because it makes a lot of smoke and and I had to. So now I do it at a guild that I belong to, and they have all that stuff, and I really love that. Potter's Guild, which is a tremendous place. Guilds are all over, and it's a place where students come in, and people who don't want to invest in kilns and in large areas, and they just want to come and work when they want to work. So grouping together like that is nice too. So you have the members who keep the guild running and doing things, and then bring teachers in to teach. This is the glaze room where people come and they wax the bottoms of the pot so they don't stick to the kiln shelves. And all this area here, they get the glaze out, they roll it out, and they stir it up, and they dip their pieces. Here they bring it, and it's a drying room. This is where they keep all this stuff in while they're working on it. If I make a pot and then I want to glaze it, I can come over here and look at this line up here would be the original. And then as you go down, this is mixed with whatever this glaze is, and it goes all the way across. And this is mixed with another one, and it just goes all the way back and forth. I think the biggest value is for new students coming in, they get to see other people working, and that encourages them, and we all learn from each other. They call everything potting, but it's not. Or if you're a potter, you just throw. That's not true. You can sag the piece into a mold, into a plaster mold, and do it that way. You can lay it over the top of something. There's a lot of ways to hand build. And there's so many kinds of clay. There's so many. There's so many types of clay bodies. There's raku clay body. There's heavily grogged, there's brown, there's white clays, there's porcelain clays, and different parts of the country have different clays. I think the different types of firings and the different types of kilns are extremely interesting. Like most gas kilns we use for, we can use them for oxidation, but we use them for reduction too. And then there's raku firings. The raku is a Japanese method of firing. You have to have protection, and so you have gloves, and you have a coat, and you have a face mask, and you take the pot out of the kiln and put it in a garbage can filled with strips of paper. Sometimes we use leaves, sometimes we use different materials, combustible materials, to make it catch fire, and reduction occurs, and it brings out the metallics and the glazes, and it's very interesting.
Well, we're creating an atmosphere where we're going to starve the pot with no oxygen. So to do that, you know, we'll put it in, close the lid so it smokes. And the pot's looking for oxygen, you know. If I took that same glaze and put it in an electric kiln and didn't put it in reduction anywhere, it would be just glossy glaze.
The goal of this one is that it'll turn out kind of white. It's like an off-white ivory with like a purple-pink blush. But of course I've just been informed that what I asked for and what I got are totally different things, which is much like life in general.
In a moment.
It's quite this windy.
This one turned out, let me see, green!
I love
of
that
our
piece.
Well, I guess I got a little blush.
We don't
We
like
both
green.
really like it a lot.
This is raku. The thermal shock of the clay, pulling it out of a red hot kiln and putting it in a pit in a garbage can, you get a lot of cracking. I decided one day, well, I'm not going to pitch all my stuff just because it's got a crack. I'm going to fix it. So I use hot glue gun, and I put the design all the way down the crack, and then I put gold leaf over the top and feather it off. You know, I always say when people get preconceived ideas of things in clay, it's probably not a good idea, because the clay coming out of the kiln, if you glaze it different, you know, me and you and Nate can put on green, a green glaze, and when it comes out, we got, you know, he'll love it and I'll hate it, and you know, and we all put it on different. A little heavier, a little, and it depends on what it's in. If it's in reduction or oxidation, and all kinds of stuff like that, has a real profound effect on it. So when people get their pieces out of the kiln, they go, "Oh, I hate that. That's not what I wanted." And so I always tell my students, don't do that. Just accept what comes out of the kiln until you can control it, you know. But don't say, "Oh, I hate this. It's not what I wanted." We get too caught up in all this stuff has to be perfect, and you know, all this. Well, what is real art? I mean, it gets so philosophical and so tied down with. I think it's for me. I like to see people grow and break out of their the mold, and get on with other things, you know. Some will call it art, some will call it junk, some will call it, you know, oh, you know, it doesn't need that, it doesn't need this. People have to consider the value of it. What can I do with this? And you don't have to do anything with it. It's just, you just have to look at it, you know, it's just there to look at, just like a piece of art. Clay is an amazing material. You can make it as complicated as you want, and you can make it as simple as you want. And that's why it is so intriguing to so many people. It's an amazing material. The end.
Did you know that 4 out of 5 car seats are installed or used incorrectly? Even the most attentive parents and caregivers can unknowingly make mistakes that could endanger your child. Hello, Livonia. I'm Mayor Maureen Miller-Brosnan, and I'm inviting you to our first ever Community Car Seat Safety Check Day on Thursday, July 16th from 1 to 4 p.m. right here at the Livonia Fire Station 3 on 7 Mile Road. Our firefighters, our police officers, and our certified child passenger safety technicians are going to be on hand to inspect car seats. They're going to answer your questions and help make sure that your child is riding as safely as possible. The event is completely free, and a limited number of free car seats will be available for qualifying families. So bring your child if you can. Enjoy a family-friendly day full of activities. Appointments are recommended, but drive-ins are welcome. So visit the link below to reserve your spot. We hope to see you there as we work together to keep Livonia's children safe.
The City of Livonia has a brush and branch chipper service. Brush and branches fall into 2 categories. The first category is brush and branches that are 4 feet or less. This service begins the last week of March and runs through the 2nd week in December. Brush and branches that are 4 feet or less should be disposed of as yard waste on your regular trash collection day to be picked up by priority waste. Tie everything into bundles of 50 pounds or less. Up to 5 bundles per week may be placed out for disposal. Brush or branches may also be cut up and disposed of in paper compost bags or trash cans marked with a yard waste sticker. The second category of the brush and branch chipper service is brush and branches over 4 feet. This service begins the last week of March, but ends the 1st week in October. Brush branches and limbs longer than 4 feet in length and up to 4 inches in diameter should be stacked with the cut ends facing the street. Please do not place stumps, logs, vines, or roots out for disposal. From April through Memorial Weekend, crews will circulate through each residential neighborhood approximately every 15 working days. From Memorial Weekend through the beginning of October, service is request only. Request only service starts on the Tuesday following Memorial Day running through the 1st Friday of October. You can submit a request for service on the city website or call 734-466-2655. There is also a wood waste disposal drop-off site available on Glendale Avenue. This site is free to residents and accepts brush, branches, limbs, logs, roots, stumps, and vines. For all questions regarding the brush and branch chipper service and disposal services, you can again visit the city website or contact Public Works at 734-466-2655.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. We are very excited to formally celebrate the grand opening of the Capitol Girl Hill in Livonia. We knew this intersection was a very engine driver, literally, for economic development in our community. We got so much stuff going up and down. To you and your team, we're grateful for you investing here. Reed's got a long history being in this area. He ran the On the Border at 8 Mile and Haggerty for a while, and he went on to do the Capitol Girl in Troy before coming here to become managing partner. So we wish you all the best to the team. And I'll turn it over to Mayor Maureen Miller-Brosnan for her words of welcome on behalf of the city.
Thanks, Dan, I appreciate it. So Reed, on behalf of all of Livonia, all of our 96,000 residents, 4,000 businesses that we have here, we know that you are going to be a successful venture here in our community. You're already the talk of the town. You had many of us here last week for dinners, and we got a chance to experience not just your hospitality and the awesome food, but clearly understood that if you want to come and make really important memories, this is where you come. This is a special place. Your staff is exceptionally well trained. We were here while there were layers of staff in training. Behind every one trainer, there were 2 people that were learning the art and the craft. And just the hospitality just oozed from every pore of this building. And so I think our residents are really looking forward to the opportunity to join you and coming here, creating some of their family memories and enjoying some really good food and a great top-notch dining experience. So welcome to Livonia.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
There we go.
Hi everyone, I'm Paige, and this is another episode of Library Bites. Let's get to today's question. I just learned that the Livonia Public Library has a seed library. How does it work? Great question. The Livonia Public Library offers free seed packets to anyone with a library card. We have a variety of flower, food, and herb seeds for you to grow. Here's how it works. Stop by the Seed Library cabinet on the 2nd floor of the Bennett Civic Center Library and choose up to 5 seed packets each month per household. You can check them out using a paper form or simply scan the QR code to fill out a quick online form. Then plant your seeds and watch your garden grow. When your plants produce new seed, harvest, clean, and dry them if you can. We welcome these donations back to the Seed Library so others can enjoy them too. We welcome seed donations from plants grown outside of the Seed Library as well, as long as they are heirloom, non-GMO, and non-hybrid seeds. Just drop your checkout forms and seed donations into the Seed Library mailbox. It's that easy. Free seeds, beautiful gardens, and a community that grows together. That's it for this episode of Library Bites. Got more questions? Drop them in the comments or stop by. We love showing off our library.
For decades, volunteers have helped make Livonia a stronger, more connected community. Now, we're excited to reintroduce the Livonia Office of Volunteer Energy. This is a renewed effort to connect residents with meaningful opportunities to serve, to support your neighbors, and to make a difference.
Whether you're interested in helping at city events, assisting community programs, or joining our community emergency response team, or volunteering with local nonprofit organization, there's a place for you in our growing network.
You know, Livonia's had volunteerism since we were founded in 1835 as a township, and our first volunteer office of the Livonia Office of Volunteer Energies was in the early 1970s. We continue to look to the future of volunteerism. We need your help. Livonia says there's room for you as a volunteer.
You know, nobody says it better than Bill Joyner. He's been involved with us from the very beginning on this project, so I love the chance that we're getting to bring you back here, Bill. We are ready to get everybody involved, so we want you to head on over to livonia.gov 1934 and complete the Become a Volunteer form. Together, we can turn compassion into action and keep Livonia strong and connected and full of that energy that you envisioned years and years ago.
And with 94,000 people living in Livonia, we certainly are looking forward to finding who you are and working with you.
Hello, this is Cityscape, a regular vodcast featuring people, place, ideas that impact our community. I'm Dan West with the Livonia Westland Chamber of Commerce. Today, we visit Bill Brown Ford, where there are significant projects in the works to expand and modernize its campus to build upon its standing as one of the nation's leading Ford dealerships. Bill Brown Ford has been a staple on Plymouth Road in Livonia since the mid-1950s and has grown into the nation's top-selling dealership of new Ford vehicles for most of this decade. The dealership employs nearly 300 people. Bill Brown started the business in 1914. The Brown family sold the dealership to the Penske Automotive Group in 2024, and the new owner has continued to invest in the operation. Penske purchased the Burton Manor banquet site, raised the building, and developed a secure parking lot for new car inventory. Last year, Bill Brown acquired property across Hubbard for additional new vehicle parking. Work crews are currently renovating and expanding another building behind the new lot on Hubbard to provide 38,000 square feet for a new service center, which is scheduled to open by the end of the summer. Future phases of the comprehensive redevelopment of the Bill Brown campus will produce an expanded parts department, more space for heavy line engine and transmission repairs, additional new car prep and detailing bays, and eventually a new sales center and showroom. And joining us today to discuss these projects is Mark Kaiser, the General Manager of Bill Brown. Mark, thanks for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Can you explain to us what it means to have that new parking? That's the one thing that you drive down Plymouth Road, you saw that the old building was torn, and you guys created a new lot for new cars. What does that mean to the operation?
That lot is going to allow us to provide a better sales experience for our customers. Historically, when a customer would want to come in and test drive a vehicle, they could wait upwards of 40 minutes to have a vehicle here because we had multiple lots throughout Livonia, and we would have to send a porter to go pick up the vehicle, bring it back, and then allow the customer to test drive. Now we have multiple vehicles of every model that we sell here right across the street, and so within a matter of minutes, we have vehicles ready for customers to test drive.
Now, right behind that lot, you guys got use of a building that you're working on right now. Can you talk about what that new service center is going to look like for customers here?
Well, it's going to be a state-of-the-art facility. Unlike anything in Livonia, customers are going to love it. We're going to have 2 service bays that customers can drive in on, a service drive, multiple service advisors, a state-of-the-art, beautiful waiting room for our customers with all the amenities. We're going to have 27 service bays. We're going to increase our service bays by a total of 10 with the new facility here. It's going to be just a wonderful experience for our customers.
And you're going to have some new technology to improve or speed up the process of getting cars repaired there.
Correct. We are going to go with a robot system that we're going to use to actually deliver parts to our technicians. We found that if we can keep our technicians in their service bay, we'll be able to repair cars quicker, more efficiently. So we want them to stay in their bay and not have to walk to the parts department to pick up parts. We're going to use these robots to bring the parts to our technicians.
What moved the Penske Group to make such a significant investment? I mean, this is a lot of money we're talking about with everything you guys got going, current phases, future phases. What drove the Penske Group to make such investments in this property?
When we purchased Bill Brown Ford in July of 2024, we saw the immediate need to improve our customer satisfaction scores. We historically have done a very nice job taking care of our customers and making them happy. Our customers are very loyal, but we always have room for improvement. And so that's the reason why we're making this investment, to improve on our sales experience and to improve on our service experience for our clients.
Will this lead to the creation of new jobs at this site? And if so, what type of skill sets are you looking for?
We're looking to hire service advisors and 10 more service technicians. So the service technicians could be Ford trained, they can be other brand trained, and then we bring them in and then we send them the Ford training, we pair them with Ford Master technicians. So we like to grow our own technicians and to really be able to give the best quality experience for our service customers.
Let's talk about the skilled trades jobs that you guys offer right here. Talk about what would be good for a young person to consider getting one of these technician jobs here at Bill Brown. Why should they pursue a job like that?
Becoming a service technician in this industry can be a very nice career choice for people. It's lucrative, it's fun, it's exciting, it's always evolving, it's always changing, it's never the same. And we have found that technicians, salespeople, service advisors, they really do very well and can really make this a career and not just a job.
Successful ones make north of $100,000 a year, correct?
Absolutely.
In this job. So,
yes, sir.
So, talk about how the industry is evolving when it comes to customer service and improving the experience for people looking to buy a new car. You know, what are some of the terms and how the industry is changing to make it better for customers?
I think there's 2 things that are really changing in our industry, and especially here at Bill Brown Ford. Number one is technology. These Ford, it's the #1 brand being sold in America today. And I believe it's because of the technology that Ford puts into our vehicles. Customers love it. There's more bells and whistles on these vehicles than there ever has been. And the other one is efficiency. It's important for a dealership to look at all aspects of our business as it pertains to our customers. So in being more efficient on our sales process, Customers don't want to come in and spend a full day buying a vehicle. And the same thing on the service side of our business. They don't want to wait 8 hours to get an oil change, a tire rotation, or an alignment. So being more efficient, bringing in tools and people and processes to improve the cycle time for these types of repairs and the sales process really adds to customer loyalty.
So, well, Mark, I thank you for your time, finding some time for us. We look forward to all the stuff. I mean, you look at the full campus right here, and it's going to look really impressive here in a couple of years, and we look forward to the project coming to fruition.
Well, thank you very much.
So that's all we have for this edition of Cityscape. We thank you for finding time to watch us today, and we'll catch you again next time.
Hi, my name is Todd Zielinczyk, the city engineer for Livonia. You probably heard fix the damn roads, but you're wondering when the damn roads are going to open up. Well, welcome to construction season 2026. We have a very busy and aggressive schedule. Behind me, you'll see Newburgh Road at Ann Arbor Road. That'll hopefully be open up mid-June. We're bringing some well-needed relief to our residents and motorists in the area. This project that's under MDOT's jurisdiction involves $20 million worth of improvements, including the replacement of the Hines Roads Bridge overpass and the Middle Rouge River Bridge just west of that location. They will be improving the intersection at Ann Arbor Road at Newburgh with a new traffic signal, along with street lighting from the corridor between Newburgh Road and Plymouth Road, and a traffic signal at the intersection at Plymouth and Ann Arbor Road at Marketplace, just west of Marketplace. This road will be opening up mid-June. In addition to that, the City of Livonia is handling a $3.8 million reconstruction project on Newburgh Road where MDOT has left off. That includes from Ann Arbor Trail to Plymouth Road. Mark Anthony Contracting will perform concrete removal replacement, guardrail replacement, and traffic signal modernization on 0.47 mile stretch of Newburgh Road. Newburgh Road between Plymouth Road and Ann Arbor Trail will be reduced to one lane in each direction, with the motorists traveling on the southbound side of Newburgh Road, which began on March 30th. The traffic to eastbound Ann Arbor Trail and eastbound Ann Arbor Road will be closed. Motorists will need to follow detour signage to access Ann Arbor Trail east of Newburgh Road. The closure will last approximately 10 weeks. Then traffic will shift to the northbound side of Newburgh Road traveled lanes. Motorists are urged to find alternate routes to avoid this area. The project is anticipated to be completed by mid-September. Our concrete road construction contractor, Hard Rock Concrete, has started from the south side of the city, moving west and then north over the next 5 months to complete 17 street segments, totaling $5 million of work under the contract 26C. So far, he's completed Sunbury, Brentwood, Buckingham, Fremont, and is working on Parkdale and continuing through the next 12 segments of streets. Hard Rock also is completing road maintenance street segments, contract 26J, to replace selective slabs of deteriorated concrete roadways at 19 miscellaneous locations and at 6 street segments. The work for the concrete patching throughout the city is in the amount of $1.5 million. The asphalt repair program is set to rehabilitate 18 street segments with Nagel paving in the amount of $3.8 million. You can expect work on the first phase of streets between May 4th and July 3rd. A couple notable major streets to be of significance are on Harrison Road between Plymouth and West Chicago, along with Hartel, which is on the north side of Plymouth to the very end. In addition, the second phase of streets will be occurring from July 6th to August 22nd, include Boston Post Road, Priscilla Lane, Standish Avenue, and Wadsworth Avenue, along with Gita Avenue, Gita Court, and Riga Avenue. In addition, they'll be heading further west in Section 31 once hopefully Newburgh Road is opened up at mid-September for Hunters Park, Rosalinda Drive, and then continue on the last street, which would be Myrna, between Hubbard Road and Merriman, once the water main has been completed by the contractor. Please note that Wayne County is also working on other sizable projects throughout the city. The first being on Hagerty Road between 5 and 6 Mile, in which they are concrete patching the southbound lanes, and then will be milling the northbound lanes and placing 2 inches of new hot mix asphalt. In addition, they are currently working on Merriman Road between Plymouth and Joy, of which they are replacing the center turn lane along with the adjacent lanes of concrete patching that are deteriorated, with Florence Cement as their contractor. Additionally, later in the year, we're looking at Inkster Road between West Chicago and Plymouth for them to complete that rehabilitated street segment. Some of the infrastructure improvements that are not being done by the city but by Consumers Energy is on Middle Belt Road between 6 and 7 Mile. There are partial lane closures, so please be aware of this area as backups may occur. Moving on to traffic signal modernization projects. As part of improving our traffic safety in the city of Livonia, there'll be 2 intersections that will be modernized with new traffic signals: 5 Mile at Levan and Newburgh Road at Linden. Rawhorn Electric is the contractor for this project and will be doing intermittent lane closures at these locations throughout the day in order to complete those by mid-July. Moving on to water main replacements in the city of Livonia. We'll be looking at Myrna from Hubbard to Merriman Road, in which Brico Excavating is completing $689,000 of replacements for approximately a half mile of 8-inch water main using high-density polyethylene pipe. Our goal is to have this completed by mid-August, to have NAGO then come complete the street by mid-September for rehabilitation. In addition, Area 11 water main replacement project, which is on westbound Schoolcraft at Merriman Road, along with Merriman Road heading north to Linden, is a $2.7 million project by Murphy Pipeline Contractors. This project started May 4th and will be ongoing till late November. Finally, one of the biggest projects we have that MDOT is doing in the area is the M14 I-96 reconstruction between Newburgh Road and Sheldon Road. This requires traffic to be placed on the south side on the eastbound lanes, 2 lanes each direction, until its completion later this fall. As you can see behind me, the Hines Road Bridge was replaced last year as part of the MDOT $20 million improvement project. We're hopeful that by mid-June, this segment of roadway will be open up for motorists to enjoy. Remember, please slow down so that everyone can go home at night, and appreciate your patience as we look forward to the future rehabilitation of our new roads and traffic signal modernizations in the city of Livonia. If you have any further questions, please contact the engineering department at area code 734-466-2655, and have a safe summer.
Hi, this is Mayor Maureen Miller-Brosnan here, and I'm with Bill Joyner. You know, Livonia is proud to be part of America's 250th anniversary celebration with our Livonia Historical Society. And we invite you to join us on Wednesday, July the 8th at Livonia City Hall for an evening of history and community and hometown pride.
And as America all across the country is celebrating our 250th, Livonia is no different. We've got a picnic at 5:30. We have entertainment from 5:30 to 7. We have over 50 people dressed up in attire from the 1770s. This is a family outing, Mayor. We want people to come together in a show of unity. Livonia is celebrating the 250th anniversary.
Super, super exciting, Bill. This is going to really, like you say, be a chance for us to not just come together, but a chance for us to reflect on our nation's journey as we celebrate the values that continue to bring us together as a community, as neighborhoods, as friends, as families. So bring your family, bring your friends, right? Bring your lawn chairs, and most of all, bring your Livonia spirit.
and dress up to see the mayor dressed up in her 1776 attire.
It's going to be fun. So we want to thank a lot of the organizations that have helped us along the way to make this event possible. We're going to be thanking our Livonia Spree Committee. They're a big part of this, the Rotary AM and the PM group, Alpha USA, the Livonia Lions, the Livonia Civic Chorus, and our Symphony Brass Quintet. So we hope that we get a chance to see you there, celebrating America's 250th birthday, Livonia. Come on in and join us. This is going to be an extra special event, Bill. Thanks for helping bring it.
I look forward to it.
It'll be fun.
Hi, Livonia. I'm the Livonia City Clerk, Lori Miller. No matter how you choose to vote, having a plan makes the process simple and stress-free. Your vote plays a meaningful role in Livonia's future. By preparing before Election Day, checking your polling location, choosing how you want to vote, and understanding the process, having a voting plan can ensure a smooth and confident voting experience. Being prepared with a plan makes sure you know when, where, and how you intend to vote. It reduces the chance of last-minute issues like long lines, schedule conflicts, or uncertainty about your polling location. Here's a quick guide to your voting options and what to expect. Absentee voting. If you prefer to vote from home, absentee voting is a convenient option available to all registered voters. To get started, simply submit an absentee ballot application through the clerk's office. Once your ballot arrives, you can complete it at your convenience and return it by mail, in person, or using a secure drop box. They are located throughout the community, one in front of City Hall and one also inside the lobby of City Hall. If you have already joined our permanent ballot list, your ballot will automatically be mailed to you. If you would like to join Livonia's application list to be mailed an application before each election, please indicate so on your completed application form. Just remember, follow all instructions carefully. Sign the outside of your ballot envelope and return your ballot before the polls close on Election Day. Absentee voting is secure, flexible, and a great way to vote on your schedule. If you would rather vote in person before Election Day, early voting might be right for you. Early voting. Early voting allows you to cast your ballot in person ahead of Election Day at the designated early voting location. Livonia uses a shared early voting site located here at City Hall where the process works just like it would on Election Day. You will check in, complete your ballot, and securely submit it here on site. Early voting hours are 9:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m., 9 consecutive days before all state and federal elections. Early voting ends at 5:30 p.m. the Sunday immediately preceding Election Day. Accessible voting equipment is also available to ensure every voter can participate independently and privately. Your ballot remains private, secure, and protected, and once submitted, it cannot be traced back to you. Early voting is a great option if you want flexibility and the experience of voting in person without waiting until Election Day. Of course, many residents still choose to vote on Election Day itself. Voting on Election Day is a familiar and reliable option for many. The polls open at 7 a.m. and close at 8 p.m. Before heading out, be sure to check your voter information card to confirm your precinct and polling location. Once you arrive, you will be checked in, receive your ballot, and cast your vote using a secure tabulator. Accessible voting equipment is also available to ensure that every voter can participate independently and privately. No matter when you vote, the process is designed to be safe, secure, and straightforward.
For the most accurate and up-to-date information on Election Day, the clerk's office is your trusted source. You may notice some updates to precincts and polling locations in recent years. Precinct consolidation. Livonia has streamlined its voting precincts to make the process more efficient for voters and staff. Precinct numbers and some polling locations may have changed, so it is important to review your voter information card and know where to go before Election Day. You may also visit the interactive precinct map at votelivonia.org. In addition, thanks to a careful review of voter trends, participation, and polling location accessibility, precinct consolidation carried out prior to the 2025 election cycle resulted in significant cost savings for the city. If you vote absentee or early, your process remains the same. These updates are designed to create smoother, more consistent voting experience throughout the city based on voter participation. And once voting is complete, you may start to see the results reported. Unofficial versus final results. After the polls close on Election Day, results are released and updated as they come in from the precincts. These results are accurate, but they are not final. These initial numbers are considered unofficial while election materials continue to be counted, such as absentee ballots at our counting boards, and while election officials complete the necessary processes to ensure accuracy to account for every ballot. Over the next several days, Wayne County conducts the canvass of the election. This is a detailed review to ensure that every eligible vote is included and all ballots are counted correctly. During the canvass, officials verify precinct totals, review absentee and provisional ballots, and make sure all records match before finalizing results. This process takes time because accuracy is the priority. Once that process is complete, results are certified and become official. This is part of the system designed to ensure transparency, accuracy, and trust in every election. Thank you for taking the time to learn about your voting options. No matter which option works best for you, absentee, early, or on Election Day, your vote matters. We are committed to making the process simple, secure, and accessible. If you need guidance or have questions, please contact the clerk's office. We are here to help. And remember, you can always find reliable information at votelivonia.org. Thank you for being an engaged member of our community. Your participation makes a difference.
Do you have what it takes to serve, protect, and leave a lasting impact on your community? At the Livonia Police Department, we don't just wear the badge, we embody it. We're more than officers, we're leaders, guardians, and the heartbeat of the community we serve. Every day we build trust, forge connections, and stand as the shield between chaos and order. Whether we're leading community events, mentoring the next generation through school programs, or partnering with local leaders, our mission is clear. Keep Livonia safe, united, and thriving. We don't settle for mediocrity, we demand excellence. With cutting-edge training and dynamic career paths, we prepare you to take on any challenge. From elite units like SWAT, Mobile Field Force, Honor Guard, hostage negotiators, and K-9, to advancing as a detective or serving on specialized task force, the Livonia Police Department is where ambition meets opportunity. Our officers are guardians, trained to protect the public and navigate the toughest situations, and when the public needs protection, we stand as warriors. Join a department that invests in your future. We offer top-tier benefits, six-figure earning potential with bonuses and overtime, and a 12-hour shift schedule for unmatched flexibility. And we'll help you rise even higher with free college tuition all the way up to and including a master's degree. With a rock-solid pension plan and endless opportunities for growth, the Livonia Police Department offers more than a career, it's a legacy. At the Livonia Police Department, this isn't just a job, it's a call to action. It's about protecting what matters, building a future, and being part of something greater than yourself. Are you ready to rise to the challenge? Join the Livonia Police Department today. Visit livoniapd.com to start your journey.
If you have turned on your tap recently and have noticed your water is discolored, do not panic. This can happen when sediment like iron or manganese is stirred up, often due to a nearby water main break or hydrant usage. While it may look unusual, the water is safe to use. If you are concerned, you may boil it for 10 minutes. Just avoid running hot water or washing clothes until it clears, as staining can occur. Once repairs are complete, clearing your water can be simple. Run cold water from the faucet closest to your water meter for about 30 seconds. If it is still discolored, wait about another 30 minutes to an hour and try this process again. Before using other faucets, let them run briefly to flush out any remaining sediment. When a water main break is confirmed, the city notifies nearby residents and businesses with door hangers or in-person notifications. Most repairs are completed within 3 to 6 hours, and crews work to keep water safe during and after repairs. If you notice bubbling water, low pressure, or discoloration, please report it right away through See-Click-Fix or by contacting the Livonia Department of Public Works. Thank you for your patience, Livonia, while our crews are hard at work.
The celebration of America's 250th birthday continues right here at Rotary Park. Hello, Livonia. This is Mayor Maureen Miller-Brosnan, and after joining us at Livonia City Hall on July 8th at 5:30 p.m. for our community celebration, we invite you to keep the party going. And then on Saturday, July the 11th, from 5 to 9, head on over to Rotary Park for the Livonia Parks and Recreation America's 250th birthday party. This is a free event, and it is filled with family fun, live entertainment. You're going to find food trucks and activities for all ages. Kids can enjoy face painting, bounce houses, and a special performance by Beverly, the music lady, from 5 to 6:30 p.m. And then from 7 to 9 p.m., Cast Iron Cornbread is going to provide live music before the evening concludes with a free outdoor showing of the classic film 1776. It is a great opportunity to come together with friends and family and neighbors as we celebrate our nation's history and the community that makes Livonia special. You can see details for both the July 8th celebration and at City Hall and the July 11th event here at Rotary Park on Facebook or by visiting our community calendar. We really hope to see you at both of these celebrations as Livonia joins communities all across our country in honoring America's 250th birthday.
Donating pet food can keep families together. Pets and people belong together. Learn more at petsandpeopletogether.org.
For the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Council Vice President Patrick Brockway.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome to the 2043rd regular meeting of Livonia City Council. This is a voting meeting. Minutes of this meeting will be approved at the next regular meeting scheduled to be held on Monday, July 13th. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Vice President Brockway.
Here.
Councilmember McCullough.
Here.
Councilmember McDonald.
Here.
Councilmember Budzinski.
Here.
Councilmember Persicone.
Here.
President Reed.
Here. We have 6 members present. Councilwoman Tashnik is in Alaska. All right, I will now entertain a motion for the minutes from the regular meeting of the City Council held on June 1st, 2026.
So move. Second.
Motion by McCullough, support by Brockway. Any comments from council? Any comments from the audience? Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Vice President Brockway.
Aye.
Councilmember McCullough.
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald.
Yes.
Councilmember Budzinski.
Aye.
Councilmember Persicone.
Aye.
President Reed.
Aye, and the minutes pass 6-0. We will now move on to audience communication. The council has set aside 30 minutes for audience communication for items that are not on the agenda. You will have 3 minutes. You can come on down to... No, we just line up right at the podiums. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Good evening.
Good evening, everyone.
Name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, I'll try. My name is May Saba, and I'm a resident, of course, in Livonia. And I first want to thank you for all what you do for the city. And I have a problem with Easy Fiber. The other day, someone knocks at my door and say, I'm from Easy Fiber. We're going to start working on the public side of my sidewalk that belongs to the city and myself. And they said, oh, we're going to start digging there and so forth. I said, who gave you permission? They said the city of Livonia. You can ask them. So I was really bummed about that because they're going to make, I don't want their service. I don't want them to make holes even in the public side. So I called the city. I spoke to the engineer. She said, oh, we only give permits and we don't do anything else, if I remember correctly. And then it's up to the vendor, whoever it is. But that's a problem because if I didn't call or I didn't answer the door, they wouldn't have told me. They would have dug everything outside. And I was reading so many complaints about them and how they damaged the property. And then I called, the engineer told me somebody in the state. I called the state, they told me no. Called the FTC, I filed a complaint with the FTC. Even the company, the guy who gave me this, doesn't have the number, the correct address for the company, nothing of that sort, and only like his number. And then they also referred me to call the Attorney General in Michigan. So I'm going to do that, but first I need the address of the company so I can file the complaint online. This is not acceptable in my book. And I don't want them to be digging I don't need their service. I don't want them to digging. And I think there should be a mechanism, a process for you, the city, to tell the residents that something like this is going to happen in the city. It shouldn't be, and nowadays you don't open doors, you don't do this for safety measures. So we have to be very careful, and we have to have a process in place for better communication with us, the residents. So that's my major one, but I have others, but it's okay.
Thank you. Mr. Zlinczyk, our engineer, ma'am, Mr. Zlinczyk, right here, right next to you, he can help you out.
Just to the chair, Council President, just real quick, did she receive a notification, a pamphlet from Easy Fiber? One of the first requirements as part of a permit is to make sure that they give pamphlets out to each resident to ensure that they're going to be working in the area. They went through the city clerk's office to get a Metro Act permit, which they are allowed to do obviously telecommunications in the city of Livonia within our right-of-way or easements, which we give approval. Unfortunately, we give them a permit to do that work as some are aerial, some are underground. But they should have received a pamphlet to describe the fact that they are doing work in the area. If they're not, make sure they call us and let us know, because that way we can have a serious talk with Easy Fiber. The second thing, if there's concerns, then you call the Michigan Public Service Commission to have a complaint against Easy Fiber in the future, along with, again, the Attorney General, whatever. But I'd be happy to have her call the engineering department, and we can provide Easy Fiber's address. You probably go online or Google it, and I think it's in Texas, but we can provide the exact address for Easy Fiber. Again, we can't disallow a permit unless it's not within our right-of-way easements. But unfortunately, it sounds like they may not got a notification. Sometimes they blow off the door, or they put it securely on the door hanger. So if there's an issue, please contact the engineering department for further information, but feel free to file a complaint against Michigan Public Service Commission. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then I'll call the office.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, ma'am. Name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Mila Pershina. I am a Northville resident, but I'm here on the behalf of the local Livonia business.
Okay, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, City Council President, members of Council. I'm a founder and a president of MP Global Foundation. We focus on life skill education for children. And I'm here tonight to share the story of family. It's about resilience, about community, about upcoming opportunity for Livonia people in the city to rally behind its own. Many of you may know James Gray, the owner of Impact Mentoring Jiu-Jitsu right here on Schoolcraft Road. For years, he's dedicated his life to teaching Livonia's youth and kids discipline, respect, and resilience through martial arts. Recently, James and his family have been hit with an extraordinary wave of challenges, and following severe automotive accident, James suffered injuries that severely impacted his ability to teach and run his academy. At this time, he and his family, wife, raising 6 children, they are homeschooled. 2 are with special needs, and 2 daughters recently diagnosed with diabetes, type 1 diabetes. When the community leader like this hits a hard times, it's, I think, our responsibility to lift them up. And that is why MP Global Foundation is hosting a Punch for a Purpose, a community-free, fun family day event, a fundraiser on Saturday, July 11th from 1 to raise funds for this amazing family. And it's right at Impact Mentoring. So it's going to be a massive celebration of community featuring interactive martial arts, face painting, balloons, bounce houses, food trucks. Admission, again, is entirely free, but we are raising funds to cover families' not just medical expenses, but also purchasing the new safety mats for his academy and recovering or possibly purchasing a new vehicle for a family as well. We want to make this a big event, and therefore we need also a grateful for Livonia City help. We hope to reach out to you and see if you can, through neighborhood newsletters, social platform, actually reach out to neighbors. We are looking for sponsors, food trucks, for anyone who can support the local businesses, or maybe Livonia City can support it any way it's possible. Again, the business is Impact Mentoring Jiu-Jitsu Studio. It's right on Schoolcraft Road, located in Livonia. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good evening, sir. Name and address for the record, please. You have 2 minutes, or 3 minutes.
Is the clock working?
Yep.
Okay.
It's very light, though.
Oh, yeah, because I couldn't see it.
I'm not sure why. Yeah, but it is working.
Oh, man. Okay. I'm not here to litigate the Spree fiasco, but I just wanted to publicly thank everybody that reached out to me from all over the country. I got calls, emails, over 54,000 views on my reel. And some of the folks said, hey, we'll see you at Music from the Heart. No, I got canned from Music from the Heart, too. So that's not happening. But that's not why I'm here. I believe the administration is running a highly controlled marketing campaign ahead of the August 4th public safety millage. And it appears public resources are being used to help carry it out. The mayor and police chief are hosting an exclusive, according to this email, invitation-only dinner to promote their narrative to a hand-picked audience. What makes this especially troubling is how the event is being funded. We are told the dinner is being paid for through a community engagement grant. Let's be clear about what that means. Community engagement grants are funded with public dollars and are intended to support transparent, accessible outreach that benefits the entire community. Turning those funds into a catering budget for a closed-door, invitation-only event is a complete end runaround taxpayer accountability. It violates the spirit of public funding and raises serious questions about priorities and transparency. Who will be attending this dinner? Participants and graduates of the Livonia Citizens Police Academy. Residents are told this program exists to foster understanding, build trust, and strengthen relationship between law enforcement and the community. Those are worthy goals. But trust is not built through carefully managed messaging. Trust is built through accountability, and accountability only survives when it is exposed to scrutiny, criticism, and open debate. By screening out critics and limiting participation to a select audience, the administration has transformed what should be a public engagement effort into a curated public relations campaign. While everyday residents are facing rising costs, a chosen group of vetted participants is treated to a private dinner, given a sanitized insider perspective, and then sent back into the community as enthusiastic advocates for department priorities, budget requests, and ballot measures. This is not civic education. It is a tax-funded echo chamber designed to generate political leverage. If the police department policies are sound, they should be able to withstand tough questions from skeptics. If the administration's millage proposal is truly necessary, it should be debated openly before all residents, not marketed through a filtered ambassador program designed to amplify one side of the discussion. Real transparency invites dissent. It does not avoid it. When public dollars are used to fund private messaging opportunities for carefully selected audiences, taxpayers have every right to ask whether they are paying for community engagement or political advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, sir. Name and address for the record, please. Yep, you're up. Yep. Name and address, please. You have 3 minutes.
I won't need the clock.
Okay.
Robert Malkowski, 16130 Edgewood Drive. This is the first meeting I've been to, so I don't know if this has been addressed or not, but I'm not too happy about there's a certain flag that is on Middle Belt Road, just south of Linden Road and north of 96. My concerns are for the kids that have to drive by there with their parents, and they're asking their parents. I'm sure you guys all know what the flag is. So what can be done about it, if anything? I've gone to the mayor's office twice and talked to an associate of the mayor's and saying that they have every right to fly that flag, even though it can be seen in public. So what can be done?
If we choose to respond, we will during council
Oh, I'm
comments.
sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
Like I said, first meeting, so I don't know.
It's okay. We know what flag you're talking about.
I'm sure everybody does. But it's just discouraging that there's umpteen thousand cars that are going by there and that sign is, or that flag is still there. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
That,
Good evening, sir. Name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Christopher Martin, great state of Michigan. At the last council meeting, Martha spoke briefly about the budget increasing from 60 to 66%, and that was for police and fire. And I remember when it was 60%. She said that people are unaware that they think that it can just come out of the budget, the police and fire, and that the millage isn't really needed. Well, I'm one of those that think that way. Because I'm going to vote the millage down for the police and fire based on the fact that when this general fund went from 60 to 66%, there wasn't one individual that stood over there that worked for the city that didn't get whatever they wanted when they asked for council approval of whether it be a dump truck or a bulldozer or whatever it might be, an extra this or that. So I'm going to vote that down because that's the only way in my mind that the council will be accountable to some degree to reject some of these things that are asked for. They come over by directors and various city employees. Next thing I want to talk about is, and I mentioned this before, but it really is worth going and looking at, and that's the pavilion over at Rotary Park. That standing seam roof that was put up there it's just very poorly done. And I'm an advocate of steel roofs as compared to, in certain situations, as compared to asphalt, fiberglass, or especially wooden cedar shakes. So from the individual who put that up, okay, I don't think they really knew what they were doing. They could have looked on the computer and looked and seen how to install a standing seam roof. A couple meetings ago, John Pastor was very proud of the fact that not only was he a residential builder, I'm looking at the time.
No, I'm
Okay.
just making sure it's working.
Yeah,
It's my
well,
first time doing
I'll
it.
let you know when it stops. So John was very proud of the fact that not only was he a residential builder, but he was a commercial builder. Now, there's no way that John would have paid for that on his own over there if that was the work that he was given by somebody. And we shouldn't pay for that either.
That is time. Thank you, sir. Good evening, ma'am. Name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, Denise Micah, Livonia. I too am concerned about the June 16th event at St. Mary's. This is almost like a deja vu of what happened last year with Vote No against the millage. I'm all for police and fire, but using this grant, and if they serve alcohol, grant money should not be used for alcohol either. I don't know if people have thought this through, but I've seen the correspondence, and I think it's just suspect how they're going about doing this, and I think it's not being transparent, and it's just another tactic by the administration to circumvent some of the rules, and people are watching. I mean, we were scrutinized, Vote No. Last year, people complained about our finances and everything, and we had gotten guidance from the county and everything, but got different information. But we will be looking at this because this, I don't think, is a good thing to do, and it just looks suspect. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, sir. Name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Greg Ralco, Golf Ridge Villa. It was funny what you just said. Somebody just said when that gentleman, 2 gentlemen ago, spoke, that if someone chooses to bring up the topic during discussion, it won't be brought up. I don't remember this council ever bringing up a topic after it's been mentioned by someone in the audience communication. And we would like that. We would like it because we'd like to see the open exchange between you council members and where you stand on issues and how you defend what you're standing on. I came a couple months ago and I asked a simple question. Why is the city rigorously responding to and defending their position on the appeals that have been filed by the residents against the 8 Mile and Newburgh corner? As I reminded everybody here, the city council voted 5-2 no against rezoning that corner in January of 2025. I spoke to Carter before the ZBA meeting, and I asked Carter what I didn't know anything about the ZBA, and he said, "Don't worry about the ZBA, quote unquote. They never go against what the city council rules on." And yet they did, and I think their vote was 6-1, if I'm not mistaken. And they did it under obviously dubious circumstances. So then when the city or the residents file an appeal, why don't you stand up for what it is that you voted for or voted against? We still have 5 votes against that corner. So who's telling Carter, when Carter was here, that he should rigorously defend the actions essentially of the ZBA in that appellate court or that appellate matter? All the city had to do is just say, we're not going to defend that. We're going to stand by what our city council did and said, and there would have been a judgment rendered in favor of the residents. But that didn't happen. So those matters, as we all know, are in appeal, going to appeal. There was not defensible actions on the ZBA. Everybody knows it, and they went against what you had decided when you didn't want to rezone that property. So I would like for you to discuss that in front of us. Somebody bring it up and talk about it. And where do you stand? Because it's wrong and you know it.
That is time. Any other audience communication? Okay, we will jump right into council comments. I just want to give an update on the agenda. Item number 15, the Finance and Budget report, or Finance and Budget Committee report. We're going to push that to the July meeting because Councilwoman Tashnik wants to give that report. So item number 15 is removed from the agenda. Any council? Ms. Budzinski?
In reference to public comments that was made, if the council president would mind, through the chair to the city attorney, could you talk about flags on private property, and are they protected by the First Amendment, or what is the situation surrounding that?
Yeah, 2 prongs. Generally speaking, the First Amendment applies even when we don't like the message. It doesn't just only apply to messages we like. The Supreme Court has made it clear that we can only regulate time, place, and manner of speech. We cannot regulate its content. When the first complaint came to the city, inspection brought it to my attention. I asked inspection, is there anything wrong with the manner in which this is mounted? Space, location, and all that. We can't discuss the content, but they've reported to me that there is, in terms of its location and place and manner, it's fine. The only objection people have is to its content, and the city of Livonia, as an arm of the government, is prohibited by the First Amendment of the United States to regulate against content.
Thank you.
Okay.
And then just a couple of event notices. One, Schoolcraft College is having an Experience Schoolcraft open house event on Wednesday from 10 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. It's a really cool event that starts at the Vista Tech Center. There'll be interactive displays, 20-minute presentations for various areas of study: manufacturing, high school dual enrollment, financial aid, career services, transfer options, guided tours, hands-on simulations at the various labs, walking tours. So just if you are thinking about going back to school, if you have a young person in your life who's thinking about it, it's a great opportunity to see the campus and learn about the services that are offered there. Also at Schoolcraft College on Saturday is the annual Pride event that they host from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. It's on the main campus. And then Wilson Barn has Farmers Market opening day on Saturday. Greenleaf Commission is also hosting its native plant sale at the Farmers Market from 9 to 2. So lots happening in Livonia as usual.
Thank you. Anything? Okay. Anything over here? Mr. McCullough?
Thank you. I recently made a post about some of the deficiencies at the rec center. I want to tell everybody that did follow that post that there has been a lot of history to that, and I do want to apologize for anybody that does currently have a membership. We did spend a lot of money, and I'm actively still looking to get a response on any of the condition updates. I recently rejoined, we've been members, but I recently started going the last 3 weeks because I decided to accept a position to play ball hockey in Prague, which I'm probably going to break the rest of my body, but that is fine. And it's not the best thing when you walk in. It really isn't, especially about the amount we put in there. I will tell you this on the other side of things, that the building and a lot of the amenities that, if you haven't seen them, they're beautiful. It's just these little things that keep nagging need to be addressed. And so I wanted to put a little bit context behind that post because a lot of people only see one side of it. And I wish professionally to show the rest of the iceberg, but I won't. But I'm hoping now that things will get fixed over there because membership costs money and it is an amenity to our city. And it's a place really that is incredible. Honestly, if you haven't seen it, go tour it. It's just know that we got to do better on some of the broken windows there. So thank you for the time just to explain a little bit more on my rationale on that. And hopefully those things will get fixed and everybody can enjoy the rec center. We know problems are going to arise, but some of them are chronic problems that have lasted upwards of 5 years. So that's why I made the case. Thanks.
Ms. McDonald, do you have anything?
No, not today.
All right, so we will move right into our consent agenda. Items 1 through 12 on the consent agenda will be voted on as one item. These items were previously discussed at the study meeting that took place on June 1st, 2026, and determined to be non-controversial. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Support.
Motion by Persicone, support by McCullough. Any comments from the audience? Good evening, sir. Name and address, please. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Christopher Martin, great state of Michigan. This is in reference to number 11. It's your appointment, Council President Daniel Steele, to the ZBA. My suggestion before this individual was even discussed a couple of meetings ago was to ask Lucas McGrail to see if he had an interest, and that's because he ran for council a number of years ago with myself and Steve King. He's an architect, has a builder's license, and he's a building inspector for the city of Detroit. That guy would have fit in a lot better than the vast majority of people that have sat there for years. And so, as I mentioned the first time around on this, I don't know if he was even interested in the job, but I definitely would have offered him a job. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Vice President Brockway.
Aye.
Councilmember McCullough.
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald.
Yes.
Councilmember Budzinski.
Aye.
Councilmember Persicone.
Aye.
President Reed.
Aye, and the consent agenda passes 6-0. Item number 13, this is an update. This is Senior Citizens, Families, and Environment Committee meeting of May 20th, 2026 for the subject matter of urban environmental concerns and the subject matter of senior citizen needs and construction of the new Newburgh senior housing. Ms. McDonald.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to give an update on the committee meeting that we had back on May 20th. First off, our Senior Citizens, Families, and Environment Committee, this meeting was held on May 20th, 2026, here in the auditorium. Members that were present were myself, Carrie Budzinski, Vice Chair, and Patrick Brockway, member. Nobody was absent. Council or city officials present. Council member Brandon McCullough, Eric Goldstein, City Attorney, Madison Bergerdnes, Housing Director, Erica Smith, Government Affairs Director. Anyway, we had a discussion. First item was the urban environmental concerns, and the committee meeting commenced at 7 p.m. And a lot of items were discussed, and several audience members asked questions regarding environmental concerns. A discussion took place regarding Racer Trust and Ford Motor Transmission Plant's environmental issues. And Councilmember Budzinski offered to have law department to draft a resolution for subject matter of both Racer Trust and Ford Motor Company to go to the Senior Citizens, Families, and Environmental Committee. Councilmember McCullough asked City Attorney Eric Goldstein for updates on resolutions requested by Council. And the committee recommends that the law department to draft a resolution putting the subject matter of racer trust in the Senior Citizens, Families, and Environmental Committee, and for the Law Department to draft a resolution putting the subject matter of Ford Motor Transmission Plant in Senior Citizens, Families, and Environmental Committee. That item will remain in committee and is to be put on today's agenda. Second item was the discussion on the Newburgh Senior Housing, which is currently called Golden Elks. And Madison Housing Director gave an update regarding Golden Oaks Housing, noting that the following information. The cost of the project is approximately $27 million, and which will be funded through state and federal funds. It will have approximately 100 units. Currently in financing and design phase, which will take approximately about a year to complete. Construction phase, 2 years to complete, totaling 3 years for total project completion. The residents at Newburgh Village have been notified of the project and the timeline. A resident commented that residents of Silver Village and Newburgh Village do not have trash carts and leave trash outside on pickup for pickup in bags on the curb, suggesting that a shared bin would be shared within for the residents. More affordable housing was discussed, with $27 million needed to fund Golden Oaks project. Councilmember McCullough asked about the status of the funding for the project. He also asked about funding overages and options for contingency funding. And Councilmember Budzinski explained that the Housing Department is a unique and separate entity and not directly part of the city. She asked the city attorney for an explanation on how the Housing Commission is managed. City Attorney Goldstein further clarified specifics laid out in the statute of the state of Michigan regarding housing program and housing commissions, also stating the Housing Department is not required to go to council for spending funds. Vice President Brockway asked about contact information for residents, and that information they could reach out to Madison, and that they could reach her at 734-421-6450, extension 4, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Councilmember McDonald asked about the Golden Oaks property needing tree removal cleanup. Madison indicated that there were no plans currently, but should look into it. Residents also shared examples of the following: detriment to the residents by taking down the trees, property was left a mess by a contractor, poor treatment of the residents at Newburgh Village, inability to attend Housing Commission meetings, difficulty in finding the agendas, and no oversight on the Housing Commission. There's several items, of course. If you'd like me to complete them, I can. If not, all this information is on the City Council web page under our agendas. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Budzinski?
Just as clarification, I think out of committee, it was a matter of I would be able to refer Racer Trust and the Ford Transmission Plant to Senior Citizens, Family, and Environment Committee, so it could be discussed further. I'm happy to put that motion forward.
Support.
Motion by Budzinski, support by McCullough. Any further comments on that one? Any comments from the audience?
Thank you.
This is just on the motion she just made to put the Razor Trust into that committee. So you're not commenting on that one?
No, I wanted to make a comment on the report.
Okay, we're going to vote on this motion first, and then we'll get to the audience. Thank you. Any comments from the audience on the motion to put the Racer Trust into the Senior Citizens and Family Committee? Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Vice President Brockway.
Aye.
Councilmember McCullough.
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald.
Aye.
Councilmember Budzinski.
Aye.
Councilmember Persicone.
Aye.
President Reed.
Aye. So that will be put into that committee. Anything further, Ms. Budzinski?
No, that was all. Thank you.
Okay. Any comments from the audience on Ms. McDonald's report out? Name and address, please. You have 2 minutes.
Denise Micah, Livonia. I attended that meeting, and I'd like to just highlight a few things that we went to the budget meeting last week, and there was $1.8 million coming to, that was in the budget to Silver Village. So that was in the general fund. Why is the statement that they're totally separate? I still think we need oversight. They're using state and federal money. We should be able to see what's going on there. We don't know if they're using competitive bidding. We know PRDA is not. I went to that meeting last week, so we're concerned about that. And also, how is the Housing Commission paying for the new bathroom, the ADA bathroom at the library, which is kind of far away from senior housing. So that's where all these things just don't make sense. And I'd like council to really look at that closely because it doesn't add up. So if it's in the budget, how come they're not separate then? Some funding is, I get that, but some of it isn't. So we can't say it's 100%. And that's what we've been led to believe. But there's no transparency. And I've been to many housing meetings. And by the way, next Tuesday night, the Housing Commission meeting is at 6:30 at Newburgh Village. It's been moved because of spree, because that road will be closed because of spree next week. So I invite anybody to come and see for yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else on this topic? Mr. Brockway?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Nope, that's my time.
Your time's up. Okay.
All right. No, just in regards to the topic that was brought up for the trash bins located in Silver Village. We did get a response when we asked about trash pickup in that area from the housing director and from our government affairs director. Residents at Silver Village have multiple options for refuse. They have both curbside trash pickup and a dumpster. Currently, our lease does not permit the storage of garbage cans on residents' front porch areas. We have discussed the option of having a trash cart with several residents, and none of them were interested in that route, as the current option is easier for them to manage. There was a question that was brought up regarding, rat bait stations. Regarding the bait stations that were mentioned, these are simply for preventative maintenance. We take pest control seriously, and we want to make sure we're doing all we can to make sure residents are able to peacefully enjoy their unit. So that was a response from the housing director for the one inquiry that was brought up during that committee meeting.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Budzinski?
Yes, I just wanted to comment, our libraries obviously are important to me in the situation going on there. CDBG funding generally, those are community development block grants that can be used for community projects. So that's a bucket of federal funding that comes to the city of Livonia, and it can be used for identified projects that meet certain criteria. So last year's funding was determined to be used for ADA compliant bathrooms at the Civic Center Library. Hopefully this year it'll be used for a new playground at Hillcrest Park in the northeast side of town. So those funds are community block grants. They're not tied to senior needs, just as a point of clarification.
Thank you. Ms. Persicone?
Thank you, Madam President. And a couple other things just to follow up on, Ms. Budzinski. With respect to the CDBG funds, that's a kind of, I'm going to just use the word subset. The Livonia Housing Commission oversees Live and Go, CDBG Grant Fund Program, that overall program, which we receive roughly $800,000, $900,000 from the federal government. With respect to, there's a budget that's created that's reviewed at commission meetings. The financials are presented monthly at those meetings. So if anyone is curious about the monies that are being spent, that is all available online. And they do have the budget and the financials every month for McNamara, which is a separate fund. They have the enterprise fund for the city housing units, so Newburgh and Silver. Those financials are available, and also with CDBG grant funds, and they're all separate funds. We can't commingle monies, or I should say the Housing Commission cannot commingle. I said we, I was on the Housing Commission, but the funds cannot be commingled, and they do a very thorough job of accounting, and it's all available to be viewed. It is a very complex budgeting process because it involves federal money, state money, grant money, not grant money. So it's not simple to explain. I'm sure I'm just giving this as an oversight, but just to give people more information on it. So I would encourage you to go. The information's there, but just to kind of add on to that.
Okay, thank you. Anything else from council? One last comment on this. You have 2 minutes, please.
Yeah. Patrick talked about the recycling bin and the residents. I talked to the residents as well, and nobody wants a 90-gallon recycling bin. I don't even have a 90-gallon. Those things are awful. The majority of the city doesn't want them. So what I'm suggesting is you plan for this at the next development. You build it in with landscaping. You plan ahead where these barrels can go, where they can be hidden. You have one per building, and you use 64-gallon ones. You don't want a 90-gallon one. There's a way to do it. And if you come by my house, I can show you exactly how I did it and how it works. But to just say, no, we're not going to do this and keep throwing trash bags out and letting all the vermin go. And as far as the, you're right, very complicated, the funding, unbelievably complicated. That's why transparency is so important, because it's so complicated. And if you go to those meetings, you have no clue what's going on. They don't say anything. Thank you.
Madam President, Jim Bigger, Livonia, Michigan. I'm on the website for the Housing Commission. I have a password to the website. I can't get into it because it's all blocked. So the Housing Commission is the only website links that are blocked on the Livonia homepage. I don't know why, but they are. So as unfortunately people say things are available, of all the places on the Livonia website, this is the only one that is constantly unavailable to people to see. I don't know why that is. I don't understand why that is. I would love to know what the secrecy is in the Housing Commission. I understand it must be, state secrets are in there. They're buried in there. Stuff must be hidden in there that people should not see because their eyes would burn. There's got to be reasons why, why it says login failed because number of sessions failed. Username, public minutes. I put my name in, it doesn't work in there. I'm signed into the website. I don't get it. I just don't understand. This is the only spot in Livonia where I can't do that. It doesn't make sense.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 14, Economic Development Strategic Planning and Technology Committee meeting of June 3rd, 2026. Item A, the subject matter of data centers and attendant zoning related issues, and item B, the subject matter of limiting the number of gas stations and car washes within the city. Ms. Budzinski.
Hi, thank you. As noted, this meeting was held on June 3rd. Committee members were present, myself, Vice President Brockway, Councilwoman Eileen McDonnell, and also Council President Reed, City Attorney Goldstein, Assistant City Attorney Sidney Rogers, Planning Director Mark Termina, and Government Affairs Director Erica Smith. This is a slightly lengthy summary, so again, it is in Civic Clerk. I'm going to just kind of give a high-level overview so folks understand that where we're at on this. At our meeting in February, Council had directed the law department to look at doing a moratorium for both data centers and car washes. In that time, City Attorney Goldstein investigated moratoriums and how they stood up against legal challenges and asked to have a separate, an additional meeting to go over his findings and make recommendations for how council can move forward. Through his research, he found that moratoriums face legal challenges that cost municipalities money and end up with whatever is being brought as a moratorium, it gets developed through a court process anyway. And he wants to protect the city and make sure that our intentions are followed out as we want them to be. And with that in mind, he recommended that we develop a ordinance that defines and outlines the rationale of use for moratorium, his drafted language is in our packet here, and it was recommended that we move forward with that language on that count. As far as how we address the issue of data centers here in our community, he noted that moratoriums are generally used to evaluate the threat of health, safety, and wellness to the public. When we were presenting it as an option, it was to buy time for the law department to draft an ordinance. One, that was put forward as a recommendation, high level, based on the German Energy Efficiency Act, and we wanted to give the law department time to craft that. Again, Mr. Goldstein spent time to research kind of what is the best course of action moving forward, and recommends that as a first step, we make data centers a special use. That would require anyone who's looking to make a data center in Livonia have to come to council for a waiver and present, what their proposal is to us. So it was recommended by a committee member that that is the first step that we take in creating a special use ordinance for data centers. Both of those issues were put forward to go a referral to the Planning Commission directly so that they could evaluate it and we would save time. So it's my understanding that it's going directly to the Planning Commission for review. It would have a public hearing, then it would come to council, and then it would also have a public hearing before we vote on it. So we are acting as swiftly as we can on the issue of data centers, as we know that it is a concern for many in our community. As we learned more about the usage for moratoriums, it was determined that because there's already a special use requirement for gas stations and car washes in Livonia, at this time, there's no specific direction we are seeking to take on that issue, and it remains in committee. So that is an abbreviated summary of what happened at that meeting.
Thank you. Any comments from council on that one? All right. Moving on to item number 15, or unfinished business. Item number 15, this is a waiver petition 2026. There wasn't a motion. Item number 15, this is a waiver petition 2026-03-02-11 submitted by Mason Rose Events, requesting waiver use approval to operate a banquet or event facility with occupancy of over 50 people at 37176 6 Mile Road, located at the northeast corner of Newburgh Road and 6 Mile Road in the southwest quarter of Section 8.
Madam Chair?
Ms. Persicone?
I'd like to offer an approving.
I'll support.
Motion by Persicone, support by McCullough. Any comments from council? Any comments from the audience?
Madam Chair.
Ms.
Just as a
Budzinski?
point of clarification, I wasn't at the study, but I did watch it, so I know that at the time you guys had discussed requiring a licensed bartender and closing at 11 o'clock. Is that included in this motion, or do we need to make it?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Vice President Brockway.
Aye.
Councilmember McCullough.
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald.
Yes.
Councilmember Baczynski.
Aye.
Councilmember Persicone.
Aye.
President Reed.
Aye. Item number 15 passes 6-0. Moving on to item number 16, this is a proposed amendment to the Livonia Code of Ordinance as amended, petition 2026-03-03-01, submitted by 7 Mile in Farmington Venture, LP, requesting to vacate the existing water main and scenic easements at 33500 7 Mile Road.
Motion to approve.
Support.
Motion by Budzinski, support by McDonald. Any comments from council? Any comments from the audience? Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Vice President Brockway.
Aye.
Councilmember McCullough.
Just a point of information. Does this need a first read?
I believe it does
clarify.
need a first read.
Motion for a first read.
There we go.
There.
I just wanted to see if Patrick would fall for it, but he did, and that's cool. I'm messing.
No. They're moved down. Oh, yes, correct. First reading, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. Who gave the first reading? Budzinski? Okay, first reading by Budzinski.
Support.
Okay.
For that.
Thank you. Okay, any comments from council? Any comments from the audience? Okay, moving on to item number 17. This is a roll call, proposed amendment to the Livonia Code of Ordinances as amended to section 040 of Title 13, Chapter 8, Water Services Rates and Revenues to provide for changes in the water service consumption rates to become effective with the first billing on or after July 1st, 2026. A first reading was given by Councilmember Brandon McCullough on June 1st, 2026.
Madam President, I'd be happy to offer a second read.
Support.
Okay, second read by McCullough, support by Persicone, and we just jump right into vote now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Madam Clerk, or actually, any comments from council? Any comments from the audience? Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Vice President Brockway.
Aye.
Councilmember McCullough.
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald.
Yes.
Councilmember Budzinski.
Aye.
Councilmember Persicone.
Aye.
President Reed.
Aye. Item number 17 passes 6-0. Item number 18, another roll call, proposed amendment to the Livonia Code of Ordinances as amended to section 050 of Title 13, Chapter 8, Water Service Rates and Revenues to provide changes in the water service consumption rates to become effective with the first billing on or after July 1st, 2026. And the first reading was given by Councilmember Martha Tashnik on June 1st, 2026.
Madam President?
Ms. Persicone?
I'd like to offer a second read and roll call vote.
Support.
Okay. Any comments from council? Any comments from the audience? Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Vice President Brockway.
Aye.
Councilmember McCullough.
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald.
Yes.
Councilmember Budzinski.
Aye.
Councilmember Persicone.
Aye.
President Reed.
Aye. And item number 18 passes 6-0. Sorry, I messed up on my numbers because we pulled item 15. Item number 19, roll call. This is a proposed amendment to the Livonia Code of Ordinances as amended to section 050 of Title 13, Chapter 28, Industrial Waste Surcharge to provide for changes in the industrial waste surcharge rate to become effective with the first billing on or after July 1st, 2026. A first reading was given by Councilmember Carrie Budzinski on June 1st, 2026.
I'd like to offer a second read.
Okay, second read by Budzinski.
Support.
Support by McDonald. Comments from council? Comments from the audience? Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Vice President Brockway.
Aye.
Councilmember McCullough.
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald.
Yes.
Councilmember Budzinski.
Aye.
Councilmember Persicone.
Aye.
President Reed.
Aye. Item number 19 passes 6-0. Item number 20, roll call, proposed amendment to the Livonia Code of Ordinances as amended to section 120 of Title 13, Chapter 20, Livonia Sewage Disposal System to provide for changes to the sewer disposal and maintenance rates to become effective with the first billing on or after July 1st, 2026. A first reading was given by Council Vice President Patrick Brockway on June 1st, 2026.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Brockway?
Offer a second read.
Okay.
Support.
Second read by Brockway, support by Budzinski. Any comments from council? Any comments from the audience? Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Vice President Brockway.
Aye.
Councilmember McCullough.
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald.
Yes.
Councilmember Budzinski.
Aye.
Councilmember Persicone.
Aye.
President Reed.
Aye. Item number 20 passes 6-0. Okay, last one. Item number 21, roll call. Proposed amendment to the Livonia Code of Ordinances as amended to section 130 of Title 13, Chapter 20, Livonia Sewage Disposal System to provide for changes to the special rates for designated uses to become effective with the first billing on or after July 1st, 2026. A first reading was given by Councilmember Eileen McDonald on June 1st, 2026.
Madam Chair,
Ms. McDonald?
I'd like to offer a second reading, please.
Support.
Okay, second read by McDonald, support by McCullough. Comments from council? Comments from the audience? Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Vice President Brockway.
Aye.
Councilmember McCullough.
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald.
Yes.
Councilmember Budzinski.
Aye.
Councilmember Persicone.
Aye.
President Reed.
Aye. Item number 21 passes 6-0. Moving on to new business. This is a block party request. Item number 22, a block party request from Kelly Ambrosi to be held Saturday, July 11th, 2026 from 12:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. on Beatrice Street between Laurie and Barclay Streets. Good evening, ma'am. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, Kelly Ambrosi. I live on Laurie Street in Livonia.
Okay, did you want to tell us a little bit about your party?
Yeah, it's just a small bit of road. It occupies 4 driveways. It's from yield sign to yield sign. One of those driveways is mine. Just a couple hours, 4 hours. It's for my 5-year-old's birthday party, and I just want to block off the road to keep it safe for kids. I have a really small backyard, so I kind of want to occupy the side of my yard that is along Beatrice.
Okay, thank you. And just so everyone's not confused, normally our block parties do go to the study first, but this came in after our last meeting, and it's happening before our next meeting. So that is why it is on the regular agenda for the first time. Council?
I'll offer an approving.
Support. Motion by McCullough, support by Budzinski. Any comments from council? Any comments from the audience? Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Vice President Brockway.
Aye.
Councilmember McCullough.
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald.
Yes.
Councilmember Budzinski.
Aye.
Councilmember Persicone.
Aye.
President Reed.
Aye. And item number 22 passes 6-0. Have a great party. Thank you. Mr. Brockway, would you like the gavel?
Sure. Okay, we have
Sorry,
item,
I have to say, it's a spree item. That's why I'm recusing myself.
item number 23, request to approve lease agreement, Livonia Anniversary Committee, Inc., in order to lease Ford Field Park for the purpose of hosting the Livonia Spree 76.
Good evening, Council. Kaylee Reed, 35922 Ladywood Street. I'm here on behalf of the Livonia Anniversary Committee. I'm the Executive Director of the Livonia Spree, and as I'm sure you're well aware, we open next Tuesday at 4 p.m. In the past, we have never had a lease agreement with the city, but in the past, we have also never seen the type of behavior that we are seeing at carnivals and festivals in the area. I'm sure you're all familiar with teen takeovers. So this type of lease agreement kind of gives the spree the grounds to ask people to leave. If they're misbehaving, it makes it a private event, so we can put our rules into place.
Excellent. Do I have anything for the council?
Yes, I'd like to offer a motion to approve.
Support.
Okay, we got motion by Budzinski, support by Persicone. Any other comments? Any public comments? Anybody from the audience? Oh, we got one. All right. Okay, please state your name and address for the record.
Christopher Martin.
And you have
Free
2
State,
minutes.
Michigan. Thank you. Just a quick question here. Because we have this new entity now, if someone does get hurt there, does that eliminate suing the city? Because this has now become a spin-off, a separate entity. So my question would be to Mr. Goldstein over there, okay? How that would occur. Somebody gets injured and this committee can file for bankruptcy and that's the end of it? Or does the city still be involved for anyone injured over there? That's my question.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember McCullough.
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald.
Yes.
Councilmember Budzinski.
Aye.
Councilmember Persicone.
Aye.
Vice President Brockway.
Aye. Okay, the motion passes 5-0.
Thanks.
Okay, next up, we have item number 24, acceptance of quitclaim deed secured without monetary consideration from SOAV Homes Incorporated in order to obtain the necessary road right-of-way for parcel ID number 076-01-0072-004, Scone Court, in southeast quarter of Section 19.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Support.
So I got motion by Reed, support by McCullough. Any other council comments? Any public comments? Okay. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember McCullough.
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald.
Yes.
Councilmember Budzinski.
Aye.
Councilmember Persicone.
Aye.
President Reed.
Aye.
Vice President Brockway.
Aye. Okay, and the motion passes 6-0. Okay, and that leads us to audience communication. If you have something to say and you haven't spoken at the beginning of the meeting, you have come up, say your name, address, and you got 3 minutes.
2 minutes. Oh, three. Sorry, hold on
3
1
minutes.
second.
I'm waiting.
I hit the wrong
I'm
button.
waiting.
Okay.
Jim Bigger, Livonia, Michigan. With regards to grants, I don't know how the proposed law enforcement grant was given for the party that's going on, but my experience with state and federal grants is both exclude the use of the funds being spent for alcohol. Alcohol is an excluded expense, and I hope that the city people who are running that, being the police chief and the mayor, are not using those funds for alcohol, because if they are, that is against federal law and state law, and both would be held accountable if they were ever audited by the federal government or the state, and the city would be not looking very good if that were to happen. With regard to the question earlier about the wonderful flag that's flying on Middlebelt, I wondered what happened to the old obscenity rules that used to be here. I know you can't talk about speech, but obscenity has not gone away. The obscenity rules in the state of Michigan still outweigh what freedom of speech allows. There's a three-pronged Miller test that's out there. One of them that says, does it lack serious value? The work, when considered as a whole, completely lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. That sign certainly does not give us any value. Patently offensive. Okay, some part of the population probably doesn't find it offensive. I know there's a lot of cars that say that word and are driving around. I find that offensive, but I guess a lot of other people don't. I mean, it's one thing to say it in the conversation, but to drive around on a vehicle or have it on a shirt, I find offensive. Appeals to Puritan interest. You know, when you apply your local standards, I mean, we don't run around saying those words. You certainly don't let everybody come in here saying George Carlin, the 7 things you can't say on television around here. We don't allow that. But if I go by what I heard that you can't stop free speech, seriously, that means I can come in here and start saying every one of those words, even though they may be offensive to some people. That's my free speech. I think you have to couch it by, maybe the city could send the person a letter saying, please remove your sign, your flag. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, saying that they've had a number of complaints. I think you could start doing something like that.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Jerry Karasinski, 19488 Bainbridge Avenue. There's been a lot of discussion about the renewal of the 2 city millages, public safety and senior services and cultural, and there's been a number of people that have felt that they would like to vote those items down and rely on the city to make up the revenue by spending money that perhaps would come from other funds. I think it would be important for the city to maybe have a session or 2. I certainly would offer to do that for anybody that has questions about the various funds the city has, how that money is used, what it's authorized for, and what it's authorized not to be for. So if we were to, for example, vote down the public safety millage, that would be a loss of approximately $10 million out of a $76 million general fund. What would we do to make up for the $10 million that's lost? What city services would we not fund for next year if we decided to prioritize public safety as we have for decades? I think this is a very important conversation that we should be having as a city with more specific examples than we can't fathom what would happen without it. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you very much. All right, please state your name and address for the record.
Frank McDermott, Rayburn, Livonia, Michigan. Recently, Channel 7 had a news story on about the temporary ramp built to improve accessibility for people with physical disabilities. It was mentioned that the city paid $20,000 for that temporary ramp. And also an assistant engineer mentioned that a permanent fix could be made for the problem for $6,000 to $8,000. So I'm a little confused here. I'd like a clarification from someone. Did we pay $20,000 for a temporary ramp when we could have had a permanent solution to the problem for $6,000 to $8,000? Or did the assistant engineer misspeak? I would appreciate somebody providing clarification on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please state your name and address for the record.
John Pastor, 33461 Capri Court. I also, too, want to remind people that absentee ballots are coming out here very shortly. I want to encourage people to vote in favor of the millage. And remember, the police, it's police and fire. Everybody, talks about the police, which is very important to me, but we also have to remember to not forget about the firemen that are out there. Also, secondly on that ballot is also a millage for the bus for SMART. And I would encourage a no vote on that because SMART, I don't even know if we can call it SMART because they have not done anything very smart from their inception. They have, 3% only comes from the bus riders, 3% revenue. 97% of the money is done by taxpayer. SMART is also in debt over $72 million in the hole in their pension fund. That's where it's going to be coming from us. And the average bus just has 3.8 riders. Remember, in Oakland County, they had a lot of broken promises. They had about 20 different routes that they promised that they didn't fulfill on. So I want to make sure that people are aware, until SMART can actually put something together that actually works for it, then I'm behind it. I have no problem with it. But right now, they are not doing their job. And remember, our millage for our bus system will still be there. So we're going to be paying for our bus system as well as SMART, and I don't think that that's very smart. The last thing, I'm excited, that spree's coming up. You go on the internet and you hear this poor gentleman saying that his band was taken off the agenda. And I said, you know what, he was there for a long time. I was just kind of concerned about that. But then when they started asking questions, they got rid of all the bands. They're all new bands there this year. So they're getting a new group of people and stuff. So, well, I thank him for the service that he has done for the spree, but I don't appreciate when he tries to turn it political. When he sits there and cries, poor me. They took me off the spree ban because I talk at city council meetings. We all know that's BS. Just remember one thing. It just has to be said. It doesn't have to be true. Or for it to be true, it just has to be said. And that's what that gentleman loves to do, is give only half a story. So I encourage everybody to go to spree, enjoy their time, vote yes with the police and fire millage, and no on the SMART. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Just go ahead and list your name and address for the record.
Sandra Raklinski, Vackery Lane, Livonia. In regards to the spree, and I understand there were some concerns with the teenagers, I was wondering if it would be a good idea to close the park like 9:30, the spree area. Then you clear everybody out of that area, and then the fireworks come on about 10:15, and it would eliminate the teenage hanging around in the spree area causing disruption. Something to consider. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any other comments from the audience? Okay. Councilor Budzinski?
Yes, just quickly, as we talked about our budget and the upcoming millage, I just want to let people know that my next coffee hour is July 11th, which I believe is before our next council meeting. Councilwoman Tashnik, who is the chair of the Budget and Finance Committee and works very closely with the administration on the upcoming budget, will be my guest. So we will be doing a deep dive of the budget, answering any questions that folks have. So please come. It's 11 a.m. at the Civic Center Library, and there'll be Looney's Baker Donuts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from council?
Motion to adjourn.
Support.
Okay, this meeting is adjourned. We'll see you in about, what time you want?
At 8:20.
8:20. See you at 8:20.
McCullough.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation
Welcome back. This is the June 15th, 2026 study session of the Livonia City Council. This meeting sets the agenda for the 2044th regular meeting, which is a voting meeting that will take place on Monday, July 13th, where tonight's items will be officially voted on. We are just missing Councilwoman Tashnik tonight. We will start with our audience communication. The council has set aside 30 minutes for audience communication for items not on the agenda. Do we have any audience communication? Good evening, sir. Name and address, please. You have 3 minutes.
Steve Kane, Coventry Gardens. I have walked through construction sites my entire life. I have built, remodeled, or renovated every home I have ever owned, 10 and counting. When my children were growing up, they often came with me to admire the framing, the mechanical systems going into a new build. Construction is not a hobby for me, it's a calling. In all those years, I followed one simple rule. If a site was posted no trespassing or the door was locked, I stayed out. I never put myself or others in harm's way. That is why I was so surprised when allegations of trespassing and breaking and entering were leveled against me after I walked through the senior center construction site. At no time was a sign posted. I was never told, verbally or in writing, to stay out. This is what the sign should look like. This is on the Northville Downs project. Livonia didn't do that. If they had, I probably wouldn't be here today. Those allegations ultimately went nowhere. The breaking and entering claim disappeared. The trespassing charge was dismissed, yet the punishment remains. It is also worth noting that I was not alone when I walked through that site. Others were present. No reprimand was issued to anyone else. No police investigation, no facility ban except for me. The public record shows I was treated differently from anyone else who walked through the site. I have been issued a lifetime ban from the rec center and senior center, not for violence, not for misconduct, but because I have been an outspoken critic of the administration. A lifetime ban for speaking out. Before the ban, I played pickleball most days at the rec. I shared meals, laughter, and euchre with my peers at the senior center. For many of us at this stage of life, those connections are our lifeline, where we find friendship, purpose, and belonging. Those connections have been taken from me. I have no criminal record, yet I am prohibited from accessing taxpayer-funded public facilities that I help support through my own tax dollars. The continued restriction serves no legitimate public purpose. It is punitive, unsupported by the facts, and inconsistent with basic principles of fairness and due process. I would also ask you to consider this. The city employees principally responsible for initiating and advocating this matter are no longer employed by the city of Livonia. This council should not be left enforcing the personal grievances of former staff members. The Livonia City Charter, Chapter 4, Section 13, grants this council oversight authority over these facilities. I am respectfully asking you to exercise that authority, to investigate this ban, and to lift it. I am not asking for special treatment. I'm asking for the same right every resident has, to walk through the doors of my community rec center and senior center without fear of retaliation for my speech. I gave a formal request to Sarah. I'm hoping you'll put it in the committee of the whole and bring it up and do the right thing.
Good evening, sir. Name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, Christopher Martin, great state of Michigan. Talk a little bit about free speech. Big advocate of that. I've mentioned this numerous times in the past. Thing about free speech is that, and matter of fact, George Carlin was brought up in his 7 words. And you can say every one of those 7 words right here. You can. And I remember seeing him years ago in the mid-'70s at the Royal Oak Music Theater, and he said them there. But you can say free speech right here. There was an opportunity here a couple of meetings ago. Gal didn't stand up for the Pledge of Allegiance. Now, that might offend some individuals. Okay, to me, I didn't really care for it, but I don't have any control over her. It's called free speech. She can do what she wants. A number of years ago, we actually had a councilman claimed to be a pretty religious guy. He wanted me to stand up for the prayer. There's no way I was going to stand up for no damn prayer. No way. It's a government building, and I told him that. This is not a temple. It's not a church. It's not a synagogue. It's nothing, okay, except a government building, okay, even though I was singled out for not standing up for a prayer. I'm an atheist. I don't believe in that stuff. But that doesn't stop me from, if somebody else wants to believe in that, that's fine. Go ahead. If that makes you a better person, go right ahead. Don't involve me in it, though. So anyway, that was basically what I wanted to talk about. Free speech, a flag or whatever being up. I came from a background working in factories, and I've seen a lot of stuff. And it really doesn't, that stuff just doesn't affect me one way or another, to be quite honest. And once again, that's what free speech is all about. It might be something that you don't like, but you shouldn't be able to necessarily stop somebody else from, that makes this country supposedly different from everyone else, is the ability to not participate or to express yourself in a different way than maybe what is people consider to be normal. So thanks for your time.
Thank you. Any other audience communication? All right, council. Oh, good evening, sir. Name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Greg Ralco, Golfridge Villa. Back in January of 2025, when the council voted no 5-2 to rezone the corner at 8 Mile in Newburgh, I went over to Farmington Hills and I talked to the legal department, and I got a copy of their new ordinance that they had just signed and put into place, limiting the number of new gas stations, new car washes, and auto service centers. In other words, if you wanted to open one in the city, you had to buy an existing one. I gave it to Carter, and I gave everyone a copy too. I said, you just voted no. You have obviously a concern. In that case, it was a rezoning concern, and the work's already been done for you from Farmington Hills. And the attorney would be willing to talk to Carter and understand what they went through in order to go ahead and implement the same thing. Recently in Warren, you may have read, the city council put an 8-month moratorium on car washes and gas stations. And the reason they had done that is that Sheetz opened. When they opened, they lowered their gas prices to a point where they had a mile traffic jam around the corner leading to Sheetz, and the city of Warren said, what do? We put this in the wrong place. And so the moratorium is in place while they study the ordinance that they plan to put in place to limit what? Car washes and gas stations. And so the work would have been done, the work has been done. All you need to talk to is your fellow citizens in these other cities, their legal department, their law department, and their city council. But these documents are already written, the work has already been done. And I believe too, the charter, our charter, has a provision in there that does give the city council unadulterated right to limit the number of car washes, or not car washes, I'm sorry, gas stations. So you already have that power. And I would hope that our legal department would advise you accordingly. But it seems like you always stumble on this. And now, after the barn door has been left open, you're going to run in and try to put all these ordinances in and restrict what it is that you should have restricted before, and then try to take a lot of credit for being answering the call of the citizens when you really should have done this before. It's comical to do it now, and it's I think quite frankly shameful.
Thank you. Any other audience communication? Good evening, sir. Name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
33461 Capri Court, John Pastor. Oh boy. We start restricting all the gas station, car washes. Why don't we restrict housing? Why don't we restrict party stores or drugstores or restaurants? Every case that comes before this council is a restriction. You guys have the power to approve anything and everything at any time that you want. So you don't need to do anything else. I just, it's, you guys are fine for what you're doing. Everything is done on a case-by-case basis, so I don't think you need to do anything. Regarding the flag that's on Middlebelt, like, go to the sign ordinance. You know, make it a sign. If it's a sign, you know, businesses can't do that sign. We can't put signs on our lawns that are too big, you know, for our council candidates and all that stuff. So maybe you can go look at it from that standpoint instead of free speech. And then for Mr. King, if he's supposedly this builder, this home builder, build all these jobs and all that stuff, then he knows better than to go on a construction site that's fenced off and all that stuff. He knows about OSHA, or he should know about OSHA. So please, you know, when somebody sits there and does something wrong and then he comes up to you crying that he wants to get out of something that he did. You didn't, he did. He knew he was doing something wrong. So now he's paying for his consequences. So with that, last couple comments is vote yes for the police and fire millage, vote no on the SMART, and I thank you.
Thank you. Any other audience communication? Any comments from council? Ms. Persconi?
I just have one quick one. I thought I had something noted here. So with respect to the comments that were made regarding accessing the Housing Commission website, it is a limited user website because historically there's not that many visitors that visited that site. But in the last year or so, it has gotten a lot more traffic, which results in that error sign. So I do believe that it's a problem that can be fixed. So users aren't getting that error, and I'll be following up with the appropriate parties to see if we can make sure that when people log on, they can see the information that they need. It seems like it's a pretty simple fix, so I just wanted to give everyone an update. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from council? Ms. McDonald?
No. Thank you, President Reed. I just would like to bring up in reference to a comment that was made about the PDRA meeting last week that I was unable to attend, but I did attend the meeting the prior month. I looked up all authorities within a city, whether it be the PDRA, the Housing Commission, Parks and Rec, they have to follow all purchasing laws that are governed by the city of Livonia. So I would like all commissioners to take that in consideration when they're attending their meetings and to ask questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else from council? All right, let's jump right into the agenda. Item number 1, this is a block party request from Allison Adams to be held Saturday, July 18th, 2026 from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. on Flamingo Boulevard between Clarita Avenue and Pickford Street with a rain date of Saturday, August 1st, 2026. Is Ms. Adams here? Okay, council. Ms. Budzinski?
Just for the sake of consistency, when the petitioner isn't here, you generally put it on the regular with approving, denying.
Okay. Any other comments from council? Any comments from the audience? Okay, item number 1 will be on the regular agenda on July 13th, 2026. Item number 2, this is another block party request from Alex Quint to be held Saturday, August 15th, 2026 from 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. between 9912 and 10,000 Fairfield Street with a rain date of Saturday, August 22nd, 2026. Good evening, sir. Name and address for the record, please.
Alex Quint, 11401 Fairfield.
Thank you. And would you like to tell us about your block party?
It's our 4th one. The last 3 have been a hit, and so it's usually from 4 to 9. We have music, food, bounce house. My wife is going to bring a foam guns or something. I don't know. So it should be fun. Keep the kids entertained for a while.
Sounds good. Council?
I'd like to offer an approving on consent.
Okay. Any other comments from council? We have an approving from Ms. Budzinski on the consent. Any comments from the audience? All right, this will be on the consent agenda on July 13th, 2026.
Thank you.
Yep, have a good day. Item number 3, another block party request. This comes from Aaron King to be held Saturday, August 22nd, 2026 from 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. on Hampshire Road between 33204 Hampshire Road and 16126 Woodring Court.
Good evening, council members. I'm Madison. This is Aaron. We're from Wood Creek Farms, Livonia, right around the corner. And we're here to ask your permission to bring back the Wood Creek Farms block party. It'll be we have been kind of poked by some of our older members of the neighborhood. They talked about these wonderful block parties they used to have, and it got some of us young moms excited. So we want to bring it back, and we're hoping to learn from the past generation to connect the new generation with this block party.
Sounds fun. Council? Ms. Persicone?
I'm happy to offer an approving on consent.
Comments from council?
Do you know why is there a reason why it was stopped for many years? Is it like a huge, massive party that took down?
I don't think so.
I
don't think so.
That's a great question. I do think it was just sort of the shift of generations. So there were a bunch of kids 20 years ago who are all grown and have moved on, but their parents are still in the neighborhood. And many, everybody loves Wood Creek Farms. People leave and they come back. So now I'm a new mom there. I've been there 4 years, and it's such a beautiful place. So us in our circle, we
There's
are
lots
just
of
like
new families.
Yeah,
so
there's
we
new
want to
families,
kind
there's
of
kids.
start.
That's super
So
cool.
we're trying to just
Congratulations.
connect
Good
everyone.
job for doing this, honestly.
Thank you. So we wish us luck.
Yeah,
Good
it's
luck.
gonna
You'll do
it's
great.
gonna be great.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Have fun, and you'll be on the consent agenda on July 13th, 2026.
Okay, wonderful.
Yep, you don't have to come back.
Oh, okay, cool. We're good.
Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you, council. Have a wonderful evening.
You too. Item number 4, this is another block party request. This comes from Jasmine Resorick to be held Saturday, August 22nd, 2026 from 12 p.m. to 10 p.m. on Rayburn Street between William Street and Levan Road with a rain date of Saturday, September 5th, 2026. Good evening, ma'am. Name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Jasmine Wyzork. My address is 36770 Rayburn, and it is my second year hosting our block party. I want to say it might be close to the double digits that it's been going, but we're just looking to get together, cornhole, music, kid games, all that stuff.
Thank you. Council? Mr. Brockway?
Approving on consent.
Okay, any comments from council? Any comments from the audience? All right, this will be on the consent agenda on July 13th, 2026. Thank you. Item number 5, this is a request to extend waiver use approval to the new owner, Hyan Pai, in connection with petition 2019-04-02-07 in order to operate a massage establishment located on the west side of Middlebelt Road between Pearson Avenue and 6 Mile Road, 16345 Middlebelt, in the northeast quarter of Section 14. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Hyan Pai. As owner of Ocean Wellness for 7 years. I'm here for get approving for selling my business, for better understanding, and I brought my husband for help.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, sir. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Doug Rands. The address is 16345 Middlebelt. My wife has some major health problems. She's been hospitalized twice. Both surgeries went poorly, and she experienced multi-month recoveries, and she's facing yet another one. So she's been unable to be on site with the business like she needs to be. And it's time for her to sell the business and semi-retire. We approached the council, I'm certain it's in the minutes somewhere, months ago. We thought we had a buyer. The buyer was exceptionally inexperienced when it came down to closing the deal and was unwilling to. And so we put the business back on the market. We've had multiple interests in the local area, Novi and Farmington, but those owners, those prospects are inexperienced and unlicensed, and we're just not comfortable with them. There's also been multiple interests from out of state, and we're not interested in having absentee owners. So we found Ms. Shin Yu is here tonight with the translator Stephanie Mann. Stephanie's a professional translator and works in the court system. So she's going to assist Shin Yu. But we believe that they're fully qualified to take over the existing business, and that's why we're requesting the transfer of the current waiver to continue Ocean Wellness.
Okay, thank you. Council?
Questions, comments?
Yep, council? Ms. Budzinski?
Yes, could we hear, or could you share about the qualifications for the new owner and staffing, kind of going over how?
I'll let her address that, but she does have a massage license. She lives in the community. She's worked as a therapist as well as managed a business, and I'll let her address her qualifications and staffing plans.
Thank you.
We hope that she will continue the current employees who are also in the business and supporting, or in the area and supporting their families. In one case, the woman is supporting a husband with dementia. So I'll let Shin Yu address that question.
Thank you. Ms. Persicone?
Yeah, I just said, how did you meet the proposed new tenant that you're looking, or I should say buyer? How did you, from working or?
It's a small community, so they have a discussion group online of owners, and so my wife listed the business, and I need to take care of my health, and rather than be an absentee owner, to see if there was interest in buying it. So again, we tried to focus on people that are local, legal, have families in the area, as opposed to the inexperienced, not in the area, absentee prospects.
Thank you. Any other questions for the current owner? Okay, so we'll ask our question to the prospective buyers.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Council and Council President. My name is Stephanie Mann. I've been hired to translate whatever being taught or what she would like to say. But I wonder if it's okay with you to say, in order to save everybody's time, that he agreed for me to read an open, very brief statement to introduce her.
Yep, go ahead.
Would that be okay? Okay, so I'm a legal resident of Michigan and have lived here for 4 years. I have a therapeutic massage license issued by the state of Michigan and have 10 years experience working as a masseuse or massage therapist and a couple years as a business manager. I follow the laws and my record is clean. That means I'm an upstanding resident. I wish to buy Ocean Wells from High-End Pie because it's an established business that has a very good reputation and in the community, and it's important to me to continue that tradition. And once I've been proved, hopefully that's the case, of the transaction, I will hire workers that are legal residents and have massage license and also live in the community. So buying Ocean Wells will let me make a better living for my families. Thank you.
Thank you. So Councilwoman Budzinski had a question, and I'll have her repeat it, please.
Yes, it was about your experience in owning a business. You know, the previous owner, if I'm not mistaken, owned another location in Livonia or was managing one. And then is your intention to maintain the current employees at the location? Or are you looking to change the current practices that are being done, you know? Are you looking to reimagine the business or maintain it as is as the new owner?
就是你成为一个新的主人了，这么时候呢，你会不会想要重新换一个地址啊？因为或者是搬到别的地方，或是重新来整修你的门面啊，或是有新的政策，还是说你会继续原来的？继续原来。I will continue whatever's existing in the business.
And do you have prior experience owning a business and for how long?
所以呢，你之前有没有拥有任何的一个像类似的这样的店？如果有的话，有多少年？没有。None.
Will you have will you have someone on site, or how do you intend to address the translation? You know, you have a translator with you tonight. I would think it's safe to say most people in Livonia and even some of our surrounding communities don't speak. Again, not to speak inappropriately, I don't know what version of Chinese you're speaking. So I use the word broadly. I understand it's not correct. But what is your plan to address the language barrier to make sure that you can communicate with customers as they come in, but also if there's interaction with the city moving forward, what is the plan there?
这样子的，你是有什么计划呢？因为你不会讲中文，你不会讲英文，然后大部分的社区人都不会讲英文，不会讲中文，所以呢，那你要怎么样跟以后店里的客人交通，或者是跟以后这个市区政府他们之间需要跟你联络啊，跟你有一些谈话的时候，你要怎么应付呢？
简单的英语我还是会一些，简单按摩了这么多年，客人英语在按摩方面的客人啊，接待呀什么我都知道。
So okay, because of the several years of the massage business experiences, basic terms or daily conversation, that's okay. I can handle that. And
接电话呀这些都没问题。
And even to pick up phones, you know what kind of massage they want, there's no problem with that.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Just one more question on the staffing. How many employees do you expect to have? Again, are you keeping the current staff? If you're hiring new staff, are you looking to just hire broadly? What would be your practice of bringing in new employees as there's turnover or things like that? Do you have family in the area that you'd be hiring to help and support, or using a staffing company? Or
这样子就是说，你对于你会想要说用现在原有的员工呢，还是说你还要继续招更多的员工，还是怎么样？或者对于员工他们，你就是要怎么样？就是说如果有人要走啊等等这些，你有没有什么新的原则啊？这样子交接啊？
我不招了，就按照原来的员工。
I don't think. So.
就是原来的员工。
Okay, so
有一个就行了。
Okay, I don't have any plan to hire more employees. I'm going to use the existing employee. I think that's enough.
Okay, thank you. Could I ask someone in the back row to shut that back door? We can hear the radio or whatever's going on back there. I think it's out there.
Yes, my apologies. And if you wouldn't mind repeating the response.
She said she plans to retain the staff.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We could not really
Be
hear.
speaking some more, maybe if you speak into the microphone.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, any other questions from council?
还有没有什么其他的问题
Okay, Ms. McDonald?
Thank you. I was wondering, how many people are on staff currently employed by you?
目前这个店里有几个员工
one.
Just one.
One plus yourself?
然后就加上你就两个。
Yeah.
Yeah, including me too. So.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Maybe
Ms. Persconi?
I just have one follow-up. We received a letter in our packet from a Sherry Lou. Who was that, and what was the purpose of that letter?
所以我们收到一封信从谢瑞如，这个是目的是什么？这封信他是谁，或是为什么我们会收到这封信？你等一下他也会来讲。
Hello again.
I think I'm best to address that. Sherry Lou is a real estate agent who was assisting the prior buyer in, she's been here multiple times before, in trying to close the deal the prior time. But she's a real estate agent, not experienced in what I would characterize as business transactions. And she was unable to work with the landlord and the insurance company in a way necessary to actually close the deal.
Got it. So that was from, you're the one that sent the email indicating that Sherry Lou's not part of this transaction.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I didn't know where that came into play.
Yeah, Sherry was representing the prior buyer who had limited English skills as well.
And you are not working with this person for this transaction?
Sherry Lou is not involved in this at all.
Okay, thank you for that.
I asked Stephanie to participate, or I introduced Stephanie to Shin Yu simply because Stephanie works in the court system, translator, and is not what I would characterize as a business advisor. So I felt that was a a better resource to involve than bringing Sherry back into this.
And thank you for that
Okay.
explanation. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Ms. Wadzinski?
Hi. Thank you. And I know the owners presently have been before us and, you know, best wishes with the health concerns. I know it's been really stressful. And with that in mind, I'd just like to give council more time to kind of look over things with an approving and denying for the regular.
Okay. Any comments from council? Any comments from the audience on this item? Okay.
I'm sorry,
Ms. Persconi?
Would it be possible for the massage license and the qualifications of Ms. Shen to be provided to council to review? Because, you know, with respect to massage establishments in Livonia, we do tend to scrutinize them a little bit more. For the right reasons, because they're great establishments and we have great ones here in Livonia, and we take pride in that. So we just want to make sure we're maintaining that standard. So if we could please have information provided with respect to her credentials, her license, in particular her license, and perhaps maybe a list. It sounds like it's only going to be two. It sounds like it's only 2 employees right now, and it's going to just maintain to be 2 employees, but some sort of just breakdown of that information. That would be very helpful, so we can do what we need to do on our end.
How is she gonna send those information to you?
Is there a card over there for Sarah or any of us?
Council should have one.
Right on the dais.
Okay.
So our next meeting is July 13th, that this will be on the regular agenda for that. So you'll want to come back for that one.
Okay.
But if you could send this information beforehand so we can review it and add it to the agenda packet.
That sounds good.
She does have her license here if you'd like to take a look at it. Or
Okay, could you just send a copy so we have it for the record?
Send it to Sarah?
Send it.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so this will be on the regular agenda on July 13th,
July
2026.
13th, come back at the same time, 7 o'clock?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
Okay, moving on to item number 6. This is a request for consideration of a proposed ordinance amendment and to extend the existing pilot payment in lieu of taxes for Ziegler Place Senior Apartments. This comes from Stephen J. Reitman, Honigman LLP, to amend Chapter 3.12 Senior Citizens Housing Tax Exemption. Good evening. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, Scott Fry, Jonathan Rose Companies from Cleveland, Ohio, but here in Michigan often for our projects. So I represent Jonathan Rose Companies. We're founded in 1989 as a national developer of affordable and mixed income housing at Ziegler specifically. The original developer went out of business and we stepped in to preserve their entire 47 property portfolio. We have held Ziegler Place since 2017, and we're now putting together the resources for a comprehensive rehabilitation with low-income housing tax credits. So I lead the team at Rose that's dedicated to this type of work. We've completed several similar projects in Michigan recently. The construction be handled by our in-house general contractor, Rose Community Builders, who has a headquarters here in Canton, Michigan. Ziegler Place, which I'm sure a lot of you know, was built in 1976. It is 153 apartments. Occupancy is restricted to low-income elderly residents. And our goal and the mission of Jonathan Rose Companies generally is to provide affordable rental housing and social services that allow seniors to age in place and maintain their independence. The scope of work that we've outlined with our architects and MISHTA for Ziegler Place is $8.8 million in hard costs, beginning from the building envelope, including the roof, the facade, the windows, and sliding glass doors, mechanical systems, which are reaching the end of their useful lives, particularly HVAC, plumbing, appliances, and electrical and fire safety. Much of this work is geared toward energy conservation, which will reduce the property's impact on city infrastructure. Kitchens and bathrooms will be fully remodeled, including new cabinets, hard surface countertops. ADA accessibility will be added with the addition of 8 UFAS units. Amenity spaces will be upgraded and will include new offices, a fitness center, a community kitchen, and the addition of a full-time resident service coordinator who will office on site. The service coordinator will work to connect residents with local services, which in addition to a full schedule of regular programming, includes things like helping residents sign up for Medicare, help with meals, housekeeping, arranging for traveling physicians to visit the property for medical screenings. It's an important resource and will be included in the property's operations. The project sources. A large first mortgage is difficult to size with restricted rents, so a pilot helps to keep expenses predictable and manageable throughout the life cycle of a project like Ziegler Place. And it allows us, importantly, to increase the size of the mortgage to do more work. The other source of funding are low-income housing tax credits, which are generated by our acquisition and rehabilitation expenditures and allocated. They're a federal subsidy allocated by the Michigan State Housing Development Authority. So the impact of a pilot is twofold. It provides operational stability and is necessary for new financing. We're requesting continuation of the pilot on the same terms, not a reduction and not a negative impact to the city budget. And our commitment in return for the city's continued support of Ziegler Place is to preserve the property as elderly affordable housing by extending the subsidy contract and adding formal deed restrictions for the next 30 years. We will improve the property by modernizing it, reducing energy consumption, providing social services, and creating a positive economic impact through local construction jobs and fees that the city will receive. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Termina, did you want to add to that?
No, I'll help answer.
Oh, okay. When you grab the mic, I thought you were ready to go.
I'm just prepared to
Okay.
assist in any questions.
Thank you. Council?
Madam Chair?
Ms. Budzinski?
Yeah, I think that this is a valuable upgrade to our community. I'm really excited to hear you talk about having kind of a social worker case manager on site. The council representative for Healthy Livonia, and in those meetings, representatives from Trinity Health have talked about kind of in some of our senior living facilities, the lack of that continued care and point person when somebody's back home really results in a lot of seniors having to be rehospitalized or facing additional challenges. So hopefully that this position will help alleviate some of the added stress on the residents living in Ziegler Place. So with that in mind, I'd like to refer this to the law department to prepare for first read. I believe that's not it.
No,
What-
I can help answer that question.
Mr. Termina?
So this is, there are two parts to this request. There is an ordinance amendment, so it would be appropriate to ask for first read on the language changes to Chapter 3.12 of the Code of Ordinances. Secondarily, they're seeking an extension of the pilot to payment in lieu of taxes. So there will be two resolutions, or if you will, two items to bring forward to council, the first reading and then the approval of the extension of the pilot.
So it just goes on the regular, and they separate it.
Correct.
So I'm sorry, is that what you're?
Yes, that is what I'm trying.
I'm sorry, what we'll probably do is bring the extension of the pilot back at the time of second reading and a roll call vote. So you'll probably vote on those two items together. So at the July 13th meeting, we would have the ordinance ready for first reading, and then the subsequent meeting, we'd bring the two items for final adoption.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation. Anything else, Ms. Budzinski?
No, that's all.
Okay, Ms. Persconi?
Thank you. Yeah, is there any additional information available? And I don't know if this is a question directed through the chair to Mr. Tormina or to the petitioner with respect to the actual payments that the city's been receiving, because I know pilot's very common with subsidized housing and all of that, but what we've actually been receiving as a city and what we are projected to receive and what what it looks like to
We
make
we
sure?
could certainly get that information for you. It is 10%, which is on the high end of the annual shelter rents, the percentage of annual shelter rents that go towards the service charge. But the assessor and treasurer's office should have those numbers, and we can provide that to you prior to the next meeting.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay. Ms. McDonald?
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for your presentation tonight. What is the time frame that you're looking at to complete the renovations and get everything complete for the residents?
Sure. So we submitted to MISTA back in March, as well as HUD. We're imminently anticipating HUD approvals within the next 30 to 60 days. And we're on MISTA's board docket for July for their commitment. So anticipating closing on the project in August. Construction will take place over the course of 10 to 12 months.
All right, very good, thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from council? Ms. Persconi?
142, with respect to the construction plans, are we going to be able to see those as well? Can we see those?
Absolutely.
Okay, that would be great if we could kind of just see the plan, because anytime there's some updates and whatnot, if there's things we can do to enhance the area and the space, this sounds like a very nice project, but, just to make sure that we're doing it all one full swoop.
And we have submitted permit drawings to the city for approval as well.
Okay.
But happy to share them directly as well.
Excellent, thank you. Great, appreciate it.
Thank you. Anything else from council? Anything from the audience? Good evening, sir. Name and address, please. You have 2 minutes.
Jerry Karasinski, 1948 Bainbridge Avenue. I'm a member of St. Priscilla Church, and we support Ziegler Place each month by helping with the city food distribution in that building. And I can attest to the conditions and the management and the residents that I'm pretty sure they would all love to see this happen. And it would be very much needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, sir. Name and address, please. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, just a clarification. This is a study meeting, right?
Yes.
So I can talk about something else later on?
That's on the agenda, yeah.
Yeah, because I just want to make sure I can. I was wondering, is Ziegler, is it a rental agency or are you a developer? Because it comes up like you're a rental agency, is that what you are, or no? Do you own the
Please direct-
property?
Mr.
I'm
King,
sorry.
please direct your
Sorry,
comments
I'm
at
just
staff.
wondering, A, if they own the property, or if they're just leasing the property. Secondly, it says proposed ordinance amendment. What ordinance is being amended? And what does payment in lieu of taxes mean? Does each individual resident pay their own taxes, or in lieu of taxes for the whole structure, are they doing the rent? I just think there's so much information that's kind of like out there. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from the audience? Okay, so this will be on the regular agenda, the first read, and then hopefully if that goes through, both items will be on the following meeting agenda. Okay, thank you very much. Item number 7, this comes from Fire and Rescue. This is award of bid for supplying uniforms and related uniform items for a period of 3 years with a potential 2-year extension from budgeted funds. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, council members. My name is John McKee, and I have the honor and privilege to serve as training officer for Livonia Fire and Rescue. On April 27th, a request for bids was placed on the Michigan Trade Network looking for agencies to fulfill the 3-year contract to supply uniforms. 2 bids were submitted in full, the lowest of which was Ali Brothers Uniforms of Livonia, which has been a business here in our community for 55 years. I stand before you tonight asking respectfully that you accept the bid from Ali Brothers Uniforms.
Thank you. Council?
Madam President, I'd
Mr.
be
McCullough?
happy to offer an approving on consent. Ali Brothers is not only a great for our uniforms, but they are also a great community partner and have always supported a lot of our events. I know that doesn't go there, but a lot of their prices are right on par. And they're based in Livonia.
Hey, Council Member McCullough, I would contend that many city departments take advantage of Ali Brothers, not just the uniform departments of police and fire, but the law department. For instance, our city attorney is wearing his law suit Sorry,
With that,
I
I
could
think
not
we need
resist.
to shut down. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so we have an approving on consent. Any other comments from council? Any comments from the audience? All right, item number 7 will be on the consent agenda on July 13th. Thank you so much for coming out. Moving on to DPW, item number 8, an award of bid for an outdoor fitness area at Rotary Park from budgeted funds. Good evening, ma'am. Name and address, please.
Hi, I'm Michelle Coppin, Interim Superintendent for Parks and Recreation. I bring before you a request to award a contract to Snyder Recreation. We had to remove a fitness cluster in Rotary Park 2 years ago because of the age and condition it was in. And we went forward with Wayne County Park millage money for an intergovernmental agreement. Last fall, council approved that agreement that we would replace that fitness structure. So in December, we posted on the Mitten website for bids. We gave them the total amount of $150,000. We received bids and we met as a committee on February 12th and selected the large cluster from Snyder. So it is one of the biggest that we received, and we like the design, the layout, and so that is the what we present before you.
Okay, thank you. Council? Ms. McDonald?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to offer approving on consent for this one.
Thank you. Any other comments from council? Ms. Bazinski?
I'm just going to comment, one, welcome, congratulations to being here. 2, my husband is going to be very excited that you have a wall ball at the outdoor complex, and he would love for one at the new turf area at the recreation center, so.
A wall ball?
Target. It's in
Okay.
the pack, it's in
All right.
the packet thing here, and so he's going to be very excited, any CrossFitter, I'm sure will be very excited to come to Rotary now, but if you want to add one to the recreation center too.
I will consult with our health and fitness coordinator.
I'm gonna put it on record so that he knows I'm listening at home. Thank you.
All right, anything else from council? Anything from the audience on this one? All right, item number 8 will be on the consent agenda on July 13th, 2026. Thank you so much for coming out.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Moving on to DPW, item number 9, request for authorization to waive the formal bidding process and purchase 2 2027 Freightliner dump trucks and subsequent upfitting using the Rochester Hills Cooperative Award Agreement to be used by the Roads Department from budgeted funds. Good evening, Mr. Moore.
Evening, Council. Doug Moore with DPW. Council, we're looking to purchase 2 dump trucks. Both the truck and the upfitting would be done through the Rochester Hills Cooperative Award Agreement. The purchase price for the trucks, the 2 trucks, is $239,500. The upfitting is $349,684. That consists of the computer system called CompuSpread, which spreads salt for us, the salt application process, all equipment needed for salt application, brine tanks for adding brine to roads, front snowplow, and specialty lights. We are also asking for an 8% contingency fund for any cost overruns. The total purchase price for the 2 trucks is $618,158.72.
Thank you very much, council. Ms. Budzinski?
I'd like to offer an approving on consent.
Okay. Any other comments from council? Any comments from the audience? Good evening, sir. Name and address, please. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Christopher Martin. Can't let this one go by. I've spoken before about dump trucks that Doug Moore had requested for the DPW. And it mentioned, gave certain descriptions when I saw these trucks out on the road and how things are falling off the back. Big cloud of dust. They never put down the part of the vehicle, okay, that would cover that, whether it be the dump truck part to keep things from blowing out. And it's a fabric that they roll down. And saw that, came up here, I think, at least 3 times, if not 4 times. I've never seen a truck with that ever down covering the load, whether it be sand or brush or whatever. And this will be approved, no question about it. And but this gets down to the why I'm voting against the millage, because you're going to approve this, you're going to approve the next dump truck that he wants. Not a single question. How many dump trucks do we currently have, Mr. Doug Moore? That's what you should be asking, okay? How many miles are on? What is this replacing? Those are the questions that you should be asking, okay? I feel. That's why, once again, I'll be voting down the millage thing. Thank you.
Any other comments from the audience? Good evening, sir. Name and address, please. You have 2 minutes.
Steve King, Coventry Gardens. Yeah, I just want to second what Mr. Martin said. $644,000, no questions, waiving the bid process. So I'm on social media all day, people reaching out, well, how is money being wasted? Well, here's a perfect example. And again, do we even have the drivers for these trucks? You need to send a drone over the DPW yard. There's more trucks there than we have employees. So does anybody do any due diligence on the consent agenda? Couldn't you just put it on the regular agenda so you could talk about it? Thanks.
Mr. Moore, there's one person behind you. Good evening, sir. Name and address, please. You have 2 minutes.
Jerry Kersinski, 1948 Bainbridge Avenue. I had a chance to look at the documents, and it does show that we're replacing 2 trucks with these 2 new trucks. I believe that the city department, when they say they've exceeded their useful life, and I support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the audience? Great. Item number 9 will be on the consent agenda on July 13th, 2026. Item number 10, request for authorization to waive the formal bidding process and purchase one 2027 Freightliner dump truck and subsequent upfitting using the Rochester Hills Cooperative Award Agreement to be used by the Roads Department from budgeted funds. Mr. Moore.
As with the previous one, this is a tandem axle dump truck. It will be assigned to the road section, be hauling material, leaves, and salt. It will have a front plow on it. Will be set up with the same salt application process. The purchase price for the truck is $131,800. The cost of the upfitting is $161,846. There's a leaf box that will go on this for $18,698 and an 8% contingency in the amount of $14,443.52. All told, the purchase price is $326,787.52.
Thank you. Council?
Madam Chair?
Ms. Persconi?
Happy to offer an approving on consent for the same reasons that were previously said.
Thank you. Any comments from council? Anything from the audience? Name and address, please. You have 2 minutes.
Christopher Martin, great state of Michigan. This is like deja vu. Didn't we just talk about this? But anyway, yeah, we got almost $1 million in these 3 trucks. Once again, is it really warranted? And yeah, I could read that package, okay? You guys never add, how many miles are on these trucks that are being replaced? Just nothing. So yeah, put it on the consent. I'm voting no on the millage and would encourage other people to do the same thing. Thank you.
Any other comments from the audience?
Madam President?
Mr. McCullough?
Thank you. I'd just like to, if I may, address this. If you guys look at the packets, I'm not trying to sit here and I appreciate the fact that we're looking for transparency, but when you say it's waived the bidding process, it clearly says under there it's a cooperative purchasing agreement that leverages the Rochester Hills purchasing agreement. And if you look in the packet, on all those pages, it verbatimly states exactly what's in there. Now, we could sit here on every single item and read hundreds. This one's got 27 pages worth of documents. I'm all for transparency. I'm all for anything that's positive for the good of the city, but it's right here, guys. It's sitting right here. And so you guys can put any spin on it, but I'm going to call it out on this one particularly. There's sometimes I do agree with some things you say. On this case, I can't. It's right here. It's in the packet. And if all these meetings we were required to read every single thing, well then, let's just sit here and have, a 40-hour meeting where we just go over minutes after minutes. The packet's there. We've done our homework. You guys can say we don't. I can tell you, everybody here to speak with them, we do our homework on this. So it's in the packet. If you'd like any more information on it, it clearly shows the vehicles that are being replaced. Thank you.
All right, item number 10 will be on the consent agenda on July 13th, 2026. Thank you, Mr. McCullough. Item number 11, request for authorization to waive the formal bidding process and award of bid for the replacement of the boiler system at Robert and Janet Bennett Civic Center Library from budgeted funds. Mr. Moore.
Council, this was bid out for Sandburg Library several months ago, and we came to council for an approval. Our purchasing manager and our fill-in building maintenance supervisor did talk with the contractor who's doing the work, and they offered to extend the pricing for that boiler system towards the towards the Bennett Library. The cost for the system is $114,667. The purchasing manager felt that this was a very good deal and didn't see any need to bid this out again because of the recent bid pricing for it, and it would replace the boiler at the library.
Thank you. Council? Mr. McCullough?
On this one, it kind of goes in the opposite direction, that I don't like the fact that we did not go out to bid for this specific unit, because every building is not a one-size-fits-all. And so there's different designs, there's different calculations, and while I appreciate the contractor asking for, the specific BTUs, I can't support this without going out to competitive bid. Thank you.
Any other comments from council? Ms. McDonald?
Thank you, President Reed. I agree with Councilmember McCullough on this. Our ordinances specifically say everything over $30,000 needs to go out to bid. So, we really need to hone up and follow these rules, because they're there for a reason. So I'm in agreement with Mr. McCullough on this.
Thank you. Anyone down here? Ms. Persconi?
Thank you. Through the chair to Mr. Moore, do you have knowledge as to how comparable these two units are with respect to the one that you bid out at Sandburg to this particular unit at Bennett?
They're not the same, but they're similar units.
Again, through the chair to Mr. Moore, do you anticipate, if it does go out to bid, that we're coming back higher, substantially higher?
I would say that if this were to go out for bid, the same vendors are going to bid on it. And I do not see where it would change anything at all. I don't believe there will be any change in pricing.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. McDonald?
Thank you. What is the condition of this unit? Is it something that is an emergency that needs to be repaired now, or do we have time on this to take this out to bid?
Right now is the time to fix the boiler in summer. It doesn't need to be used. If we push it and it gets put off and we get into fall and need a boiler and it fails, we won't have heat in the building. And we all know what happened a couple of years ago when we didn't have air conditioning in the building.
Mr. McCullough?
I appreciate that, but it also goes as the proactive nature of being a responsible government. And for that, I'm going to offer a denying on this one. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Budzinski?
Sorry, I've just been trying to look up the previous, the Sandburg information that we received. And with that in mind, could I offer an approving, and if we have more time to kind of look at this issue and what the bids were that we received previously, and the need so that we can have both options available to us in July.
Okay, so we have an approving and a denying on the regular. Anything else from council? And we'll go to the audience. Name and address, please. You have 2 minutes.
Steve King, Coverage Gardens. Appreciate it, Brandon. I understand what you're talking about, the packet. This packet tonight was 300 pages. I think that's part of the problem. I don't think your packet should be that. You shouldn't try to digest that much stuff in one meeting. It's too much. I did my due diligence on this too. These are Lochinvar boilers. Where have you heard that name before? Lochinvar, that's what we put in the senior center. That's a premium product. I've put Lochinvar in my first house. I didn't use it again. So, just 10 minutes. Well, McLean, their Ultra Evergreen series. Burnham, their Alpine series. Lars HTP, Strong Value Alternative. Airco, Benchmark series. Cleaver Brooks, Clearfire series. All 25% less. Every one of them, the same quality. If I was sitting on the dais, I would go to Slater Heating and Cooling. They are at 5 Mile in Farmington, and have a chat with the owner. And he'll just tell you. He'll look at your proposal and he'll say, yeah, that's a good deal. It's not. I didn't have an opportunity to do that on this packet, but no, these things got to go out to bid. The rubber stamping is what's driving citizens nuts.
Okay, anything else from the audience? Sorry, Mr. Moore. Mr. Karazinski's behind you again.
Oh, sorry.
I'd like to second the support, request for bid. Dump trucks are already on a purchase agreement because governments go out and they cooperatively get together and rely on other governments to negotiate with the expectation that there will be volume that goes with those cooperative agreements. The Michigan State Police, for example, evaluate all the patrol cars and then get competitive bids, and this city is one of the legal entities in the state that has taken advantage of that before. So I don't know whether those other boilers matter. I think we just need to go out to bid. I think we can have the amount of time and still get this taken care of before the fall. Thank you.
All right, thank you. With this, so I don't see any more audience communication. So item number 11 has an approving and a denying on the regular for July 13th, 2026. Item number 12 is an award of bid for the replacement of the mini split AC system at Idlewild Golf Course from budgeted funds. Mr. Moore.
This is for the pro shop at Idlewild. The mini split has failed and needs immediate replacement. This went out on Mitten as an RFQ. We got 3 quotes back. The low bid was Guarding Environment for $23,770.
Okay, council. Mr. McCullough.
I'd be happy to offer and approve it on consent.
Anything else from council? Anything from the audience? Item number 12 will be on the consent agenda on July 13th, 2026. Thank you so much, Mr. Moore. Have a nice night. All right, item number 13, this is an appointment of John Grisbeck to the Zoning Board of Appeals by Councilmember Brandon McCullough in order to fill the unexpired term of Timothy J. Klisch, which will expire on July 12th, 2028. Mr. McCullough.
Thank you, Madam President. So kind of a topic, Mr. Grisbeck, we received a letter today that he has withdrew his nomination, and won't get further into that. John is one of the reasons, and he's probably watching. John's been on probably every committee that the city has had. He's an upstanding citizen and someone that I think would do a great job on the Zoning Board of Appeals. The reason that I really wanted to choose John at that point was because, one, his integrity. I swear he might know every street in the city, and I had no doubt that he would make decisions based on the integrity of our city. But I will honor his withdrawal, and with that, I am asking council, and this is also at a request of Mr. Grisbeck, to reinstate Mr. Testa, Mike Testa, right there, sitting in there. If you want to come up, we want to embarrass you a little bit. It's the only couple times we got. And I would like to bring back with letters of recommendation that I did receive. Me and Mike go back, and I did tell him that I made my word to Mr. Grisbeck, and after he withdrew, I did tell Mr. Testa that he would be my pick, and it's not a pick that I take for granted on any means. Mr. Testa, I'll give you an example. There's a ZBA issue in my neighborhood. We won't get into details on it. And Mr. Testa, without asking me anything other than maybe, hey, this is your neighbor's, blah, 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 didn't ask my opinion on it. He actually came out to site, he studied it, and I think he probably spends way more time than he probably should on some of this, but he does a great job on the Zoning Board of Appeals, and he would be missed. He has been missed. I don't know if you've missed a meeting yet, but he's someone that, will make decisions and has made decisions for the benefit of our city. And I wholeheartedly support, and I hope my colleagues do as well, on the reappointment of Mr. Testa.
Thank you, Mr. McCullough. Good evening, Mr. Testa. Did you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. McCullough. I appreciate the comments. Yeah, I was looking to go in retirement here after the July meeting, but Brandon's pulling me back in. If my employer is watching, this is not a precedent in 4 years and 10 months when I retire from there. I do want to point out that I was originally appointed by then Councilman Jolly, and it's somewhat poetic that now the Honorable Judge Jolly is creating this opening by appointing Tim, or nominating Tim, that you approved tonight to magistrate. So I thank Jim for that as well. And I also want to thank my wife and my family for the burden that it causes when I'm out taking care of serving the city. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Council?
I'll offer an approving on consent. As noted, Mike has been a valued member of the ZBA, and I'm glad you'll be able to continue.
Okay, thank you very much. Any comments from the audience? All right, item number 13 will be on the consent agenda on July 13th, 2026. Thank you so much, Mr. Testa. All right, we will end the evening with any audience communication from anyone that did not speak at the beginning of the meeting and for items that are not on the agenda. Seeing no audience communication, any closing remarks from council? All right, good night, everyone. See you in July.
Did you know that 4 out of 5 car seats are installed or used incorrectly? Even the most attentive parents and caregivers can unknowingly make mistakes that could endanger your child. Hello, Livonia. I'm Mayor Maureen Miller-Brosnan, and I'm inviting you to our first ever Community Car Seat Safety Check Day on Thursday, July 16th from 1 to 4 p.m. right here at the Livonia Fire Station 3 on 7 Mile Road. Our firefighters, our police officers, and our certified child passenger safety technicians are going to be on hand to inspect car seats. They're going to answer your questions and help make sure that your child is riding as safely as possible. The event is completely free, and a limited number of free car seats will be available for qualifying families. So bring your child if you can. Enjoy a family-friendly day full of activities. Appointments are recommended, but drive-ins are welcome. So visit the link below to reserve your spot. We hope to see you there as we work together to keep Livonia's children safe.
Mrs. Shaw, what are you doing? I'm working on programming. Summer reading is just around the corner, and I'm going to be ready. Oh, that's probably fine. That is not fine.
Penelope Rex, said Mrs. Noodleman. We don't eat our classmates. Please spit them out at once.
I have made a Jurassic mistake. want another fun adventure, sign up for the Summer Reading Challenge.
Unearth a story this summer at the library. Use your summer reading log to keep track of all your reading. Earn a reading badge for each hour you read or listen. Earn an activity badge for completing activities like attending a library event. We have a lot of fun events, doing the scavenger hunt, or telling the librarians a joke. Earn a free choice sticker for either reading, listening, or doing another activity. Collect 6 stickers by July 31st and you'll earn a free book, a certificate, and an entry into our grand prize raffle. Don't forget to register, it's super easy. Register online beginning June 1st. And if you have any questions, we can help you sign up at the library. Remember, no dinosaurs or librarians were harmed in the making of this video.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. We are very excited to formally celebrate the grand opening of the Capitol Girl Hill in Livonia. We knew this intersection was a very engine driver, literally, for economic development in our community. We got so much stuff going up and down. To you and your team, we're grateful for you investing here. Reed's got a long history being in this area. He ran the On the Border at 8 Mile and Haggerty for a while, and he went on to do the Capitol Girl in Troy before coming here to become managing partner. So we wish you all the best to the team. And I'll turn it over to Mayor Maureen Miller-Brosnan for her words of welcome on behalf of the city.
Thanks, Dan, I appreciate it. So Reed, on behalf of all of Livonia, all of our 96,000 residents, 4,000 businesses that we have here, we know that you are going to be a successful venture here in our community. You are already the talk of the town. You had many of us here last week for dinners, and we got a chance to experience not just your hospitality and the awesome food, but clearly understood that if you want to come and make really important memories, this is where you come. This is a special place. Your staff is exceptionally well trained. We were here while there were layers of staff in training. Behind every one trainer, there were 2 people that were learning the art and the craft. And just the hospitality just oozed from every pore of this building. And so I think our residents are really looking forward to the opportunity to join you and coming here, creating some of their family memories and enjoying some really good food and a great top-notch dining experience. So welcome to Livonia.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
There we go.
Do you have what it takes to serve, protect, and leave a lasting impact on your community? At the Livonia Police Department, we don't just wear the badge, we embody it. We're more than officers, we're leaders, guardians, and the heartbeat of the community we serve. Every day we build trust, forge connections, and stand as the shield between chaos and order. Whether we're leading community events, mentoring the next generation through school programs, or partnering with local leaders, our mission is clear. Keep Livonia safe, united, and thriving. We don't settle for mediocrity, we demand excellence. With cutting-edge training and dynamic career paths, we prepare you to take on any challenge. From elite units like SWAT, Mobile Field Force, Honor Guard, hostage negotiators, and K-9, to advancing as a detective or serving on specialized task force, the Livonia Police Department is where ambition meets opportunity. Our officers are guardians, trained to protect the public and navigate the toughest situations, and when the public needs protection, we stand as warriors. Join a department that invests in your future. We offer top-tier benefits, 6-figure earning potential with bonuses and overtime, and a 12-hour shift schedule for unmatched flexibility. And we'll help you rise even higher with free college tuition all the way up to and including a master's degree. With a rock-solid pension plan and endless opportunities for growth, the Livonia Police Department offers more than a career, it's a legacy. At the Livonia Police Department, this isn't just a job, it's a call to action. It's about protecting what matters, building a future, and being part of something greater than yourself. Are you ready to rise to the challenge? Join the Livonia Police Department today. Visit livoniapd.com to start your journey.
Hi, I'm Officer Kehoe, and I am your City of Livonia Animal Control Officer. And here we have Gus, the German Shepherd, here today to help us with an introduction on our new 24/7 microchip scanning station for all community. Inside the box here, we have a microchip scanner that is universal for all microchips. If you're going to be scanning a pet that maybe you found running loose, we're going to start by turning it on here with the red button. Once you have the scanner on, you're going to press the red button in the center again and begin scanning the pet. We want to be sure to go down the back, down the legs. You don't need to make contact with the pet, just in the general area. And if a microchip is detected, you're going to read a number across the screen. Once we have that number, we're going to take out our smartphone. You're going to select the QR code on our sign, which will direct you to the universal microchip lookup. From here, we're going to scroll down and do microchip search. We'll enter in the number that is here on the screen of the scanner. And if the microchip is registered, it's going to come up with the microchip company and their contact information and phone number that you can then call, and they will provide you with the owner's phone number. If you do not find a microchip, you can contact Livonia Animal Control during our business hours or the police department for further assistance on where to take the pet. Once you're done with the scanner, we would greatly appreciate if you could just put it back inside our handy box here to keep it protected from the elements and secure the door. Thank you, Livonia, again. We appreciate you helping try to reunite lost pets with their owner and preventing them from entering the shelter.
Livonia CERT needs you. The CERT program, short for Community Emergency Response Team, is a program that educates volunteer citizens about disaster preparedness for hazards and emergencies that could impact our local community. The Livonia CERT program provides basic disaster response training skills. These skills include fire safety, light search and rescue, team organization, and disaster medical operations. With this training, CERT members can provide critical support during an emergency when professional responders are not immediately available to help. And when help does arrive, CERT members are also encouraged to support emergency response agencies. To become a Livonia CERT member, you can call 734466238 or visit livoniapd.com for more information. When disaster strikes, we need you. Join CERT today.
For decades, volunteers have helped make Livonia a stronger, more connected community. Now, we're excited to reintroduce the Livonia Office of Volunteer Energy. This is a renewed effort to connect residents with meaningful opportunities to serve, to support your neighbors, and to make a difference. Whether you're interested in helping at city events, assisting community programs, or joining our community emergency response team, or volunteering with local nonprofit organizations, there's a place for you in our growing network.
You know, Livonia's had volunteerism since we were founded in 1835 as a township, and our first volunteer office of Livonia Office of Volunteer Energies was in the early 1970s. We continue to look to the future of volunteerism. We need your help. Livonia says there's room for you as a volunteer.
You know, nobody says it better than Bill Joyner. He's been involved with us from the very beginning on this project, so I love the chance that we're getting to bring you back here, Bill. We are ready to get everybody involved, so we want you to head on over to livonia.gov/1934 and complete the Become a Volunteer form. Together, we can turn compassion into action and keep Livonia strong and connected and full of that energy that you envisioned
years and years ago. And with 94,000 people living in Livonia, we certainly are looking forward to finding who you are and working with you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Paige.
Thank you. Well, we're going to start with an English song, of all things. This was written by Sidney Carter, who also wrote the Lord of the Dance. This is about St. Julian of Norwich. She lived around the time of Chaucer, 1430s, and she was an anchoress. In other words, she was bricked into a building at the base of a bell tower. They did weird things back in the medieval times. And people, of course, would pass her food and all that. Well, she was a prophetess. And people would come up and say, well, what did God say, Julian? And she'd say things very cryptically. She'd say, well, he did not say you would not be travailed, and he did not say you would not be belabored, and he did not say you would not be sorely tried, but he did say you would not be overcome, that all manner of things shall be well, that all shall be well again. So this is kind of our song for the season, too, because it says, let the winter come and go, all shall be well again. I know. Not the roads, but the winter, let's say. Thank you, thank you. Julian of Norwich. Well, thank you for that. We're going to do some Irish tunes here. Guess after all, we are an Irish band. That's what we pass ourselves off as. So these are 3 Irish tunes: Banish Misfortune, the Dingle Regatta, and the Fox Hunter's Jig. Thank you. Thank you. 3 Irish, well, slip jigs, I think. So this next song comes from the city of Cork, down in the south of Ireland, and the harbor is known as the Cove of Cork, C-O-B-H, Cove. Because as you all know, there's no V in the Irish alphabet. They use B-H instead. But sometimes it's a W sound, and sometimes it's a V sound. You never know what the heck they're going to do with that in the Gaelic. So this is called the Holy Ground. Sailor song. By the way, used to be known as Queenston, Cork was, and that was the last place that Titanic took on passengers before sailing off into oblivion. 1912, but... Until I fared on the main, 1,000 times I did, o'er the ship is sailing swiftly, which will bear me far from here. We will sail the salt sea over, and we'll return for shore to Thank you. Thank you. You'll notice I always sing with my eyes closed. That's because I've transferred all these words onto my eyelids. So, I don't have to look at anyone. Actually, if I do look at people, then then my brain starts to go, hey, that guy looks just like Uncle so-and-so. I wonder what ever happened to old Uncle so-and-so. And then I'm off and I say, hey, you're supposed to be doing a song here, dummy. This next song is a children's jump rope song, is how it started out from Belfast, called I'll Tell Me Ma. But I won't tell her much. No. Yeah. Says he loves her, all the boys are fighting for. Rap at the door and they ring at the bell, saying, oh, my true love, are you well? Out she comes, his white as snow, rings and rings and bells and her goes. Old Jenny Murphy said she'll die, sounds like at the bell with the rolling eye. Mama, when I go home, boys won't be the girls alone. Pull my hair and stole my comb, but that's all right when I go home. She's handsome, she's pretty, she's a bella. Let the wind and the rain and the hail blow high, the snow comes shoveling from the sky. She's as sweet as apple pie, she'll get her own lad by and by. When she gets a lad of her own, she won't tell her ma when she comes home. Let them all come as they will, tell her Moody she loves still. Ma, when I go home, the boys won't be the girls alone. Pull my hair and stole my comb, that's all right till I go home. She is handsome, she is pretty, she is the belle of Belfast City. She is courting 1, 2, 3. Please don't tell me who is she. Let them all come as they will. Albert Moody loves her still. Thank you. Thank you. There's a Scottish version of that called Jeannie McPherson. Jeannie McPherson. So here's a couple more Irish tunes. This is the Kesh Jig, it's a Blackthorn Stick, the Kesh Jig, and then one that you will actually recognize, the Irish Washerwoman. There's words to it, but not at this speed. Oh no. Yes, Marilyn there. With her flying fingers. That fiddle's almost 200 years old. You should sound so good at 200. Okay, well, next on the hit list here. Oh, okay, now this is a more modern song. It was written by a guy from Texas, Steve Earle. It's called The Galway Girl. You might have heard it if you hang around in Irish bars like we do. See, we're not used to people sitting here and actually listening to us, because in the Irish bars, they're always quiet when you're playing, or no, when you're playing, they're all talking. And then when you stop playing, they stop talking. They kind of sit around. And then you start playing again, they all start talking. So oh, good, we're being ignored. That's great, you know. But
It is true, I'm freaking out a little bit.
I know, people are, they're listening. Oh, no.
They're listening.
And of course, there's always, it's always an AI experience, alcohol infused. You know, so, which is better, because the more you drink, the better we sound. And, so this is called The Galway Girl. Well, I took a stroll of the old long walk on the day and I met a little girl and we stopped to talk on a fine soft day. And I asked you, friend, what's a fella to do? 'Cause her hair was black and her eyes were blue. And I knew right then I'd be taking her the world around the salt mill prom with the Galway girl. So she asked me up to her flat downtown, a fine Sunday, and I asked you, friend, what's a fella to do? 'Cause her hair was black and her eyes were blue. So I took her hand and I gave her a twirl, and I lost my heart to the Galway girl. What? Well, when I woke up, I was all alone, with a broken heart and a ticket home. And I asked you, friend, what's a fella to do? 'Cause her hair was black and her eyes were blue. And I traveled around and all over this world, boy, and I never seen nothing like a Galway girl. What? Thank you, Galway Girl. Take a little drop of Ishke. Ishkebaha is the water of life in Ireland. Ishke is water. But We like the Ishkabaha better. So here's a little song about a little old lady from Dublin, Dicey Riley. Poor old Dicey Riley, she is taken to the sup. Poor old Dicey Riley, she will never give it up. For it's off each morning to the huck. She drops in for another little drop of the heart of the roll is Dicey Riley. She works along Fitzgibbon Street with an independent air. And then it's down by Summer Hill, the people stop and stare. She says it's nearly 1:30. Time I had another little one of the heart of the roll is Dicey Riley. Poor old Dicey Riley, she has taken to the sup. Poor old Dicey Riley, she will never give it up. For it's off each morning to the huck. She drops in for another little drop of the heart of the roll is Dicey Riley. Ho! She owns a little sweet shop at the corner of the street. Every evening after school I go to wash her feet. She leaves me there to mind the shop while she nips out for another little drop of the heart of the roll is Dicey Riley. Poor old Dicey Riley, she has taken to the sup. Poor old Dicey Riley, she will never give it up. For it's off each morning to the huck. She drops in for another little drop of the heart of the roll is Dicey Riley. Oh, poor old Dicey Riley, she has taken to the sup. Poor old Dicey Riley, she will never give it up. For it's off each morning to the huck. She drops in for another little drop of the heart of the roll is Dicey Riley. The heart of the roll is Dicey Riley. Thank you, Dicey Riley. Marilyn has a book somewhere in the library, How to Play Fiddle Just Like Me in only 29,665 days. Something like that. So here's a couple of Irish tunes from the north of Ireland. Smash the Windows and Coleraine comes from the town of Coleraine.
Love these titles. Smash the windows.
Thank you. Smash the windows and pull rain. Oh boy. I guess we can't do any St. Patty's Day thing without, yeah, well, green beer. Black beer is even better, Guinness, or something like that. But this is one that you'll all know, I hope. It was written actually by an American who was living in Belfast around 1889. He wrote it, he was the manager of the Alhambra Theater. And the boss of the Alhambra Theater did caricatures of different nationalities. And he wanted a song for an Irishman from the South, because this is in Belfast, remember? So he wanted, hey, and he went to his manager and said, write me a song about an Irishman from the South, and I can kind of pantomime and make fun of them and all that. So he says, okay. Well, the manager had been reading about 4 McNamara brothers that were in the St. Mary's Drum and Bugle Corps down in Limerick. And there's Pat and Mike and Tom, you know, the usual Irish names. And so he wrote this song called McNamara's Band. And later on, 2 of them emigrated to the U.S., and they actually did form a band called McNamara's Band. So these words were recorded by Bing Crosby.
Who?
I know. Who? Before my time.
I remember.
In 1945, he recorded these words and talks about this. My name is Uncle Julius, and some speed and I did come. That's just filler. The original song only had 2 verses, and it was about when the Prince of Wales came over here, he made a hullabaloo and all that type of thing. But this mentions General Grant. When General Grant to Ireland came, he took me by the hand. You know, I never heard the likes of McNamara's Band. Well, Grant was a well-known music hater. When he was asked about music, General, do you like music? Yeah, I like music. What do you like? 2 songs. I like Yankee Doodle and something else. That was it. That was his whole comment about music. So, General Grant. So these are Bing Crosby's words. Who? I know. Exactly. I don't care. Oh, me name is McNamara. I'm the leader of the band. Oh, we're even number in the land. We play at wakes and weddings and at every fancy ball. And when we play at funerals, we play the March of Saul. Oh, the drums go bang and the cymbals clang and the horns they blaze away. McCartney blends the old bassoon while I the pipes to play. There's Tennessee, toodles of flute, the music is something grand. A credit to all Ireland, this McNamara's Band. Right now we are rehearsing for a very swell affair. The annual celebration, all the gentry will be there. When General Grant to Ireland came, he took me by the hand. He said, I never heard the likes of McNamara's Band. Oh, the drums go banging, the cymbals clang, and the horns they blaze away. McCarthy pumps the old bassoon while I the pipes to play. There's Tennessee, toodles the flute, the music is something grand. A credit to all Ireland is McNamara's Band. Credit to all Ireland is McNamara's Band. Oh, my name is Uncle Julius, and some sweet and I did come to play with McNamara's Band and beat the big bass drum. And when I'm marching down the street, the ladies think I'm grand. They say there's Uncle Julius and he's fit an Irishman. Oh, the drums go banging, the cymbals clang, and the horns they blaze away. McCarthy bumps the old bassoon while I the pipes to play. There's Tennessee, toodles of flute, the music is something grand. A credit to all Ireland is McNamara's Band. bunch of shamrocks and me in a harvest green. And I'm the happiest looking Swede that you have ever seen. There's a grinds on deals and shields so shays they come from Ireland. But by Yemeni I'm the only Swede in McNamara's band. Oh, the drums go banging, the cymbals clanging, the horns they blaze away. But cracky bumpsy old bassoon will lay the pipes to play. There's fantasy, toodles of lute and music and something grand. A credit hill Ireland is McNamara's band. Oh, the drums go banging, the cymbals clanging, the horns they blaze away. The girly bumpsy old bassoon will lay the pipes to play. There's fantasy, toodles of lute and music is something grand. A credit hill Ireland is McNamara's Thank you. Last time we did that song was last St. Patrick's Day. We only drag these out once a year. It's like Christmas songs. You drag them out once a year, slaughter them. Said, oh man, that was awful. Put it away. Next year, drag it out, do the same thing. Rinse and repeat. So here's another song that, of course, a lot of people say, would you play Danny Boy? It's my favorite Irish song. It's your only Irish song. So this is Danny Boy. We have to do this by contract or else. It was written by Fred Weatherly. He was an English lawyer, never set foot in Ireland. He took an old Irish tune, of course, but he wrote these words to it. And he also wrote the New Jerusalem and some of those other Victorian era hymns and that type of thing. So this is called Danny Boy. Talks about at one time in the British Army, most of the enlisted men were either Irish or Scots. So that made the British very nervous. So they kept the Irish and the Scots in India or in Africa, away from the home islands, because they were prone to uprisings and that type of fun thing. So at any rate, Danny Boy. Oh, Danny Boy, the pipes are calling from glen to glen and down the mountainside. The summer's gone and all the roses falling. 'Tis you must go and I must bide. But come ye back when summer's in the meadow, or when the valley's hushed and white with snow. 'Tis I'll be there in sunshine or in shadow. Oh, Danny Boy, oh, Danny Boy, I love you so. And when you're gone, and all the flowers are dying, and I am dead, as dead I well may be, you'll come and find the place where I am lying, and kneel and say an Ave there for me, and I shall hear the soft you tread upon me, and all my grief shall warmer, sweeter be. If you will bend and tell me that you love me, and I shall live in peace until you come to me. Thank you, Danny boy. Thanks very much. Oh, it's too bad we don't have a lot of Guinness and everything. We're going to be crying and we all be drinking. Oh, having a great old time. So, here's a couple more Irish tunes. The Sally Garden Reel and the Merry Blacksmith. We don't know where these names ever come from. They just kind of, the old iron skillet and the bedroom slipper, and, you know, they have all these different names. And then you go to Ireland, you find out that the same tune has two different names. So like, oh, what the heck? Oh, and the Banshee. 3 tunes now. Okay. Thank you. The Sally Garden Reel, the Mary Blacksmith, and the Banshee. Paige isn't around, is she?
She's
Is she keeping track of the time?
Are we okay?
Are we on double secret overtime? We have 500 songs on this iPad, so buckle up. You're going nowhere.
We'll be here till 5 o'clock.
We'll get you home about this time tomorrow. So, well, we have just a couple more here, though. Okay, here's another Americana one. This is written by a guy from Buffalo, New York. He was born 1858 in the Irish section of Buffalo, back in the days when no Irish need apply and all that type of thing. And it's all my relatives were there in Niagara Falls and Buffalo, all working on the railroad and digging canals and that type of thing. So this little kid comes up and he decides, well, I'm going to bring respectability to the Irish. And so he starts writing plays, and his name is John Chancellor Alcott. And he takes a stage name of Chauncey Alcott. And he wrote, When Irish Eyes Are Smiling, which is what we're going to do, and by God, you're going to sing it, or Sally will follow you home and play that drum of hers in your driveway at 3 a.m. And he also wrote one, My Wild Irish Rose, and John McCormick recorded an awful lot of them in the 19-teens, 1917, 1912, that type of thing. So this is one that he wrote, one of his more famous ones. When Irish Eyes Are Smiling. He also wrote Mother McCree, and everyone thinks, oh, it's some little old lady named McCree. No, it's Irish. It's Mother, Macree, my heart. Macree. Mother Macree is where it came from. And everyone thinks, oh, it's Mother McCree, someone named McCree. No, it isn't.
There's going to be a test on all this.
Yes, there will be a test. Yes. Spelling does count. So you're going to have to sing along with us on this one. When Irish Eyes Are Smiling, written by Chauncey Alcott and George Graff. This is the greatest hits of 1912. It was a stage production of Isle of Dreams, is where this was found. Maybe if I played it in the right key, it would come out a little better. There's a tear in your eye, and I'm wondering why, for it never should be there at all. With such power in your smile, sure a stone you'd beguile, for there's never a teardrop to fall. When your sweet lilting laughter's like some merry song, and your eyes twinkle bright as can be, you should laugh all the while, and all other times smile. So smile, a smile for me. Here's your part. When Irish eyes are smiling, sure 'tis like a morning spring, with a lilt of Irish laughter. You can hear the angels sing, la la la, when Irish hearts are happy. All the world seems bright and gay, and when Irish eyes are smiling, sure they'll steal your heart away. For your smile is a part of the love in your heart, and it makes even sunshine more bright. Like a linnet sweet song, crooning all the day long, comes your laughter so tender and light. springtime alive is the sweetest of all. There is never a care or regret. And while springtime is ours, through all of youth's hours, let us smile each chance that we get. When Irish eyes are smiling, sure 'tis like a morning spring, with a lilt of Irish laughter. You can hear the angels sing la la la. When Irish hearts are happy, all the world seems bright and gay. And when Irish eyes are smiling, sure they'll steal your heart away. Once more. When Irish eyes are smiling, sure 'tis like a morning spring, with a lilt of Irish laughter. You can hear the angels sing la la la. When Irish hearts are happy, all the world seems bright and gay. And when Irish eyes are smiling, sure they'll steal your heart away. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Were they singing? Were they all singing?
Yeah.
Good, just checking up.
One more time. No.
Well, where's Paige?
She's right back.
Is she giving us the eye? Oh, no, she's getting the hook. No, not that either.
Do we have time for another one?
Do we have?
Do we have time
Okay.
for another one? Okay. Let's just.
We could do some Shetland Island tunes. Spootiscary, Ferrorum, and Villafjord. Yeah, hey. The Shetland Islands were ruled for 700 years by the Danes. And in 1469, they were traded to the Scots as a dowry. It was one of the biggest land transfers without a bunch of bloodshed that ever happened in European history. So they were traded to the Scots as a dowry in 1469. And to this day, their music has a lot of Scandinavian as well as Scottish influence, and their language is a mixture of Scandinavian and Old Scots and that type of thing. So, in other words, you can't understand a thing they're saying. So this is the Shetland Islands, Spootiscary, Ferrorum, and Villafjord. Yeah, hey. Yeah, hey. Oofda. Little Scandinavian there, Scandinavian and Scottish. Bet you they drink a lot. I'll bet.
Been a great audience.
You've been the best audience we've had all day.
Thanks everyone for coming out.
Yes, thank you. We could keep you here for another 24 hours, but
And thank you to the Livonia Library and Page
yes,
for having us.
Indeed, yes. Thanks for being here.
The celebration of America's 250th birthday continues right here at Rotary Park. Hello, Livonia. This is Mayor Maureen Miller-Brosnan, and after joining us at Livonia City Hall on July 8th at 5:30 p.m. for our community celebration, we invite you to keep the party going. And then on Saturday, July the 11th, from 5 to 9, head on over to Rotary Park for the Livonia Parks and Recreation America's 250th birthday party. This is a free event, and it is filled with family fun, live entertainment. You're going to find food trucks and activities for all ages. Kids can enjoy face painting, bounce houses, and a special performance by Beverly, the music lady, from 5 to 6:30 p.m. And then from 7 to 9 p.m., Cast Iron Cornbread is going to provide live music before the evening concludes with a free outdoor showing of the classic film 1776. It is a great opportunity to come together with friends and family and neighbors as we celebrate our nation's history and the community that makes Livonia special. You can see details for both the July 8th celebration and at City Hall and the July 11th event here at Rotary Park on Facebook or by visiting our community calendar. We really hope to see you at both of these celebrations as Livonia joins communities all across our country in honoring America's 250th birthday.
Hi, my name is Todd Zielinczyk, the city engineer for Livonia. You probably heard fix the damn roads, but you're wondering when the damn roads are going to open up. Well, welcome to construction season 2026. We have a very busy and aggressive schedule. Behind me, you'll see Newburgh Road at Ann Arbor Road. That'll hopefully be open up mid-June. We'll bring some well-needed relief to our residents and motorists in the area. This project that's under MDOT's jurisdiction involves $20 million worth of improvements, including the replacement of the Hines Roads Bridge overpass and the Middle Rouge River Bridge just west of that location. They will be improving the intersection at Ann Arbor Road at Newburgh with a new traffic signal, along with street lighting from the corridor between Newburgh Road and Plymouth Road, and a traffic signal at the intersection at Plymouth and Ann Arbor Road at Marketplace, just west of Marketplace. This road will be opening up mid-June. In addition to that, the City of Livonia is handling a $3.8 million reconstruction project on Newburgh Road where MDOT has left off. That includes from Ann Arbor Trail to Plymouth Road. Mark Anthony Contracting will perform concrete removal replacement, guardrail replacement, and traffic signal modernization on 0.47 mile stretch of Newburgh Road. Newburgh Road between Plymouth Road and Ann Arbor Trail will be reduced to one lane in each direction, with the motorists traveling on the southbound side of Newburgh Road, which began on March 30th. The traffic to eastbound Ann Arbor Trail and eastbound Ann Arbor Road will be closed. Motorists will need to follow detour signage to access Ann Arbor Trail east of Newburgh Road. The closure will last approximately 10 weeks. Then traffic will shift to the northbound side of Newburgh Road traveled lanes. Motorists are urged to find alternate routes to avoid this area. The project is anticipated to be completed by mid-September. Our concrete road construction contractor, Hard Rock Concrete, has started from the south side of the city, moving west and then north over the next 5 months to complete 17 street segments, totaling $5 million of work under the contract 26C. So far, he's completed Sunbury, Brentwood, Buckingham, Fremont, and is working on Parkdale and continuing through the next 12 segments of streets. Hard Rock also is completing road maintenance street segments contract 26J to replace selective slabs of deteriorated concrete roadways at 19 miscellaneous locations and at 6 street segments. The work for the concrete patching throughout the city is in the amount of $1.5 million. The asphalt repair program is set to rehabilitate 18 street segments with Nagel paving in the amount of $3.8 million. You can expect work on the first phase of streets between May 4th and July 3rd. A couple notable major streets to be of significance are on Harrison Road between Plymouth and West Chicago, along with Hartel, which is on the north side of Plymouth to the very end. In addition, the second phase of streets will be occurring from July 6th through August 22nd, include Boston Post Road, Priscilla Lane, Standish Avenue, and Wadsworth Avenue, along with Jita Avenue, Jita Court, and Riga Avenue. In addition, they'll be heading further west in Section 31 once hopefully Newburgh Road is opened up at mid-September for Hunters Park, Rosalina Drive, and then continue on the last street, which would be Myrna between Hubbard Road and Merriman once the water main has been completed by the contractor. Please note that Wayne County is also working on other sizable projects throughout the city. The first being on Hagerty Road between 5 and 6 Mile, in which they are concrete patching the southbound lanes, and then will be milling the northbound lanes and placing 2 inches of new hot mix asphalt. In addition, they are currently working on Merriman Road between Plymouth and Joy, of which they are replacing the center turn lane along with the adjacent lanes of concrete patching that are deteriorated, with Florence Cement as their contractor. Additionally, later in the year, we're looking at Inkster Road between West Chicago and Plymouth for them to complete that rehabilitated street segment. Some of the infrastructure improvements that are not being done by the city but by Consumers Energy is on Middle Belt Road between 6 and 7 Mile. There are partial lane closures, so please be aware of this area as backups may occur. Moving on to traffic signal modernization projects. As part of improving our traffic safety in the city of Livonia, there'll be 2 intersections that will be modernized with new traffic signals. 5 Mile at Levan and Newburgh Road at Linden. Rawhorn Electric is the contractor for this project and will be doing intermittent lane closures at these locations throughout the day in order to complete those by mid-July. Moving on to water main replacements in the city of Livonia. We'll be looking at Myrna from Hubbard to Merriman Road, in which Brico Excavating is completing $689,000 of replacements for approximately a half mile of 8-inch water main using high-density polyethylene pipe. Our goal is to have this completed by mid-August, to have Nagel then come complete the street by mid-September for rehabilitation. In addition, Area 11 water main replacement project, which is on westbound Schoolcraft at Merriman Road, along with Merriman Road heading north to Linden, is a $2.7 million project by Murphy Pipeline Contractors. This project started May 4th and will be ongoing till late November. Finally, one of the biggest projects we have that MDOT is doing in the area is the M14 I-96 reconstruction between Newburgh Road and Sheldon Road. This requires traffic to be placed on the south side on the eastbound lanes, 2 lanes each direction, until its completion later this fall. As you can see behind me, the Hines Road Bridge was replaced last year as part of the MDOT $20 million improvement project. We're hopeful that by mid-June, this segment of roadway will be open up for motorists to enjoy. Remember, please slow down so that everyone can go home at night, and appreciate your patience as we look forward to the future rehabilitation of our new roads and traffic signal modernizations in the city of Livonia. If you have any further questions, please contact the engineering department at area code 734-466-2655, and have a safe summer.
The City of Livonia has a brush and branch chipper service. Brush and branches fall into 2 categories. The first category is brush and branches that are 4 feet or less. This service begins the last week of March and runs through the 2nd week in December. Brush and branches that are 4 feet or less should be disposed of as yard waste on your regular trash collection day to be picked up by priority waste. Tie everything into bundles of 50 pounds or less. Up to 5 bundles per week may be placed out for disposal. Brush or branches may also be cut up and disposed of in paper compost bags or trash cans marked with a yard waste sticker. The second category of the brush and branch chipper service is brush and branches over 4 feet. This service begins the last week of March, but ends the 1st week in October. Brush branches and limbs longer than 4 feet in length and up to 4 inches in diameter should be stacked with the cut ends facing the street. Please do not place stumps, logs, vines, or roots out for disposal. From April through Memorial Weekend, crews will circulate through each residential neighborhood approximately every 15 working days. From Memorial Weekend through the beginning of October, service is request only. Request only service starts on the Tuesday following Memorial Day, running through the 1st Friday of October. You can submit a request for service on the city website or call 734-466-2655. There is also a wood waste disposal drop-off site available on Glendale Avenue. This site is free to residents and accepts brush, branches, limbs, logs, roots, stumps, and vines. For all questions regarding the brush and branch chipper service and disposal services, you can again visit the city website or contact Public Works at 734-466-2655.
Hi, Livonia. I'm the Livonia City Clerk, Lori Miller. No matter how you choose to vote, having a plan makes the process simple and stress-free. Your vote plays a meaningful role in Livonia's future. By preparing before Election Day, checking your polling location, choosing how you want to vote, and understanding the process, having a voting plan can ensure a smooth and confident voting experience. Being prepared with a plan makes sure you know when, where, and how you intend to vote. It reduces the chance of last-minute issues like long lines, schedule conflicts, or uncertainty about your polling location. Here's a quick guide to your voting options and what to expect. Absentee voting. If you prefer to vote from home, absentee voting is a convenient option available to all registered voters. To get started, simply submit an absentee ballot application through the clerk's office. Once your ballot arrives, you can complete it at your convenience and return it by mail, in person, or using a secure drop box. They are located throughout the community, one in front of City Hall and one also inside the lobby of City Hall. If you have already joined our permanent ballot list, your ballot will automatically be mailed to you. If you would like to join Livonia's application list to be mailed an application before each election, please indicate so on your completed application form. Just remember, Follow all instructions carefully. Sign the outside of your ballot envelope and return your ballot before the polls close on Election Day. Absentee voting is secure, flexible, and a great way to vote on your schedule. If you would rather vote in person before Election Day, early voting might be right for you. Early voting. Early voting allows you to cast your ballot in person ahead of Election Day at the designated early voting location. Livonia uses a shared early voting site located here at City Hall where the process works just like it would on Election Day. You will check in, complete your ballot, and securely submit it here on site. Early voting hours are 9:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m., 9 consecutive days before all state and federal elections. Early voting ends at 5:30 p.m. the Sunday immediately preceding Election Day. Accessible voting equipment is also available to ensure every voter can participate independently and privately. Your ballot remains private, secure, and protected, and once submitted, it cannot be traced back to you. Early voting is a great option if you want flexibility and the experience of voting in person without waiting until Election Day. Of course, many residents still choose to vote on Election Day itself. Voting on Election Day is a familiar and reliable option for many. The polls open at 7 a.m. and close at 8 p.m. Before heading out, be sure to check your voter information card to confirm your precinct and polling location. Once you arrive, you will be checked in, receive your ballot, and cast your vote using a secure tabulator. Accessible voting equipment is also available to ensure that every voter can participate independently and privately. No matter when you vote, the process is designed to be safe, secure, and straightforward. For the most accurate and up-to-date information on Election Day, the clerk's office is your trusted source. You may notice some updates to precincts and polling locations in recent years. Precinct consolidation. Livonia has streamlined its voting precincts to make the process more efficient for voters and staff. Precinct numbers and some polling locations may have changed, so it is important to review your voter information card and know where to go before Election Day. You may also visit the interactive precinct map at votelivonia.org. In addition, thanks to a careful review of voter trends, participation, and polling location accessibility, precinct consolidation carried out prior to the 2025 election cycle resulted in significant cost savings for the city. If you vote absentee or early, your process remains the same. These updates are designed to create smoother, more consistent voting experience throughout the city based on voter participation. And once voting is complete, you may start to see the results reported. Unofficial versus final results. After the polls close on Election Day, results are released and updated as they come in from the precincts. These results are accurate, but they are not final. These initial numbers are considered unofficial while election materials continue to be counted, such as absentee ballots at our counting boards, and while election officials complete the necessary processes to ensure accuracy to account for every ballot. Over the next several days, Wayne County conducts the canvass of the election. This is a detailed review to ensure that every eligible vote is included and all ballots are counted correctly. During the canvass, officials verify precinct totals, review absentee and provisional ballots, and make sure all records match before finalizing results. This process takes time because accuracy is the priority. Once that process is complete, results are certified and become official. This is part of the system designed to ensure transparency, accuracy, and trust in every election. Thank you for taking the time to learn about your voting options. No matter which option works best for you, absentee, early, or on election day, your vote matters. We are committed to making the process simple, secure, and accessible. If you need guidance or have questions, please contact the clerk's office. We are here to help. And remember, you can always find reliable information at votelivonia.org. Thank you for being an engaged member of our community. Your participation makes a difference.
Hi everyone, I'm Paige, and this is another episode of Library Bites. Let's get to today's question. I just learned that the Livonia Public Library has a seed library. How does it work? Great question. The Livonia Public Library offers free seed packets to anyone with a library card. We have a variety of flower, food, and herb seeds for you to grow. Here's how it works. Stop by the seed library cabinet on the second floor of the Bennett Civic Center Library and choose up to 5 seed packets each month per household. You can check them out using a paper form or simply scan the QR code to fill out a quick online form. Then plant your seeds and watch your garden grow. When your plants produce new seed, harvest, clean, and dry them if you can. We welcome these donations back to the seed library so others can enjoy them too. We welcome seed donations from plants grown outside of the seed library as well, as long as they are heirloom, non-GMO, and non-hybrid seeds. Just drop your checkout forms and seed donations into the seed library mailbox. It's that easy. Free seeds, beautiful gardens, and a community that grows together. That's it for this episode of Library Bites. Got more questions? Drop them in the comments or stop by. We love showing off our library.
Hi, this is Mayor Maureen Miller-Brosnan here, and I'm with Bill Joyner. You know, Livonia is proud to be part of America's 250th anniversary celebration with our Livonia Historical Society, and we invite you to join us on Wednesday, July the 8th at Livonia City Hall for an evening of history and community and hometown pride.
And as America all across the country is celebrating our 250th, Livonia is no different. We've got a picnic at 5:30. We have entertainment from 5:30 to 7. We have over 50 people dressed up in attire from the 1770s. This is a family outing, Mayor. We want people to come together in a show of unity. Livonia is celebrating the 250th anniversary.
Super, super exciting, Bill. This is going to really, like you say, be a chance for us to not just come together, but a chance for us to reflect on our nation's journey as we celebrate the values that continue to bring us together as a community, as neighborhoods, as friends, as families. So bring your family, bring your friends, right? Bring your lawn chairs, and most of all, bring your Livonia spirit.
And dress up to see the mayor dressed up in her 1776 attire.
It's going to be fun. So we want to thank a lot of the organizations that have helped us along the way to make this event possible. We're going to be thanking our Livonia Spree Committee. They're a big part of this, the Rotary AM and the PM group, Alpha USA, the Livonia Lions, the Livonia Civic Chorus, and our Symphony Brass Quintet. So we hope that we get a chance to see you there, celebrating America's 250th birthday, Livonia. Come on in and join us. This is going to be an extra special event, Bill. Thanks for helping bring it.
I look forward to it.
It'll be fun.
Lisa, so what are you doing?
I'm working on programming. Summer reading is just around the corner, and I'm going to be ready. Oh That's probably fine. That is not fine.
Penelope Rex, said Mrs. Noodleman. We don't eat our classmates. Please spit them out at once.
I have made a Jurassic mistake. If you want another fun adventure, sign up for the Summer Reading Challenge.
Unearth a story this summer at the library.
Use your summer reading log to keep track of all your reading. Earn a reading badge for each hour you read or listen. Earn an activity badge for completing activities like attending a library event. We have a lot of fun events. Doing the scavenger hunt or telling the librarians a joke. Earn a free choice sticker for either reading, listening, or doing another activity. Collect 6 stickers by July 31st and you'll earn a free book, a certificate, and an entry into our grand prize raffle. Don't forget to register, it's super easy. Register online beginning June 1st. And if you have any questions, we can help you sign up at the library. Remember, no dinosaurs or librarians were harmed in the making of this video.
Why? Why take a chance? Why risk a mistake? Why say something? We all have reasons why we choose to ignore the things that give us pause, that seem out of place, that don't feel right. The word why can either paralyze us or empower us to stand up and protect what we love. So if you see something, why do you say something?
I see safe for my family.
I see safe for my friends.
I see say so that they are safe.
We see say for each other.
I see say because all of this matters.
We all have something worth protecting, a why that unifies this community we're all a part of. So protect your everyday. Report suspicious activity to local authorities. If you see something, say something.
All right, you guys, I'm going to read one book first. I know you're very excited for the firefighter. But I'm going to read one book first, and then we're going to have our special guest, okay? Is everybody ready? Yeah. This is called Firefighters. Firefighters. And I'll do my best to show everybody the pictures, okay? Firefighters rush and scurry. Down the pole, slide and hurry. Put on great big fireproof suits. Put on helmets, gloves, and boots. Here comes Spot the pet Dalmatian, ready to leave the fire station. Swing aboard, hit the gas. Ladder truck roars, heads out fast. Sirens screech, wee-oo-hoo. Pumper truck comes zooming through. Oh my. Chief's car races, warning lights flash. Cars pull over, engines pass. Yeah, you got to pull over when the fire trucks come by so they can get to their emergency faster. Lift the ladders, haul the hose. Hydrants open, water flows. Flames flare up into the sky. Aim that water, shoot it high. Oh my, there they are, putting out that fire. Yeah. Crackle, sizzle, thunder, roar. Swing that hatchet, break the door. Firefighter starts to shout. There may be people to get out. They might have to save somebody. There might be somebody in that fire, in that house. Raise the platform, bring them down. Safe and sound on solid ground. They did it! They saved the people. Hooray, hooray, watchers cheer. Rescue truck is waiting near. They're there to make sure the people are safe and healthy and that they're okay and not injured. Grab the saws, axes, sledges, to the roof, walls, and ledges. Water whooshes, hisses, sprays. Fire crew has saved the day. Good job, firefighters. No more danger, fire's out. Only ashes swirl about. Pack the trucks, coil the hose. Back to town, the tired crew goes. I bet they're exhausted. That's a lot of work they just did. Check equipment, clean the truck, clean the clothes of guck and muck. Yes. Rest, talk, laugh, eat. Spot gets a special treat. All is quiet, all is still. Firefighters relax until, oh no. Clang, 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 they've got another emergency. Oh my. Fortunately, firefighter Dana does not have an emergency to go to right now, and she's going to be able to sit here and spend some time with us. So she's going to read a book, and then she's going to answer some of your questions. So think of some good questions you might have for her, okay? While she's reading her book. All right, everybody, this is firefighter Dana.
Hello. All right, so who knows Clifford, the big red dog? All right, good. So, my name is Emily Elizabeth, and this is my dog, Clifford. Clifford is not the oldest in his family, but he's the biggest. Last week, Clifford and I went to the city to visit Clifford's brother, Nero. Clifford knew the way. Nero lives in a firehouse. He is a fire rescue dog. I asked the firefighters if Clifford could help them. They thought he was the right color for the job, 'cause he's red, and what else is red? The fire truck. Just then, a group of school children came in for a fire safety class. Nero showed them what to do if their clothing was on fire. Stop, drop, and roll. To smother the flames, you stop, drop to the floor, and roll until the fire is out. Clifford thought he could do that, so he repeated the lesson for the class. He stopped, he dropped, he rolled, and he rolled a little too far. Just then we heard the siren. There was a fire. Nero stayed to guard the children. Clifford and I ran ahead. He cleared the street for the fire trucks. I wish we had a Clifford to clear the street. That would help. Smoke was pouring from the top floor of a tall building. Clifford pushed the crowd to a safe place, and he saw some people in trouble. Clifford to the rescue. The heavy hose was hard to unreel. Clifford gave the firefighters a hand. He's pretty good at tug of war, I think. But then he saw that the fire hydrant was stuck shut. Thank goodness Clifford was there to unstick it. They had to get the smoke out of the building, so Clifford made a hole in the roof. Then the firefighters were calling for more water. Clifford found some and helped clear the smoke away. He blew the smoke out. When the fire was out, Clifford made sure that the firefighters got out of the building safely, and they were grateful for everything that he had done to help. He gave some firefighters a ride back to the firehouse. Clifford was a hero. The fire chief made him an honorary fire rescue dog, just like his brother Nero. All right, so this is the important part, okay, kiddos? So, Clifford's fire safety rules. So you save the number of your local fire department in your home phone and ask your parents to save it. Does anyone know what number to call in an emergency? What number do we call? 911. Everybody yell, 911. Very good. And then you need to know 2 different ways out of your house or where you live. So we all have doors in our house, right? Do we all have windows? So in an emergency, guess what? Your windows become doors. So you have lots of ways to get out, and you can practice with your family. And then you have to choose somewhere nearby to meet with your family during the emergency that's kind of away from your house. So our meeting place is Jane and Vern's tree, our neighbor's tree. So that's where we would meet. And you never go back to your house for anything if there's a fire, because you're the most important thing. Then you can also tell your parents to change the battery in their smoke alarm every year, and you can do it on your birthday, so it's super easy to remember. So I like to tell kids when I go in the schools that on your birthday, change the smoke alarms, and you get to practice a fire safety drill. And you can even time it, and kids seem to like that because everything's a race. So that's pretty fun. You do not play with matches, ever. So lighters, matches, fireworks, don't play. Candles, treat them like glass, like they can hurt you, and just go tell an adult, okay? And then you never, ever use the stove without an adult, right? Good. Okay, so my name is Firefighter Dana, and then today my daughter Nora and my wife Kelly are here as well. So I'm going to show you guys some of my gear, and then I wanted to answer any questions. So I'll give you a really quick background. I'm in my 10th year at the Livonia Fire Department. I mostly work at Station 5 up at Middle Belton 7, but we kind of rotate around every day. So I've spent a lot of time there, Station 4 at Middle Belton Plymouth, and Station 3 over at 7 Mile and Wayne at Bicentennial. So I've been here for a while. I'm taking the public education and kind of trying to up that a little bit. So I'm in the schools a lot and some of our adult facilities. Have you guys ever been to Passport to Safety? So that's our big event. It's the biggest one in the country, actually, public safety. We just had it. It's in the summer. Our next event is in October. It's our open house. It's at Station 3, which is at Bicentennial Park. And I think it's October 12th. It's the second Saturday in October, typically. October is like Fire Safety Month. So if you guys haven't been to one, I really encourage you to come on out, all right? So I'm going to have, come here. Oh, no, you poked your eye. I'm going to have Nora come up. Can you? You're going to get your helmet? Okay. And I'm going to show you guys my gear. So, we've got big, heavy jackets, and they've got our name on them. And they're super bright colors because at night or in a fire, it gets really dark. So if you're ever somewhere where there's smoke, you got to get low so you can see under the smoke. So that's why we have our name on here, so we can see it nice and good. And is this how you guys keep your boots at home? Do you keep them in your pants? It's kind of a good idea if you have a little one for snow boots. That's really. So we keep our boots in our pants. Does anyone know why we keep our boots in our pants? Any guesses? Go ahead. So it's faster, that's right. So when we get a call at the fire station, we want to be able to get our gear on and get in that truck and get on our way in close to a minute, okay? Because fire doubles really, really quick in size. These are in my bag, so they got a little jammed up. So we got to be super duper fast. And then when we get to the fire, that's when we put on our air tank and our mask and all that, which I don't have an air tank today, but I do have my mask. So I'm just going to kind of walk through. We're not going to go crazy fast, but so you guys can kind of see. So we jump in, we pull them up, and we've got these cool suspenders to keep them from falling back down on us. And then I've got this hood, because this is the most vulnerable part of a firefighter is our necks and our ears. So if you guys have any old firefighters in your family, they might have some kind of burnt up ears and stuff, because this is kind of a newer piece of equipment. Is this going to mess with your mic? Because I can leave this off. Okay. So we'll pretend it's on, right? Hello. Thank you. Nora has my special gloves. So those gloves look a little bit different than these gloves. Thank you. Does anybody want to guess the difference between these gloves? Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah? They're... Yeah, to be safe. Oh, okay, thank you. So these are our fire gloves. So these are black and they're fire gloves. So these keep heat out. These are called extrication gloves. So we go on car accidents and a bunch of stuff. So these kind of have almost like a skeleton on them to keep your fingers from getting crushed. And this red stuff stays grippy even if oil gets on it. So these are what we use when we're having to like cut up cars or machines or things like that. So we have two types of gloves. You put them on. Okay. All right, and then we've got this, again, keep our neck safe, okay? And then this, we have a little flashlight, which, do you guys think a flashlight helps much if it's real smoky? So have you ever been in your parents' car when it's really foggy out, like around Halloween, and they turn their headlights on and it just looks more foggy? Smoke is the same way. It doesn't really help us to see too well. So if I'm going into a fire that's really smoky, I don't really use this. That's why we have our bright colors. And on our air packs, we actually have lights and we have alarms that go off. Like if someone doesn't move for a while, a firefighter, it'll have an alarm that goes off so that we can find where they went if they need help. So I'm going to take this off just because I don't want to mess with the microphone too bad. But, oh, show them off. Show them off. Put your hands up. Pretty cool. And we carry all kinds of stuff in our pockets. So that's why we have extra big pockets. So this is webbing. We can use this to drag people out if we need to. We can use it to kind of make a little bit of a quick harness or a loop to get ourselves out, like if we're upstairs somewhere. So that's pretty important. And then this is pretty important. These are cutters. So does anyone know what we might need to cut in a fire? Any guesses? So certain ceilings have like wires on them, and if they fall down on us, they make a big tangly mess, and different wires. So if we can't see, which a lot of times in fires we can't, we do training in our maze totally blacked out, and we have our full gear on, and we have this part where it's all wires, and you got to find a way to get through it. And if you get stuck, you have to cut yourself out because you don't want to be stuck in there because we only have a certain amount of air. So our air tanks we have really are about 15 minutes. You think they'd be longer, but once you start working, you really consume it quicker. And we've always got to be careful not to get too deep into something to where our alarm goes off when we're at a quarter tank, and then we can't get back out. So if we can't help ourselves, we can't help anyone else, right? These are door wedges, different kinds. So our chief actually got these made. So they got our name and our badge number. That's kind of our ID for life at the department. And then this is a different type of door wedge that goes up in the hinge. So when we're searching places with a lot of doors like hotels and stuff, we want to make sure that we're leaving ourselves an exit. And then after that, we'll typically mark the door, close it, move to the next. So an important thing I like to share with parents and grandparents and kids, when you guys are at home, like Nora, her bedroom has 2 doors. We keep those doors closed when we sleep, right? We don't leave them open. A lot of kids want to leave their door open, but they've done studies, and there's been photos I could pull up of close to an 800-degree difference just with a standard door, residential, within a room of a fire. So a fire can happen in the room next door, and just a standard door can keep that heat 500 to 800 degrees less in that adjacent room. So it's super important to have your kids understand that and have their doors closed. I know it's tough sometimes, but that's like one of the easiest fire safety things that we can do. So we also have this fancy, cool vest. Any guesses when I wear this? Dance parties at the station? So this is for when there's lots of traffic. There you go, do a spin. So that makes us easier to see because surprisingly, or maybe not so surprisingly, traffic is one of firefighters' #1 natural enemies. So I will put my hat on. So traffic is one of the most dangerous things that we deal with. So it's really important when you guys see something going on that we slow down, we get over. We only have so many cones on each truck. We don't really have enough cones to block it completely for a long distance to where a car can't cut in. So just because someone sees a gap, don't assume that you guys can cut in. We're pretty lucky here because we have a lot of freeway, but we do now send 2 engines on every freeway call because one acts as a blocker to try to negate that and try to kind of angle traffic away. So this is our mask. All right, and like I said, I don't have my tank, but I'm going to put this on. So it's kind of like a scuba mask or a snorkel, okay? When we have our air tank on, we sound like Darth Vader. And if we come in to get you, you're already probably a little scared, but you never, ever, ever want to hide from firefighters. So what we'll do is we'll come in and we'll knock on the door and say something like, "Fire department, anybody in here?" And then we'll hold our breath and listen, and that's when you would say, "Help, I'm in here," right? And then we'll be able to come get you. So when we have our air tank on, it really does. You hear every breath, and it's a little scary for kids. But we're there to help you. We're the good people, so do not hide from firefighters. And if something is on fire, go tell an adult. I'm also a youth fire setting prevention specialist and like program manager. And they've done studies that kids under the age of 5 sometimes think that they can just, fire's out of mind, out of sight, that it'll go away. So a lot of fires will start in bedrooms. They'll put it in the closet, and they'll think it's done because they don't see it anymore. They just don't understand. So it's really important to educate the little ones on the danger of that because, again, it grows quick. Last is my helmet. All right, so I've got my last name on here. It's Tim. And we've got this cool little eagle guy on here, and he's my wall finder. Because when we're in a fire and we have our head down, we tend to run into a lot of walls. So he's dented, and I broke my other one. But I'd rather that than my head. And then we've got this visor. So we also wear safety glasses underneath because when we're cutting up cars and doing all sorts of stuff can get in our eyes, and that would be super, super bad, right? So we have a chin strap. We tighten this up. We have this down. I've got a little bit of a flashlight on here as well that we can use when we're looking for stuff. And the other really cool thing is, oh, my light's still on. We've got our last names, so we use these for like accountability. We take them to our chiefs and stuff, and we kind of try to keep track of who's where. And the final really neat thing is this limited edition T-Rex official firefighter sticker. No one else on the department has one, so it's pretty special. All right? Yeah. Oh, my other one, yes. Yes, the mom and baby, yes. So, does anyone have any questions at all about what we do? We live at the station 24 hours, so 8 a.m. to 8 a.m. So I just got off shift this morning and they drove to meet me. I live in St. Clair Shores. We work every day of the year. We're open 365, 24 hours. So Christmases, Thanksgivings, birthdays, Easter, Halloween. We do everything together with our crew, and we're never closed. So we will always be open if someone needs help. So if anyone, adult or kid, anyone has any questions at all, feel free. Now's the time.
I have a question.
Yeah.
In the book I read and in your book, they use dogs at the fire department. Do you really use dogs in the fire department?
So not typically. Like that's kind of an older style thing. We're really busy. We run close to 15,000 calls a year in this city. Between 5 stations and 2 units. So it's gone up a lot. When I started, it was a big deal that we broke 10,000. So in 10 years, we've increased that much. So yeah, we don't typically have dogs. Some like rural departments do, or they'll bring their own dogs. A couple places around us, they have like therapy dogs or things that they can bring in, but it's not standard practice. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you let people know about your program of smoke alarms and CO2 monitors?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so if anyone doesn't have like smoke alarms, I believe we're doing CO2s. I know for sure smoke alarms. You can contact our fire prevention department at Station 1 if you're a resident in the city, and they'll come out and install them for residents. If you guys don't have them, you're not able to have them. Sometimes we see older people that live alone, and even if they have the means to buy them, they can't install them. So that's a program that we run here to help. Thank you. All right. Well, thank you very much for coming to see me, and I hope you guys have a really good day. All right? Clap. Clap, clap.
My name's Carl Catafias, and today, for our episode number 5 at Genealogy at the Library, I want to talk about what's in a name, what's in our names. And a lot of times, researchers are so focused on, well, names, but dates, places. They tend not to take a step back and to really study the names within their family histories. Names are something we all share. In our last 2 episodes, we dealt a lot with the federal census. In fact, the entire 2 episodes were of the federal census. And it was just pages and pages and pages of names. The way to look at our names is our names, we all share this commonality. However, even though we have this universal item, this universal tendency of names, the most fascinating thing is how individually unique every one of our names are. And that's going to be the focus of this particular episode. I wish we were able to meet in person, because this next, if you want to call it an exercise, it can't be homework because you're not going to turn it into me, but this next exercise, I just want to do a little bit of an experiment. So, as we see here, we're going to see if we have any future census takers out there. What I'd like you to do, if you don't have it already, I'd like you to go grab a pencil, a pen, some scrap paper, and if you don't have them on hand right now, we'll wait. We'll take a little bit of time. Let you go get it. You almost want the Jeopardy theme going on here. Doom, 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 doom. Okay, you're back. I will be saying 11 names. I'm going to try, sometimes that is, to give a particular ethnic spin to these names. And all you have to do is write down the names. Write down what you hear. After saying all 11 names, we're going to go and check what you've written down compared to the actual spellings or the proper spellings of the names. So let's begin. And you can number them or just leave them spaces in between. But here we go. Your first name, Jorge Bergoglio. Jorge Bergoglio. Number 2, Charles Lawton. Charles Lawton. Number 3, William J. Blythe. William J. Blythe. Number 4, Shirley Chisholm. Shirley Chisholm. Number 5, Joaquin Bottom. Joaquin Bottom. 6, Yvonne Cornoyer. Yvonne Cornoyer. 7, Cristobal Colon. Cristobal Colon. 8, Stanley Lieber. Stanley Lieber. Number 9, Eldrick Woods. Eldrick Woods. Number 10, Isur Danielovich. Isur Danielovich. Might give you a little bit of time for that one, a little bit long. And finally, the last one, Elena Mironov. Elena Mironov. There you have it. Here are your 11 names. Let's see how you do as census takers. So as we go, you can actually just go down your list and see how you did with the spellings. So the first one we start here, Jorge Bergoglio. But you know something? You know him better as Pope Francis. Charles Lawton, the old actor from the 40s, 50s. And I wonder how many of you, if you didn't know Charles Lawton, maybe this could have been Lawton. Possible. Our next name was William J. Blythe. Pretty straightforward. However, we know this individual as Bill Clinton. Shirley Chisholm, one of the first African-American congresswomen to serve in Washington, D.C. Joaquin Bottom. You know him better as Joaquin Phoenix. If you know hockey from the 1960s, you know how good the Montreal Canadiens were, you know who Yvonne Cornoyer was. One of the best forwards to ever play in the NHL and an NHL Hall of Famer. Cristobal Colon. Everybody knows this guy. 1492, hint? That's Christopher Columbus. Stanley Lieber. Okay, all you Marvel comic folks, you should know this one. Stanley Lieber? How about Stan Lee? Eldrick Woods. The name, last name should be familiar. Eldrick? We know him as Tiger Woods. Now the last two. Isur Danielovich. I'm just going to say one word here. Spartacus. Those of you who know the old-time movie, who comes to your head? Yep, Kirk Douglas. And finally, Elena Mironov. Helen Mirren. You notice something with these particular names? Not only the spelling, which I would love to go over with you and see how many people got them all correct, how many got 9, 10, whatever, but to see how many of the names actually changed, that their birth names changed. And that's something that I want to deal some time with, to spend some time on with you here in this presentation. You know something? We really had no choice in our names, unless we did something to our names specifically later on in life. Because, in all honesty, we were born into our surname. You know, when our parents had us, the surname was already there. We were just born into it. Our first and middle names were chosen by our parents. Now, they may have been influenced either by their parents, their relatives, their friends, whoever. So we really didn't have any influence on our first and our middle names. Some of us have nicknames. And if we do have a nickname, it was given to us by others. We really didn't come out and say, "Hi, I'm Carl Cataphias. My nickname is so-and-so." But it was through our mannerisms, maybe our resemblance to something, maybe a contraction or a variant of our names, whatever the case may be. Our nicknames were given to us by someone else. So the person, the name that we maintain has been given to us, has come from other people. One of the presentations that I always loved to do when we were able to come into the library and do live presentations was something called Surname Scrabble. And I did the spelling test, but another little option that we had during the presentation was a story. I would read a story, and here it comes. Anne and Robert, sometimes called Hab, had a son and named him Henry after the king. They lived in the village of Bosham, owned by Andrew Follott, Lord of Boxham and Sheriff of Oxfordshire. The family lived in a house just south of the church on a small hill near the west boundary. Robert was the town's reeve or overseer, but died when Henry was only 4 years old. Anne was forced to work at the Lord's oven for the villages to make a living for herself and Henry. After a while, Henry was apprenticed to Walter, the village tanner, to learn a trade. Question. So, what could Henry be known as? Henry could possibly take on these following surnames. Possibly Robert, Roberts, Robert's son, Hobb or Hobson, Reeves, Boxham, Oxford, widow's son, because Anne was a widow, and Henry is the son of the widow, so widow's son, a baker, apprentice, tanner, just to name a few. This is how surnames came about. There were certain reasons why people were named as such with their surnames. I would love to travel back in time to our first direct ancestral surname and see what reason existed to be called that particular surname. And I would love to pose this question out to you as well before we get into this, when I was creating this particular slide. If you were given the opportunity to spend an hour with a past relative, one past relative, who would you choose? Now again, that would be something that it would be great to interact with people in the audience, and maybe somewhere down the line we'd be able to do that. But I would really like to have you just think on that. Maybe put it in the back of your head and just think about it. Who would you like to sit down with in your ancestry for an hour, and just one of your ancestors, and who would it be? Let's get into the surnames. There were many reasons why people were called what they were called. For example, the color of their hair, skin, or complexion. A surname with the name of Fairfax. If we trace the meaning of Fairfax back, it actually means fair hair. So the individual could have very light, wispy hair, thus the name Fairfax. Or possibly Whitehead. An individual with early graying hair could be named Whitehead. Peculiar build, a body build, or a peculiarity. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, Neil Armstrong, Martin Short,